credit card, please come to level 1 of the tower to recover. If you've lost your credit card, please come to level 1 of the tower to recover.
very good morning to everyone on YouTube live stream. Welcome to Champion Lakes for Day 4, the final day of competition at the 2026 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. And that is the scene that we all arrived to here this morning. Absolutely glorious day here in Perth today. Not a breath of wind as the sun rises from the east and the crowd come to enjoy the final day of action here at Champion Lakes. Very good morning to you. My name is Travis Jenkins, and sitting alongside me is Rob Glendenning. Rob, good morning to you, and what a picture it is here in Perth today.
Absolutely. I think tourism, Western Australia has your on a retainer. But it is a beautiful day, and we're going to start off with a great morning of racing in these conditions. And hasn't it been a long but great 3 days of racing so far?
It really has, Rob. We've had some amazing moments already in these championships, and we've still got plenty more to come today. We've got some heats to start off our morning today, and then we also will have the D8s in the men's. That's going to be an absolute ripping contest, as many of the teams are the state teams who will be back on the water. We saw the West Australians taking the honours yesterday, but I think those South Australians, they would have just had a good night's sleep and will be ready to rock and roll here today. It's going to be a terrific race, and also that women's C8 as well, Rob.
Yeah, look, some great competition. And as we've seen, I was just talking to surprisingly a number of people I talked to this morning have just said how good the racing has been, and it's been very competitive. But even simple things like getting onto the start, even though we've had some pretty ordinary conditions, they're saying this, the umpires and the officials have been very, very good, and the skill level is up. So we're getting the races away pretty much on time, and apart from when the weather may stop that, and they're really enjoying the racing and are very, very happy with the whole organisation of the event. So.
Great shot there of where we're sitting up here in the tower on the finish line here at Champion Lakes. There's the warm-up circuit just behind us there. So it's a terrific setup here, internationally class setup, and a very high standard of facilities here at Champion Lakes. Speaking of champions, we've got the Champion of Champions as well today, Rob. It will round out our competition on Day 4, the Champions of Champions. That's going to be something to really look forward to, isn't it? Yeah,
absolutely. And just a reminder of how that works. If you won for all the winners of the single sculls, the heavyweight single sculls, they're offered a place in this Champion of Champions. It's a handicap event, and as we said yesterday, George Zouris has won this one a few times. I think he's got a pretty good handicap, but moves the boat pretty fast. So that's really interesting. The other one is the lightweights. The lightweight men and women can combine to make a mixed double scull. Also, and then it's worked out on the handicaps, because you may have an A woman in the boat and a D man. So they work the handicaps out on that, so that makes it fair. And in the past, we have seen some absolutely amazing finishes as you're sitting here watching the rest of the pack come back to the early handicappers, and it makes for great racing. So we're just hoping that weather holds out long enough that we get a great spectacle, because that is a great thing to watch, and hope everybody sticks around for it.
I'm looking at the boats there on the island here, Robert. I'm just thinking there'll be a lot of boats heading back across the Nullarbor from tomorrow, won't there? It's a huge logistical effort, isn't it, to get all these crews and boats over to Western Australia, but you're going to have a few boats just heading across the Nullarbor over the weekend.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And I think the biggest stress factor is yet to start, where they start loading those boats on trailers. So it's quite a stressful thing and meticulous process to get them wrapped, get them on the trailers in the right place to make sure that you get no damage. So it's great to see how many trailers have made their way over. It's still on my bucket list to do is drive a trailer. Probably madness, I would say, but I'd dearly love to do it at some stage when I can make that time.
You'll be sitting up there in row 1A, Rob, just looking down on your flight home tomorrow at your fellow competitors, just thinking, gee, one day I will join you down there from the comfort of your 1A seat flying home.
If only. But if anybody knows anybody at Virgin that might get me that upgrade, I'd be very happy to take it. So we're seeing them, this first race is actually underway. So we've been babbling away. We only have the single entry. This is the men's H8, and it is a Melbourne crew containing Terry Phillips, John Dollison, Stephen Mollard, Peter McCartney, Craig Smith, Stephen Reynolds, Rodney Stewart, and Michael Dakic. Their coxswain is Zena Marcy. Now, they've gone out and look. I don't think they're busting their bullet, but they are looking very good for this early in the morning and a good start, and all got their correct uniforms on, and it's certainly. Well away in this, effectively a row over, but for the purpose of the exercise, we'll call it a race. And all these names have appeared many times over this regatta, and with some success.
Yeah, absolutely. Stephen Reynolds, I can see his name on the start list here. He was in the Melbourne crew, which competed on day one in that club final, and they finished in third position. But they're a beautifully polished outfit. As you say, they've got the right uniforms on. They obviously got to bed early. The big gala dinner hosted by Rowing WA was on last night, and obviously these men were disciplined and just made sure they got to bed early enough.
I think so, but always nice to see a club crew getting out here and presenting themselves, and being proud of their club colours. And as we say that, they row into absolutely glassy smooth water coming to the 500 metre mark. But once again, we've got Peter McCartney and Rodney Stewart, who have fronted up in so many races. And Rodney Stewart, I think as you pointed out a few times there, Travis, was the leading point scorer from last year's Australian Masters Rowing Championship, and that's Rod there in the bow. They're just cruising along, making this look pretty easy. It'd be nice to be out there. This is a nice row over for the morning, for your first morning race. I'd take that any day, I've got to tell you. But it's they are looking good. They've obviously done a bit of time in that boat together.
Zena Marcy, not really saying a lot. She's just sort of keeping them balanced. You can see her there just looking to the left, just making sure the crew on that side of the boat are just keeping up with the other side, just making sure no one drops off the tempo. It is a beautiful day here. We are expecting a little bit of rain to come in this afternoon. There is a major weather event, according to the Bureau of Meteorology, coming to Western Australia tomorrow. It's a once-in-5-year storm. They seem to say that a lot over here, Rob. Once in 5 years. They seem to say it 5 times every year. It's going to be a bit wet tomorrow, but today hopefully we should get most of our racing done before that comes in.
Yeah, I'm just more thinking about that the flight out tomorrow if it gets a bit bouncy. But no, we'll be right. It'll at the moment we're just seeing some cloud fair way to our south at the moment. I looked at the radar probably an hour ago or half an hour ago, and it was showing there's just bits of cloud building up off the coast. But of course, with no land between from the other side of the coast, of course, the weather comes in here very quickly. We're not used to that probably so much in the eastern states. You can be a little bit more predictable when it's coming in and how long it'll take. But it seems to me, you're looking at one time and come back in an hour's time and it's completely changed. So, but as I said, coming down now, this crew, very good. They're going to pick it up. They're picking it up for the last couple of strokes, and going to cruise across. We just can't quite see them there, but just crossing the line now, and I don't think they'll stop. They'll just keep on going around to the practice lake. But look at those conditions at the end of the course here. I know they're going to show us they can balance the boat as well. So well done, fellas. A great demonstration by you guys.
Great effort from the Melbourne crew this morning. They've enjoyed that row. Smiles on the faces of our competitors here. Beautiful way to start the morning, isn't it? Just to come out here and enjoy the beautiful sunshine here, the sun rising in the west as we get underway in our next event on the program, and it's the A single sculls have taken to the water. Let's go through the roll call for you. From right of screen in lane 2 from North Shore, Jasper Boer. In lane 3 from Newcastle, it is Ben Homer, who started well and will be up in the commentary position, I believe, this afternoon. So looking forward to hearing his take on the championship so far. In lane number 4 from Glebe, it's Ben Nagapa, coached by Robin Mackney. In 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Christopher Morgan. And then on the left of our screen from Curtin University, Oliver Eisenlaw. So we're underway here, Rob, and it's Ben Homer looking to make a good start to the final day of competition.
Yeah, and I think we can clearly see Ben's tactic. He's wanted to get out early, first through to the final. So, like I'm not saying he's safely in it because there are still 4 scullers within about 3 seconds of each other. We see the very strong sculling also coming from Christopher Morgan. Chris Morgan, he was in that winning South Australian quad yesterday. And as I think of the story of talking with Chris the other day, he actually grew up in Adelaide, went to Adelaide University, and he has a thing about sticking with the roots of the rowing. He had to move to Sydney Rowing Club when he moved to Sydney, and then went into the Australian team for many years. Certainly he's just starting to get wound up now and has moved into the lead. Ben Homer back there in second now, but once again we're getting those great shots from the drone. Probably the one that's struggling a little bit at the moment is Jasper Bohr from North Shore Rowing Club. He's just tailed out the back. So there's still these 2 scullers in the second treng here, Ben Nagappa and Oliver Eisenlaw from Curtin University. That's where the 3rd place and final place into the final will be. It was Eisenlaw coming through the 500 metre mark with about a 1 second lead over Jasper Bohr, Ben Nagappa a further 8 seconds back. So didn't read quite how we had it either, but we'll just check on those as we go. No problem at all there for Chris Morgan. He's cleared out a little bit, jumped on a little bit of a lead on Ben Homer. So Ben's going to have to, don't know if he just decided to back it off a little bit or just not try to run with him, but you can see the very good technique and many years in the Australian team. In that Australian quad, certainly showing there. From memory, Chris might have gone out of rowing for some time with a bit of back injury, I think. I remember seeing at a physio once in New South Wales Institute of Sport. But certainly that's not the case now. And that shot there's your picture. It's just fantastic. But Ben Homer clearly in second spot. The race is on between the Glebes, Ben Nagappa and Oliver Eisenlaw. So as we come down to the line, they're really having to turn it on here. I can see the strain on the Curtin University sculler, and he is working extremely hard and has still holding that slightest advantage. Chris Morgan, though, he's just taking it away out the front there. He's just really looking very calm. He's pushing it along, though. There's no stepping back too much now. Now you just saw that gear change there, and he just put it into overdrive there and just letting it cruise along, and he'll cruise over the line indeed to take out first place in the first heat of the A single scull. It will be Ben Homer coming in second. The race still on there between Curtin University's Oliver Eisenlaw and Ben Nagappa from Glebe, but it will be Eisenlaw who'll get that 3rd place and the 3rd place into the final, followed by Ben Nagappa, and then back to Jasper Bohr, just coming down towards the line. About 3 strokes to go, and he will be across the line to complete this field.
So a strong row from Christopher Morgan. Ben Homer, the bronze medalist from last year's championships, makes another final. And here we will see the defending champion in action. It's Jack Hanley there in lane 6. There he is, bottom of our picture. He won this event last year. You can already see him looking to the right just to make sure he's in front. He wants to lead it early. So we'll go through the roll call for you. Just on his upper right side there is Liam Ryan from Lower Clarence, coached by Candice Jago. In the middle from Curtin University, Jarrett Vorster. And in lane 3, also starting well too, is Andrew Simpson, coached by Guy Morgan. And then Thomas Brockway from the ANA Rowing Club here in Western Australia is in lane number 2 at the top of our screen. But it's the defending champion, Jack Hanley, who's got the boat moving really nicely out of the blocks. He's got a narrow lead at the moment over Andrew Simpson of North Shore. And then back in 3rd is Vorster at the moment. He's just in that final spot to make it through to the final in what's been a good start for Jack Hanley.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack Hanley, of course, a lightweight. He's was a New South Wales lightweight in the President's Cup on a number of occasions. And Andrew Simpson, compare the size of them, he's a big unit, and but certainly moves that boat like a very, very flexible, very, very easy flowing in his movements. We can there see that Jared Vorster from Curtin University appears to now have cleared out a little bit and on the scullers, chasing scullers. And we go through the 500 metre mark. We've been through the five. It was Andrew Simpson, about 0.74 over Jack Handley. Jarrett Vorster 3.18 behind, then Thomas Brockway, and Liam Ryan is now just trailing the field. But Andrew Simpson now just pouring it on, and he wants to make sure of his position. I think he's concerned about these two scullers coming back at him, and that he's not looking around though. He's not hasn't had the big look over to see where Jack Handley is, so he's probably just got him out of his peripherals, knows there's nobody else in front of him. He's going to hold that position. Jarrett Vorster, he's probably the one who's probably the most in danger, but I think he's now got it covered. I think he's looked out at the Liam Ryan, the Lower Clarence, and Thomas Brockway, and thought, I'm not too bad. But look, we've got 250 metres to go, and I'm watching the Thomas Brockway come back. He's just found another gear over there, and he's really working hard. So it's these A-grade scullers, a lot younger, a lot more feisty in their effort, and he certainly can turn it on very quickly. Jack Handley just having a big look now. He's rowing with his head at 90 degrees. He's just keeping an eye on it. He's just going.
Saying, boys, just slow it down a bit.
You can see him opening his fingers up, and there's just 1, 2. Yeah, there's only two, one in front of me. There's 2, but he's going to have to watch out, because this fast finishing Brockway over in lane 2 is coming home like a train. It's going to be very, very close there. Now he reacts. Handley now reacting, and no problem whatsoever though for Andrew Simpson. He will cross the line with a very good lead. It will be Jack Handley after just letting it sit back there, just pick it up enough to go across the line, just to show he can. It will be Vorster from Curtin University in third place in the final. Very close for, and it did look like it was A&A's Thomas Brockway, and then Liam Ryan from Lower Clarence. Wow.
So there's Andrew Simpson. We almost need the extra wide lens just to fit that back in. Look at the size of him.
He's
a big man.
And acknowledging, well done, Andrew.
Those Latissimus Dorseys just need their own seat for the flight home, I think. It's a terrific row from Andrew Simpson. 3:44, a little bit faster than heat number 1. That was Christopher Morgan in 3:47. So that's going to be a thrilling race. Don't discount Jack Handley or Ben Homer as well. He will be right there when the whips are cracking. That's going to be a terrific final. Single sculls men's Masters A.
Now we move up to race 2:18. We're keeping them coming fast and furious this morning because of the weather with this half-hour extra early start. And we have in lane 2 the St George Composite, St George, Shoalhaven, Leichhardt and Glebe, Jacqueline Harris, Daniela Bourget, Katrina Davis and Andrea Coos. In lane 3, Melbourne Composite, Melbourne, Yarra, Windaree, Ballarat, Leanne Martin, Ebony Ebenwalder, Sarah Sekfi and Tanya Nishibata. Has a bit of a ring about that crew. Could well be have raced yesterday. A&A's Sophie Pilot, Sandra Clark, Samantha Johnson and Lisa Mansell in lane 4. And in lane 5, the Shoalhaven Composite of Mary Ambrose, Sue Donoghue, Georgina Owens and Lorraine Hayward, coached by Andrew Parry. In lane 6, Dragons Composite, Dragons Noosa, Rachel Foster, Joanne Taylor, Fernanda Carrera and Tracy Capes, and their coach is Kathy Phillips.
So Rob, do we often see that in the Masters D events where a lot of the state teams, they'll come back together again, because that state championship we saw yesterday, it is the D crews. So do we often see that D teams just come together and compete?
Yes, they do re-come together, and they certainly do. They look. I think you don't want to waste the experience. You don't get. A lot of them will try to do it before the races, and will actually race in younger age groups just to get that race practice in. It just depends what they can fit into a program. But if you're in a crew and it's a feel-good crew, and this one certainly moved very well, you're going to do that again. But it was the St George Composite that's got out to a very, very fast start. Their first 100 metres has been, they've put a length over most of the field. The Melbourne Composite just inside them. I think they would be anticipating that they're only going to have to turn it up This is a heat again. Remember, this is a heat. So first three to the final. So they're probably not going to push it out too much. They know what they can do. They did a 3:35 yesterday, which is a very quick time. And so they know they've got the pace. They'll be just going out there to get it back together again, get that feel a bit, reliving a bit of yesterday, and we'll just cruise along, I would imagine. Sorry?
I was just going to say this Melbourne Composite crew, they finished silver medalist last year, so they are definitely looking to upgrade that silver to a gold. But this St George Composite crew, they look very impressive with the start there, and a lot of the competitors there, Rob, have had a lot of success over the last few days, haven't they?
Yeah, and three of them, Jacqueline Harris, Danielle Bourget and Andrea Coos were in New South Wales 8, and Katrina Davis was in the bow of the New South Wales quad. So yeah, absolutely, there's Katrina in the green and gold in the middle of that boat, the boat stroked by Danielle Bourget. We move over to the, and then we can see Tanya Nishibata in the stroke seat of that Melbourne Composite. Once again, a very, very successful row. But you can see there, they've brought both crews have brought their rating right down. They would typically rate, a couple of points higher than this down the course. So they've both decided that, they're just going to go for the row over. Look, I would imagine there's going to be a little bit of a competitive boost kick in here at some stage, just to stamp their immediate authority. The crew in third place now appears to be the ANA crew. That's Sophie Pilot, Sandra Clark, Samantha Johnson, and Alyssa Mansell. They look to have got a good advantage over the Shoalhaven ANU composite and the Dragons Noosa composite. So these two crews certainly, and it does look like at this stage we'll get the Western Australian crew in here. Travis, you'll be happy about that, going to the final. And we saw them yesterday, and a lot of good form coming out of that ANA, some nice rowing, and they're obviously getting some good coaching, and that's really good. They're up against composite crews. You generally go out and get the best you can to fill those crews, if you want to be at the top of it. And so for them to be in this position where they're actually out against racing these guys and holding their own is a great thing to see. And there we saw it then. So it does look like just they're squeezing out Leanne Martin there in the bow, just squeezing out a little bit more power as we thought they might. The rating's probably gone up a point or two. But both crews just pretty relaxed. The umpire just having a look around. He wanted to come out and have a look at the race as well. But generally they would come out after the last boat, but probably just wanted to get a closer look at these crews, fine crews coming down the course. But as we've got about 100 metres to go, we're in these perfect conditions. We're coming down to the line, and it will be the Melbourne Yarra Yarra Windaree Ballarat Composite who will come across the line in first. May have jumped the gun here. Here comes a sprint finish now. It's not quite, but certainly the St George Shoalhaven Leichhardt Glebe Composite coming across in second. It will be ANA in third. They've had a nice row. They're not pushing it too hard either, so they've got a lot in the tank. They'll be able to bring it home. That will be the Dragons Composite coming in fourth, followed by Shoalhaven Composite in fifth. So it will be Melbourne Composite, St George Composite and ANA going through to the final.
So the favourites safely through in heat number one.
Sorry, and I just sorry to interrupt there. Just an interesting point. So I was just looking at the times of that they rode yesterday was 3:34. I think they rode in the interstate. So that was a fairly cruisy run down that track.
A warm up is what our expert is saying, Rob Glendenning. He'll be looking forward to seeing the ladies back in the final, which will be at around about, it's event 236, which will be around about 9:30 or so this morning. So not a lot of recovery. Here is our first look at heat number 2. We've got the Perth Rowing Club crew just coming into the start line. You can see our boat handler is poised, ready to take hold and send them on their way. In that boat there, we've got Diane Stewart, Rayanne Yagma, Gillian Bester and Megan Well-Beloved, coached by Kathy Ride. And then the University of WA, Dimity Ball, Tanya Burgess, Fiona Micklejohn, Lynn Manalini, coached by Ava Myler, Gee, she would have slept well last night, Rob. Ava Myler, coach of the University WA.
Yeah.
Then Fremantle in lane 5. Fiona Bell, Caroline Foster, Paula Fevez, Sky Winterbank, and the Swan River crew, Lani Ayres, Sophie Davison, Jen Annis, and Simone Burge. So an all West Australian affair to contest Heat 2. These crews will all know each other pretty well. This would almost be a state final in this event. That's how they're lining up here.
Yeah, and I think we had that close-up on the boat holders there, just to explain what they do. The boat comes back into their held. They put their hands around the boat. They don't have a hard grip on that boat. It's just to stop the boat moving, and they can tell if it slips out or whatever. So they're basically holding it there. The important thing for there is that they let it go. Certainly they have done well on this occasion. Just a few strokes. I think a few in that Perth crew took off a little bit different time, so they've got it back together again now, and that hasn't seemed to upset them too much.
So the early leaders is the Fremantle Rowing Club, who have had a good regatta. The Fremantle Rowing Club, they had a couple of gold medals yesterday. Damon Hansen-Kanahoy in the Fremantle Rowing Club had 2 golds yesterday, and I saw him on my way out, and he almost wanted to be choppered out. That's how good he felt. He felt he didn't deserve to drive home. He just wanted to send the chopper in and take himself home after a good day of racing. I'm sure he would have slept with those medals under his pillow last night too. There's no doubt about it. It means a lot to these rowers. It's great being down there after the regatta, and there's a lot of hugs and kisses and a lot of celebrations. Even this morning, people coming up to each other and congratulating one another on their performances. At the end of the day, it's all for fun, but there is still that competitive edge down here, isn't there?
Oh, there definitely is. The competitive edge is the overriding thing, but it's great to see that, just rekindling, those friendships that you've met over the years at the racing, getting out here and having a good result. You can walk around for a couple of days on a good result, on the back of a good result, I think people. The rowers get these medals, and they actually do treasure them, and I think that's a very good thing. A lot of training goes into this. All these people out here, as we said, we've got the cream of the crop here this week, and they do a lot of training. This is not, there are other people, so they fit it as much as they can in with their work, and in fact, I would hesitate to say that most would agree that their rowing work gets in the way of their rowing, and they have to work out between that and the family balance. So, but this Fremantle crew is they've really cleared out, looking very good. 157 through the first 500, and it's 7 seconds over Swan and a little bit further back to Perth. Travis, I'm just not absolutely familiar with where they boat from. Where Fremantle rows out of here, or?
You're asking a very technical question. I will get back to you on that one, Rob.
Okay,
I think it is down. No, don't know. Yeah,
no, just not familiar with all the space. Obviously, the Swan River is a big location for the rowing clubs, but I do know that. There are a number of clubs here, and probably should have done a little bit more homework than that. We could probably almost read them. A few schools certainly rowing out of here, and I think PLC rows out of here perhaps, and a few other schools. But look at this Fremantle crew here now, once again in perfect conditions, just lapping up these conditions and hoping they can get their final in before anything changes, I would imagine. The wind is ever so slightly from the east.
So a quick look down there at East Fremantle. They have their boat shed,
Yep.
and so that's where they keep all of their equipment and facilities. And
yeah, so but not a big distance for them to travel to get out here, and certainly this crew looking well and truly a polished unit. We're looking across there now at that Perth crew. Just that few strokes at the start, it hasn't affected them now. They'll be easily in through to the final. It does look like the University of West Australia crew of Ball, Burgess, Micklejohn and Manalini just tailing out the back a little bit at the moment. But these women now in the Fremantle crew sitting tall, just taking it easy over the last 15 or so strokes, coming down to the line in these perfect conditions. They will go through to the final in first position. Let me we jumped a bit early there. First position, going across the line now. Perth still holding on, but it does look like the Swan River crew's just bounced it up a bit. It's probably going to be very close. A photo, we couldn't get on the thing, but it will be between Perth and Swan River. University of West Australia will be fourth. The time, a fair bit slower than the previous heat, about 9 seconds slower than the previous heat, but I think we can take little into that. They were cruising as they came down towards the line. Okay.
So Fremantle through, and Perth and Swan River will also go through to the final. There's the Fremantle crew, looking pretty relaxed and
pretty chill, I think we'd call that, wouldn't it? Yeah, a few smiles. They know they've had a good row and great warm-up row. Talking to their mates over in the Swan River boat, and they'll head back and get themselves a little bit rested and check the boat out and get ready for the next race. And the next race out on the track is race 220. It's the Women's Masters G pair. In lane 2, we have Perth Susan March and Kathy Ride. In lane 3, Drummoyne Endeavour Composite of Lindy Nisbet and Carolyn Vernon. In lane 4, Perth's Judith McComb and Elizabeth Aman. In lane 5, Bunbury's Jennifer Coote and Nola Chikaluv, coached by Chris Ireland. And in lane 6, Riverside Composites, Julianne Kelly and Jacqueline de Jong. And I must say, between Chris Ireland and I think it was one of the other coaches, I think they would take the ticket for the amount of most times appearing in the program. Certainly have done a lot. But these crews are all away and all off to a pretty good start by all accounts here. We've got the Riverway Composite we just got on this side, Julianne Kelly, now with her credit card safely back in her wallet, is in the court on this both with Jacqueline de Jong. It's Jacqueline de Jong in the stroke seat, Julianne Kelly in the bow seat. Jennifer Coote and Nola Chikaluv-Lev, we've seen come up a few times in a number of times in their racing. Just have a few steering problems, as are the Perth crew. The Perth crew just drifting onto the boys now, have just collected a buoy, and once again, they need to get back off there in a hurry, and they're doing that now. They've probably turned a little bit tight. Still some steering issues in that Bunbury crew. Suggest that Jacqueline de Jong will just have a little bit more power at the moment and just pulling around that way too. So they've just got to work these sort of idiosyncrasies out as they go down. The Drummoyne Composite also enjoying time in another lane and coming back onto the course now. So once again, we've been over and over this over the last few days. You've got these pairs particularly, they are very, very tricky sort of boats, and it doesn't take much to get them to turn on a dime. And so you just got to work out those pressures, even those pressures. One rower working off the other pressure, feeling that movement, so that you don't overpower a boat. If you go in early, if the bow goes in early, it'll kick the bow across. But they'll come out of the water early if they're rowing the same length. So then the stern comes back across when the stroke comes out. So you really want to have that timing perfect. You really want to get those pressures and the application of the pressures perfect. But coming through the 500 metre mark now, and it is that Riverway Sunshine Coast combination in first, the Perth combination through in second, Drummoyne Endeavour combination in third, Bunbury and Perth. But nothing in it, particularly those first 4 places. So it's not saying that Perth in the middle, I think we might have that round the wrong way, because it does look like Perth is just behind at the moment. Bunbury really struggling now with their steering, really struggling with it. They've gone from one side of the course to the other. Keeping it really clean over here is the other Perth crew of Susan March and Kathy Ride, and I'd say they're pushing up on the Riverway Composite now. They're only about a second down going through the 500 metre mark, and once again, these great drone shots that we had there, and we could see the Drummoyne Endeavour Composite taking another excursion into the other lane. So just a lesson they'll take away from if they get into the final was just get that steering right. I know that it's a borrowed boat, so they're probably not used to that, but what that has allowed to happen is the Bunbury crew to get back up into third place, and only 3 through to the final. That's what it can mean to you. You're drifting around your lane, that's what it means. They went through with a good 1.5-2 second advantage over Bunbury through the 500 metre mark. Within 250 metre mark, that's just all been absorbed, not by Bunbury coming back so much as the steering. So So we've got these two crews out in front. They are now probably put about a length or so on the other crews.
So the final few hundred metres in the row to the line. That battle for third is starting to heat up nicely. It looks like the Riverway Composite crew will get the job done here in lane 2, Perth. Just giving them something to think about. And that race in the middle is starting to really heat up. Bunbury and Drummoyne Composite, stroke for stroke. Bunbury there, second from the left of screen. Drummoyne Composite, second from the right. That's the battle for third to make it through to the final. Our leaders are clear and they book their place nicely as they come into the line and just start to take a look around and perhaps just enjoy their time out here on the water. There it is. You can see them switching off nicely. They come in to complete the course in 4:33. So Riverway are through, Perth are through, and then it is Bunbury who have managed to get on top of those steering issues to get into the final in third. The Drummoyne Composite crew just missing out as Perth crossed the line. Now, Rob, the good news is, Rob, we've got lots of listeners out there because I have been reliably informed from Damon Hansen-Kanahoy. He obviously has just popped his head up from the massage table down there in the Freo tent. And that is that the Freo is based in East Fremantle, next to the Swan Yacht Club, beautiful part of the Swan River. And it's the Iona School who row out of those rooms as well. So the good news is, Rob, that the listeners are part of the show and they're enjoying our commentary, I hear.
And thank you, Damien, for that fast feedback. Much appreciated, and hope the massage went well. By the way, Trav said Travis has offered to pay for any further massages on the strength of the enjoyment you've given us over this couple of days.
So we're into the second heat now of our G pair, and it's the Perth Rowing Club at the top of the course, right of screen in lane number 2, Celia Cornwell and Catherine Kennedy, coached by Vanessa Grant, and the Perth Composite of Ronnie Cooper and Adele Chapman. And then it's the Carrum team of Mary Hunter and Helen Kelly, coached by Drew Holman. And then on the left, in lane 5 from the Perth Rowing Club, Deb Barry and Carolyn Finelli. So it's the Carrum pairing of Hunter and Kelly who have moved to the front, and we've talked about them a lot, haven't we, Rob? This Carrum crew, under 30 members, but they've really all pretty much turned up at this regatta and have been performing quite well. Yeah, absolutely, and they seem to be very strong in the younger age groups, but also in this in these G crews. So they've got a few, they've got a good spread of competitors here at this regatta, and they'd be very happy at the moment being the only out of stater in this race and holding down a slight lead. The Perth crew of Cornwall and Kennedy, once again, and these names have popped up many times over the last couple of days. And they are faring well, and I would suggest that they've got the boat speed at the moment, so they're coming back at it. They probably just had a bit of a slow start. I'm not sure, they might not row in it too much, but they've got the feeling a bit better about their how the boat's moving now, and they do look to be pretty comfortable now. But it does look like it will be the Carrum crew still will get to the 500 metre mark. It's going to be very close. It's not going to make, so it was Carrum just going through with a 0.9 second advantage over the Perth crew, followed by the second Perth crew of Deb Barry and Carolyn Finelli, and some big problems back with the Perth Composite crew. And as I said, they've decided that their tent was where they're headed for at the moment. So I think they've had a problem here, and they're just getting off the course, which is a great thing to do rather than just hold the racing up for later racing. They're heading, looked like, for a sandbank over there. So I think I've seen the coffee line drop off.
Coffee line, got a bit shorter, so we thought we'd go there. But so I'd say they'll be needing some help out there from someone who's in Perth. They're obviously going to park the boat.
So an interesting thing here, Rob, is the Carrum crew, they won the bronze medal last year, and the Perth crew of Barry and Finelli, who we can see them in lane 5 left of screen. They were 4th, so they were just out of the medals last year. So they'll be those crews will know each other quite well. But for Mary Hunter and Helen Kelly from the Carrum crew, the bronze medalists last year. So they know each other quite well, and it's a good to see where they are in relation to each other in these heats.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're they're really, that Perth crew looking very, very relaxed there as we took the shots, the side-on shot.
And they finished 5th in that final too last year. So
it's
interesting, isn't it? 4th, third and fifth all here in
Yeah.
this heat.
But I'm just impressed that Perth combination over there. It does look very, the Cornwall Kennedy combination does look very, very relaxed in the boat, and I think they've got a lot more speed, as this Carrum crew as well. I think they're just bringing it home now. Perth are just cracking on for the last 100 metres. They've got into the red boys and thought, we'll go. Carrum responding. Probably they don't really need to, or the other Perth crew, but maybe just needing that hit out before the final. They'll go and have that rest and get organised and get back out there. And I'd say, going on what we're seeing now, I can see that all going to be in medal contention later on.
So these three will go through. They would have seen the drama unfolding behind them for that Perth composite crew, who unfortunately have pulled out in Cooper and Chapman. But this will be an interesting final later this morning, event 238 on the program, the final. And so these ladies will reset and be back to battle it out just like they did last year. And for our Carrum pairing of Hunter and Kelly, the bronze medal perhaps might just change colour this year. We'll wait and see how their morning unfolds as we just take a look at the Perth composite crew just having a few issues today.
Yeah, and look, Travis, we have a lot of moving parts in these boats, and particularly when you come to a regatta like this, there could be a few different crews using those boats, and people do things up, and all you've got to do is not tighten a slide up or a foot chock or whatever, and it can come loose, or pins come loose. There are a lot of things. There's a lot of maintenance that needs to go into these boats to keep them operational and race fit. The race 222 is on now. This is men's Masters G quad scull. We've seen some great racing in the G age group, as we've just witnessed in the previous two heats. It's heat one of the men's G quad. First two to the final. So only two going to the final. There are four heats. No, 3 heats. That's right, for a 6th place final. So we have Ulverston Composite, Ulverston, Mersey, Murray Bridge and Riverside, Mark Johnson, Graham Hunt, Simon Noel and Michael Wilson. In lane 3 we have Perth, Richard Burnell, Gary March, Bo Tang, Craig Huxtable, coached by Vanessa Grant. In lane 4, Curtin University's Tim Marshall, David McCauley, Daniel Reel and Greg Haig. In lane 5, Yarra Yarra's Andrew Gray, Colin Rawson, Stuart Critchell and Jack Chitsiakumis. And in lane 6, Manning River, Newcastle Composite, John McCallum, Mark Coachman, Peter Kemp and Glenn Herbert.
So we're underway here. So the Masters G category, it's been really impressive. Often we've seen 2-3 heats in this category across the regatta, and so it's going to be on for young and old right from the get-go here, because it is only the first two to make it through to the final, and so there won't be much left out on the course here this morning. And making the most of these good conditions is this Ulverston composite team. Johnston, Hunt, Now and Wilson just getting moving really quickly, and you can see how quickly that first 500 metres has gone. This is a nice row from the Ulverston composite team. And then the Curtin University, the all-Curtin team of Marshall, McCauley, Reel and Greg Haig, who we've seen a few times already in the single sculls as well, rode beautifully yesterday. So he's woken up feeling pretty good, and he's got his team into that second position. Currently third is the Yarra Yarra crew. So they're the team that's going to need to really work hard in this second 500, Rob, just to try and put a bit of pressure on Curtin.
Oh, absolutely, and what a tough gig this is. First two to the final. There's going to be quality crews that are just going to miss out on the sheer weight of the numbers that have entered the event, and these crews now really turning it on out the front. The Curtin University crew coming back up onto the Ulverston crew, which has meant that they've pulled away. So looks like what they're doing is racing the Ulverston crew, not concentrating on the Yarra Yarra crew who are following them. Yarra Yarra with a lot of work to do now. They've just lost probably another 3/4 of a length in the last 100 metres. So that's going to make the task ahead of them fairly big. And as they come down to the line, we've just got that look across at that Ulverston composite combination over there in lane 2. But the Curtin University now, they've said, well, why don't we give that first place a shot? And they've moved right up onto the to be equal with the Ulverston Composite as they come down with 100 metres to go. A bit of a race on between the Perth and Yarra crew, but both are a little bit too far back. I just think this is going to be, a mountain too high for them to get over on this one. But they're really putting it in now, that Yarra crew. Curtin University, just lifting it, coming into the line. It's going to be very, very tight with about 50 metres to go. Ulverston have now kicked again. Yeah, they said, no, nice try, but this is how it works. And Ulverston go across the line to take out first. It will be Curtin University in second, Perth in third, Yarra in third, and Perth in fourth. And just closing out the field.
And Rob, in these crews, who's the one calling the shots if there is a bit of change in stroke rate, if we need to just back it off a little bit? Who's calling the shots here?
Yeah, typically what they would do is it's going to be either the bow or two, typically, because more for the reason that their sound is going to be projected forward. So if the stroke will often yell something out in frustration. The job of the rest of the crew is to ignore that. No, look, bow and two normally, and it's just purely because the projection down the boat. And we don't want everybody in the boat looking around, so you try to minimise people looking around in the boat. But some people just do not like talking boats. So when I rode, I was one of those. I did plenty of talking training, but in racing, no, the mouth was closed.
Focusing on bringing the air in, Rob.
Yeah, but we go to 223, the second heat of that G. First through to the final. Melbourne University's Paul Ferguson, Ian Harbeck, Andrew Langford and Greg Longdon. In lane 3 we have the Newcastle Canning Bridge composite of Alan Barry, Ian Winfield, Timothy Bland and Anthony Stanley. In lane 4, A&A Glebe composite, Ian Hilton, Mark Tejan, John Walters and Adam Ramshaw. In lane 5, Horowhenua composite, Horowhenua, Aromaho, Wanganui, Clifton and Western Australia, Daryl Salisbury, Gus Bergen, Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan. And in lane 6, Hawthorns, Mark Oliver, John Stewart, Mark Campbell and Shane O'Connor-Smith.
So we're underway here, and it's a nice start by the Horowhenua crew composite. Daryl Salisbury in the WA Rowing Club colours on board here. The Ulverston composite team who rode so well there, 3 returning members from the silver medal winning team from last year rowing in that crew. So their time of 3:38 will be the time that these men will be just seeing where they are in comparison. But at the moment we've got a strong start from the Horowhenua composite crew, and then second it's the Hawthorn A&A composite crews battling it out. A&A in the middle of our screens there, and then above them is the Newcastle composite of Barry, Winfield, Bland and Stanley. They're just finding this pace pretty tough, and Melbourne University out there in lane number 2, top of screen, trying to just get that boat moving along a little bit quicker if they can. So as we look, and that's our leaders doing it nicely at the moment. They've got some nice timing there, Rob. They've got that body work just, there they are, look at that. It's a lovely shot there of first and second at the moment. Great work by Adrian down there on the banks of Champion Lakes. Our cameramen here have done a great job through the regatta, and Adrian here providing this lovely shot of the Daryl Salisbury boat. You can see his name on his boat. He's in the crew as well, so that's pretty impressive when you've got the boat named after you.
Well, that's something, isn't it? And certainly be a nice feeling tromping down the course in a boat named after you. And I can't imagine these guys have spent a lot of time training together unless they love that flight back and forwards to New Zealand. But certainly they are a well combined crew here. And there it is, the Daryl Salisbury. And we'll move around and see Daryl. And there we go. So
I think he said, if you want to row here, you've got to row in my boat, and I've got to be part of your team.
And we've got to be in first place. So tick, 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 I think, at the moment. But we have, that Horowhenua composite is now just probably backing it off a little bit, can afford to. The race going on between the A&A Glebe composite and Hawthorn here, but it's got to be, because there's only to the final. I was thinking 3 and they were safely home, but now the A&A crew realising their predicament and have really just wound it up. Hawthorn now reacting, and Hawthorn might have been a little bit late on the jump there and might not have picked that up quite early enough, and it does look like that may well cost them as the Horowhenua boat crosses the line, and it will be A&A, but only just getting over the top of Hawthorn. That was a close call, and I really think that caught them by surprise when the A&A crew went for that big sprint, and they'll be very disappointed. 0.79 missing out on getting through to the final. So now Melbourne University coming across the line in 4th, and it will be the Newcastle Composite closing out the field.
So there they are in the Daryl Salisbury boat. He's in the crew as well. And that was a lovely time by our men there to take out the second heat. So the first heat was won in 3:38 and this one a 2:58. So 40 seconds difference there between heat number 1 and heat number 2. So that just shows you.
I think there's 2:58. We're at the wrong venue. I think they should be at the World Cup. So maybe that was not quite that quick. So something's happened there.
Okay.
But yes, but nevertheless, they are a strong crew, and I would say, of what we've seen so far, they offer probably the biggest threat in the final. But we have got the third heat coming down at the moment. Once again, first two through to the final. We've got Drummoyne's Graham Wern, Richard Jones, Gary Foster, and Gabriel Haythornthwaite. In lane 3, Essendon's Tim Josefowitz, Mark Williams, Stuart Alsop, Bill Nugent. In lane 4, Manning Rivers, Graham Nix, Roy Halliday, Rhett Patterson and Nick Johnson. The Carrum Composite in lane 5, Carrum Powerhouse and Toowong, David Rafter, Robert Gunningham, Ross Mersell and Paris Golden. In lane 6, the Melbourne, Mercer, Clifton, Oromaho, Wanganui Composite of Murray Stewart, Kerry Dombrowski, Alan Cleaver and Craig Smith. Now, I do notice Richard Jones in that Drummoyne crew. Richard hurt his back only a couple of weeks ago. I was very surprised that he was out here, but he's flown out just for today's racing and boat loading. A great team spirit there. But we look down on the crews now, and there are these 3 crews that have really shot out from the rest of the field. And I'm thinking, I've just got the 5 there. So this is the Melbourne Composite that we're watching now. A little bit further across to that Manning River crew. That combinations of Patterson, Halliday, and Nix have been in a number of different boats, and I think they just swap their 4th member to get age groups. So
yeah, they have. They brought in Nick Johnston, and so they finished with the bronze medal last year. And so for Graham Nix, Halliday, Patterson and Johnston, they have the form from last year with that bronze medal. So this is shaping up to be a very interesting heat, because that Drummoyne crew have got a little bit of work to do. And then the Essendon Composite crew there, second from the right. And then Manning River, just probably with their noses in front at the moment. But this Melbourne Composite crew left of screen here, Rob, with Stewart, Dombrowski, Cleaver and Smith, looking like they're going to mount a little bit of a challenge out there in lane number 6.
Yeah, this is the unfortunate thing is we saw a crew miss out by 0.79 in that last heat, and all these crews are seriously fast crews, and it is just the luck of where you get in the draw, and the fact that we only got the 2 going through to the final. It's just making it so much more difficult. But the race certainly is on. It did look like that Manning River crew held the slightest advantage. And just while we're on that, Graham Nix out there in the stroke seat, his son Owen Nix, a big hi to him. He'll be sitting back there avidly watching this race unfold and willing his dad on. And as they come down with 100 metres to go, there is absolutely nothing in it. And we just looking from over the top there, you can see maybe Manning River holding a slight advantage. The crew on their outside, Essendon Composite, coming home very, very fast. And it looks like they may well have got the jump on that Melbourne Composite crew now, but may well have just left that response just a little bit too late. They've picked up the boat speed, but we're coming down to the line, and it is going to be very close. And in fact, they've just got back over the top of the Essendon Composite, who looked for all purposes to have got into that. But we've gone to a photo, so we won't call that. But a great row by that Manning River crew. They have stayed out of trouble there. They've sprinted at the right time, got home with a very quick time of 3:24.16. So the Drummoyne crew now crossing the line. coming across, they'll be in 4th place, and 5th will be the Carrum Composite. So just waiting for that result to become official.
Yeah, it was really tight, Rob. I think there was no doubt about our winners, the Manning River Rowing Club. And I think it might have been the Melbourne Composite Club in 2nd, and Essendon Composite might be the team that have just missed out here from what I saw at the finish there, but extremely close. Those results still just coming down the line. We'll update you with those as soon as they come. No, in fact, they've just come through, and it is Manning River confirmed victors, and the Melbourne Composite crew have got through to the final. The Essendon Mosman crew have just missed out by 0.14 of a second. So
that's cruel.
That is
cruel.
Tough. When you've woken up here this morning, you've seen these conditions, you would have thought a final was going to be there for that Essendon Composite, so they'll watch on a little bit later on today.
Yeah, it's a real shame. That's a quality crew there, and to miss out is, well, unfortunately there were faster crews in the race, but a tough gig. So we move on to the Women's B Single Scull Heat 1. First 3 to the final. In lane 2 we have Lower Clarence's Candice Jago. In lane 3, University of West Australia's Megan Bagworth, coached by, once again, Ava Myler. In lane 4, Mosman's Nikki Lepresti, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 5, Glebe Rowing Club's Belindy Rowe, coached by Rob Dallymore. And in lane 6, Essendon's Louise Barker. And we're just looking down on that at the moment. So the first 3 going through to the final here. So at the moment, we do see that it is the Lower Clarence Sculler, Candice Jago and Nikki Lepresti from Mosman who are out in front. So Nikki Lepresti rowing an age group down. I think we saw it in the C single yesterday. She's got a bit of strife, about 100 metres out from the finish, which ruined her chances of the win there. She was going so well before that. But certainly looking to make amends here, and has gone through with about a length's advantage over Candice Jago through the 500 metres, and it was the University of Western Australia's Megan Bagworth who will come through that 500 in 3rd, and it was, and then followed by Louise Barker and Belindy Rowe.
So Nikki Lepresti, silver medalist from last year, and Tong, who's not here this year at these championships, won the gold in this event last year. But for Nikki Lepresti, the silver medalist, and then we can see going nicely is Candice Jago. She was 7th in that final last year. Louise Barker from the Essendon crew, Essendon Rowing Club, she was 6th in the final. She's left of screen, and she's got a bit of a battle on her hands now to make it through to this final. She's got Megan Bagworth there in lane number 3 to contend with, as well as Belindy Rowe from Glebe, 2nd from the left. So at the moment, it's Megan Bagworth in that 3rd position, holding it down nicely, probably by about a half a boat length. But there's our leader on screen, Nikki Lepresti, coached by Guy Morgan from the Mosman Rowing Club. Just getting a nice early morning hit out, just getting a feel of the conditions, and is out in front. She's controlling this race now, isn't she, Rob?
Yeah, she's. And Nikki Lepresti moved, I think, last year from Leichhardt Rowing Club over to Mosman, and her training partner is indeed Olivia Tong. So not quite sure why Olivia's not here, maybe work commitments or whatever, but they certainly do a lot of rowing together in New South Wales, and certainly that training under Guy Morgan. So it's worked out very well for her. She's got a good lead now in this heat, and looks like we'll go through fairly well untroubled. Candice Jago over there in lane 2, still clear water over the chasing pack. It does look like at the moment it will be Megan Bagworth who will get through. Belindy Rowe just getting over the top of Louise Barker from Essendon, and coming down to the 9 now. Nikki Lepresti going across now in 1st place, and followed by Lower Clarence's Candice Jago. Just wait a little bit of a wait now, and as we see on screen now, it is Megan Bagworth coming down. She will take out that third place, and that 3rd place in the final, followed by Belindy Rowe and Louise Barker.
So these times look quite quick from the naked eye here, Rob. 3:43. I've just lost a bit of confidence after that last race where the timing I think might have been a little bit out, but that 3:43. The winning time was 4:12 last year.
Yeah, I think there's something going on, because once again that's a very quick time. can't say I've seen a time quite that fast in a C single, but I might just be my memory failing me. But anyway, we move straight on to race 226, the Women's Masters B Single Scull, Heat 2, progression first 3 to the final. That race, of course, 2:40 in about an hour and a bit's time. And so we have Mosman's Judy Ouz, lane 4, University of West Australia's Marianne Amato, coached again by Ava Myler. In lane 5, Murray Bridges, Kelly Lewis, and in lane 6, ANA's Elsa Lai. And it is, in fact, Murray Bridges. Oh, we've got to get 3 scullers here, have we? Yes, we're out.
I think we're missing our Mosman.
I think we. Yeah, that's Mosman. I think it's lane 6 we're missing ANA. So it's a shame. More's the shame. Only 2 of these. Well, I'm fairly certain that only 2 of these will go through, but these progressions can change. Sometimes I'll send all 3 through. But we're certainly well underway here, and it does look like Murray Bridges, Kelly Lewis here has taken an early lead in this race. Very close between the University of West Australia's Marianne Amato and Judith Ouz. And we'll get through the 500 metre mark and I'll get a better idea of where they're standing.
So it is the top 3 to go through, Rob, but you mentioned when there is sometimes just 3 in a heat,
sometimes
they won't
I'll
all
drop
progress.
the second one. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure.
So for Kelly Lewis, she finished 5th in the final last year, Kelly Lewis, so has good form and she looks to have improved this year. She's stopping the clock at a nice pace through the half. 2:05 is the time on the clock, so she's returned to the Australian Masters Championships in fine form, and she's just going to feel a little bit of pressure now from the inside lanes.
Yeah.
Marianne Amato has just kicked up her rating a little bit, as too has Judith from the Mosman Rowing Club. She's right of screen, so it's a nice little run to the line here for our 3 competitors.
I've got a feeling that Murray Bridges, Kelly Lewis, I thought she was doing it fairly easy there, but haven't they come back, Travis? They've really put on a big effort over that last 100 or so metres, and it's a real race now for places in this final.
So Kelly Lewis and Marianne Amato in the middle of our picture. Judith Ouz not going anywhere though. She's just saying, wait for me, ladies, I'm coming through. I've got a little bit more power to give. Lovely upright posture. You can see the looseness in the shoulders. I heard the commentary yesterday, Rob, and they were talking about the looseness in the shoulders in the closing stages. You don't want to tighten up through that upper body. You've just got to keep that coordination between the arms and the legs.
Yeah, and you really need to keep that that looseness and that relaxation through those. It's very hard when you're racing, and when you start gripping that oar a bit tighter, when you start tightening up, is when things start to go wrong. You start to lose your boat speed. You start to lose that flow that you had. So certainly this race has been good. Been able to give the University of West Australia's, or that tactic University of West Australia's, Marianne Amato, and she's actually jumped through to take the lead. And here comes Judith Ouz from Mosman, and it's going to be very, very tight. So as I said, we're not sure whether it's 2 or 3 going through to the final, but it is going to be very close. But it doesn't look like the Murray Bridges, Kelly Lewis now responding, and she will certainly get second. Marianne Amato across in first place. Judith Ouz from Mosman in third. So we'll wait and see the draw come out for that final and see who is what the progression is there. That time is more like we would expect to see.
Yes. So it looks like we've
had
got
a bit
to the
of
bottom of that. 4:22. The winning time last year, 4:26. Just to give everyone home a bit of perspective, that shows you the quality there of that row from Amato. That's a nice row.
It's a nice row.
So the favourites have all gone through. There's Marianne Amato giving us the wave and just saying everything's okay. Everything's okay down here. I've got another couple of gears to give. We're here today, Rob Glendenning, on our final day of action. Rob Glendenning, Travis Jenkins in the chair, taking you through this morning's action. We're here thanks to Kennards Hire, Zika Perth, the City of Armidale, the Perth Care Partners, Bont Rowing. Gee, I had that Bont Rowing beanie on this morning. Thank you very much to the Bont Rowing team for the beanie. They are a fantastic organisation and a proud supporter of the Australian Masters Championships. Gage Roads and McHenry Honan, our wine sponsor. We've got a little bit of a break in proceedings here from Champion Lakes. It's a glorious morning. We're underway on the final day. It's great to have your company wherever you may be watching. It's a beautiful scene here in Champion Lakes. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We have more racing to come after this quick commercial break.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
Looks good, eh?
Hello.
What was that, Lon?
Hello.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Ken Oath feeling.
We are on Whadjuk Noongar country. Armidale is an outer metro, so there was a lot of transient foot traffic historically. A lot of our people and our ancestors walked through this space. The city has always supported the Champion Centre and the Aboriginal Development Team. Any sort of cultural thing that we can do, whether it is circus, whether it is theatre, language, dance, we'll try and push that for these kids to make sure that they have access to their knowledge base. I think it's quite exciting to watch people stand there and look at all the art and then want to ask questions.
Everywhere you look, you see art or something beautiful. We're forgetting that we have all this here in Armidale. It makes people calm and happy. Lots of artists now open their studio like I do. People come to my studio all the time. All us artists have met. The Open Studio Trail is amazing. It's a bit of a forgotten area.
It's an interpretation of our community, our culture, and who we are as a people, as in City of Armidale residents.
Hey boss, Kenneth sorted. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Kenneth feeling.
Coming out to the hills of Armidale, it lets you experience nature and lets you experience that harmony in a different way. Being surrounded by the really old eucalypts, the jarrah, the marri, really vivid leaves and the chirping of the birds, it's very serene, very tranquil.
Armidale's beautiful hills are the perfect place to escape the loudness of the city. The hills are the perfect place to find some peace and quiet on the weekend, and it's a great place to find some nice local produce. Naked Apple is predominantly an outdoor venue. It's a beautiful area to sit out in nature. We also have a lot of natural places around as well. So we've got Stinton Cascades, Rowley Pools in the immediate area. Araluen Botanic Park just down the road. Coming into spring, everything is super green, lots of flowers. We've also got a lot of hiking areas out towards Mount Dale.
The nature of Armidale Hills offer a place of tranquility which really makes it special to reconnect with yourself. To escape the hustle and bustle of the city, the Armidale Hills is a beautiful place to relax.
It used to be a choice. Design or luxury, technology or space, performance or price. It used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
I love exploring and getting off the beaten track, especially in Armidale. There's so many hidden gems and great trails to discover. You've got hiking, mountain biking, trail running. You can go to Champion Lakes and explore some beautiful waterways there and do some rowing or kayaking. It is really a great place to go to explore the outdoors. It's only half an hour from the city and you've got a world of adventures right at your feet. I love discovering the hidden gems in Bungendore Park and Wollongong Regional Park. They have to be two of my favourite places in the whole of the Darling Range. One of my favourite family-friendly places in Armidale is Wollongong Dam. There are loads of picnic areas and fantastic views, and it's really great for people of all ages. The City of Armidale have done a fantastic job in building a trail network which is inclusive for families and animals, with lots of dog-friendly trails available in the area. The great thing is they've put a lot of thought and effort into the environmental impact, with lots of dieback cleaning stations throughout the whole regional network. There are so many awesome things to do in the outdoors right here in the City of Armidale.
Looking good, eh?
Oh, Keno, what do you think, Nonna?
Giuramento de che.
Hey boss, Kenneth sorted it.
All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Kenoth feeling.
Kenneth.
Kennards make your job easy.
I'll be doing this in 30 years, Mum. I'll be reminding you of this conversation. You're modelling how you want to. She's actually going to Julia. Yeah, she's doing
And welcome back after that short break. We've just had got to cut the next race coming into the blocks now. You can see on the live screen for those of you at home or in front of the big screen down on the course. It is the men's Masters E-double scull. So at the moment, looking like we're going to be right on time for the racing over the next little bits, and still just keeping that watchful eye out of the clouds. It's just quite a spectacular cloud formation right over the top of the course at the moment. So it's very unusual as we look around. But see a bit of cloud off to the east, to the west, sorry. The rain is due to come in later, and down to the south, certainly some heavier groups of cloud flowing through. So just keeping our fingers crossed that that will hold off for as long as possible and have the least effect on rowing today. In this race, we have the progression, men's E-double scull, Heat 1. First 3 through to the final, the rest eliminated. That final is at 2:46. In lane 1, we have Shoalhaven's Harry Davis and Chris Turner, coached by Andrew Parry. In lane 2, University of Western Australia's Thomas Warner and Ben Rosser. In lane 3, North Esk's Robert Wrigley and Patrick Bird, coached by Trevor Barrett. Lane 4, we have the St George Leichhardt composite of Terry Bridges and Alan Robertson. In lane 5, Manning Rivers Paul Hawke and Glenn Herbert. In lane 6, the Brisbane Grammarians Toowong composite of David Bellamy and Scott Austin. And in lane 7, Riverside's Brian Dawson and Anthony Lee. So just getting the last of the crews into the blocks, and we've got a great view there, and the little train of scullers ready to come out for that next heat. So good to see all the scullers are there, so we should get all these races off in time this afternoon, or this morning, sorry. But lined up, still sitting fairly relaxed up there. We're not quite at the start time yet. They'll probably try to wait for the official start time before we get this race underway. So some good combination, just based on what we've seen over the first 3 days of racing here, that some good combinations in this race. So I expect it to be very close. 7 boats coming down the heat, 4 to miss out. So it certainly is a tough ask in this race. A few of the crews just drifting around a bit, so might be just getting the slightest of breeze up in the start. We're certainly not seeing that at this end of the course, so conditions still very good for the racing this morning. So once again, they're off in this race 2:27, and all crews look to have got away very evenly and are well into their stride in this race. Certainly the rating is up, getting that big drive off. We've seen that so much over the last couple of days, that crews getting off, trying to get out in front, get the look on the rest of the crews, particularly when there's only 3 of you going through the final. You want to know that you're in a position where you can account for the crews that are behind you and know exactly where you are. I don't know how many times we've heard we get to the end of a race and looked around and they said, oh, I counted wrong, there was somebody else in front of it, miss out on the final. So these crews have got that tactic in place. It does look like the crews over on the western side of the eastern side of the course, though, have put that into play very much so in this race. And it's the Shoalhaven, University of WA, North Esk and St George composite crews that have got out to flyers. Over on this side, the Riverside combination of Glawson and Lee, though, they certainly look to be holding their own as well. At the moment, we've got that very good drone shot across the course there, and we can see that it is the St George Leichhardt combination of Bridges and Robertson who have moved out to quite a handy lead. It looks like it could be followed by the North Esk crew beside them, and over on this side the Riverside crew. So as we come up towards the 500 metre mark, we'll just get a better picture of these margins. We can see Alan Robertson there in the straight suit of that boat, and we've seen Alan in some very, very quick finishes over the last couple of days, which has got him from a lower position and got him through to win a couple of races. We saw it in a quad yesterday and the double the day before. So they've gone through with about a 2.5 second lead over North Esk. It is Riverside in third, 0.3 of a second back to University of Western Australia, 1 second back to Shoalhaven, 1 second back to Manning River. So still very, very close. 3 going through to the final. The race at the moment is on between the 4 crews to the right of your screen, or on the western side of the course, and the crew from Riverside in lane 7. So just coming into, there'll be about 400 metres to go, and still holding down a fairly comfortable lead, I would say, is the Bridges Robertson combination, St George and Leichhardt. We're looking down in there. Terry Bridges there in the bow seat, certainly looking very, very comfortable in their work as they move into the 250 metres to go. North Esk still riding on their tails at the moment, but we can see a big move coming from the University of Western Australia, and they need to. They need to go now, as do Riverside. So it does look like the University of Western Australia crew has now drawn up level with the Riverside combination of Dawson and Lee. So they are going to really need to sprint to the line now, and we can see the change in rhythm in the Riverside boat. Up goes the rating. They are looking to sprint now. The University of WA, though, they have got a great turn of speed over there in lane 2, and they are bringing it home very, very quickly. It's going to be very, very close between Riverside and University of WA for this place in the final. St George's, Bridges and Robertson, though, they're got about a length over the North Esk crew. And here come Riverside. They're coming back at it now. So it's going to be extremely close. And across the line will go the St George combination. It will be followed by University of Western Australia, very close to Tell. And it will be Riverside just getting in front of University of Western Australia. So a great row. They were right up there, Riverside, let it slip a bit, but came home strong. And they will go in the final. It will be St George, Leichhardt, North Esk and Riverside going through to the final. The unofficial time, 3:38 for that heat. So a fairly quick time for an E double scull. So we now move to race 228, the men's E double scull, and they're underway. So I'll give you a quick roll call. It is in lane 1, Barwon Composite, Footscray City, Jeff Walker and Christopher Bishop. In lane 2, Manning Rivers, Rhett Patterson and Nick Johnson. In lane 3, St George, Glenn Shooter and Cromwell Olivia, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 4, Western Australian Rowing Clubs, Steve Parks and Daryl Salisbury. In lane 5, Dragon Murwillumbah Composite, David Hughes and Patrick Mulroney, coached by Kathy Phillips. In lane 6, Shoalhaven's Mark Thirlwell and Mark Whitaker, coached by Andrew Parry. And in lane 7, it's the Yarra Yarra Melbourne Composite of Greg O'Nions and Justin Negri. And we just saw a couple of these combinations here have already been out. Recognising Parks, Salisbury, Patterson Johnson, racing earlier in the quad scull. This Yarra Yarra Melbourne Composite, as we'd expect, O'Nions and Negri out to a very, very fast start. Very even across the field there for the minor placings at the moment. It's going to be a very, very tightly contested contest, this one. And say moving down about 400 metres gone now. And they've really tried to clear out this combination. Greg O'Nions in the stroke seat and Justin Negri in the bow seat there, and we've got a great shot once again from the drone as we move down to the 500 metre mark. And you can see from that drone shot they've cleared out, but look at the line behind them. It's very, very tight. Remember, only the 3 of these crews will go through to the final. These guys now look like they've done the hard work here, and they've just backed it off just a touch. So the just coming through the 500 metre, the Yarra Yarra crew holding down a good lead, and they look like they're going to row fairly comfortably through in this race. The race really on though, and we're looking back now, and it is that Shoalhaven combination of Thirlwell and Whitaker. They are in a ding-dong battle against the Western Australia Rowing Club combination, and further over to the Manning River. It's very, 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 very tight for that third position, and but not Not looking overly stressed here. I wouldn't think this combination coming through of Anayans and Negri. So as we come down to about 200 metres to go, we can see still on great, beautiful rowing conditions. The bow man in the Shoalhaven crew just taking a look across, making sure how they're sitting. And they're going to have to do a bit of work because over on the other side, the Patterson-Johnson combination from Manning River coming home very fast. In the middle of the Western Australia, Steve Parks and Daryl Salisbury also in it. It's going to be very tight. Only 3 going through to the final. Certainly Yarra Composite are there. They've just picked it up before the line here. They will come down to take out that lead. But look at the race on for second and third place, and it's nothing in at the moment. Manning River, Western Australian Rowing Club and Shoalhaven. And coming down to the line, it's going to be extremely close. It's stroke for stroke, but it will be Manning River. Oh, it's a photo, I'd say. I'm going to call it. I thought it might have been Manning River, West Australia. Yeah, here it is. We've got Yarra, West Australia Rowing Club, Shoalhaven, Manning River was the one just missing out. Yeah, we've got something happening there. Just lost all that. Can you change this one? No, you can't.
And we're underway in our next event, race 229. The double sculls for the women's F category, and we'll go through the lineup for you. Out there in lane number 2, it's the Melbourne University composite crew of Phillips and Penny Robertson, who have started really well too. They've got a boat length lead already in this early stages. Melbourne composite rowing in 3, Julia Wood and Lisa Gandolfo. Canning Bridge, Linda Pepal and Melissa Harpley. 5, Riverway composite, Louise Street, Jacqueline De Jong. In 6, it's Donna Fortescue and Brenda Bartholomew, coached by Chris Iredale. And in 7, it's a Bunbury composite, Rosalind Snow and Laurel Clump. Chris Iredale also the coach. So this is the first of 3 big heats in the women's F category. So it will just be the first 2 across the line into the final. So it will be a race to the finish at the moment. It's Melbourne University Phillips and Rattray Robertson lead the way, and then boat number 5 is the Riverway composite crew, Louise Street and Jacqueline De Jong. They've just settled into there, rowing nicely into second, and then it's the Bunbury Rowing Club's Fortescue and Bartholomew. They're in the red boat, which is just in lane number 6, second from our left there. So they are the team that are going to just have to push forward a little bit more if they want to press into this final. Coming through to in lane number 3, second from the right, is the Melbourne composite crew of Julia Wood and Lisa Gandolfo. So sensing the moment, it's the Riverway composite of Street and Jacqueline De Jong, just wanting to make sure they don't get into any mischief in the back half of this race. They want to make sure they can just stay ahead of the rest of these crews as we now see the Melbourne University composite crew of Phillips and Rattray Robinson in lane number 2, right of screen. They're just wanting to push forward as well. They're putting a bit of separation on the rest of the field now, aren't they, Rob?
Yeah, absolutely. And we just had a shot across at that Melbourne University Melbourne composite, and they looked very, very comfortable. They looked very, very comfortable. They looked like they had a lot in reserve here. We're now looking at De Jong and Street here, Street in the bow seat, De Jong in the stroke seat, and they're just had a look across at the Melbourne Uni crew as they're coming down to that 200 metres to go, closing on the 100 metres to go, just to make sure of their position. The crew that looks like can mount some sort of challenge is the Melbourne composite crew, but I think they're going to be too far out of it. I think they're going to run out of course. Both these crews out in front, very, very confident, very, very qualified crews, and they are look like that they will come home to take the first 2 positions in this final. And I just got to say again, Travis, we look at the quality of the crews that are missing out on the finals is just gives you a great picture of the competitiveness of these fields. And just the sheer numbers meant that we're cut down to just getting the first 2 from these heats will go through to the finals.
So it's the Riverway composite crew there. That is the welcome sight of the white boys. They hear the hooter. They're into the final. Nice rowing. The Melbourne composite crew of Phillips and Rattray Robinson are also into the final. The crew of Wood and Gandolfo, they just miss out, unfortunately. Only first 2 going through, but for Louise Street and Jacqueline De Jong. Jacqueline De Jong won this event last year. She's changed her partner, Clancy, out, and Louise Street has come in to join Jacqueline De Jong in this boat for contesting this big final. And so Jacqueline De Jong, she's done the first part of the job and has made her way into the final. So we're just about poised now for the second heat of 3. So only the first 2 to go through. Let's go through the lanes for you. In lane number 2 from Fremantle, Michaela Main, Alexandra Thornton. From Perth Rowing Club, Meg Pike and Edwina Forster. Then it's the Dragons Rowing Club, Christine Gray, Martina Proctor, coached by Kathy Phillips. Then the University of WA, Evelyn Bowen, Liz Warren, coached by Ava Myler. Then St George in lane 6, Christine McCready and Joanne Ward, coached by Bruce Williams. And then the A&A crew of Michelle Blake and Mary Cameron. They're in the A&A colours there, bottom of screen. Fastest away, though, is the Fremantle crew. Michaela Main and Alexandra Thornton have absolutely blasted out of the blocks. They mean go. They really want to make sure of it in this first 500. They've opened up almost a boat length already. It's a terrific start. McCready and Ward in the St George Rowing Club colours in a second place, and then third. Pretty tight. It's a bit of a bun fight there for that third position at the moment. We've got the...
Well, just while we say that, we've had a bit of a shipwreck in that Fremantle crew. They've got tangled up in the boys and they've just come to a screeching halt, but they're away again now. Sorry to interrupt there.
No, well spotted. Our expert, Rob Glendenning, he was all over it. And as you can see there, Michaela Main and Alexandra Thornton are still on the boys there. The umpire, he might just have to put the 20 horsepower to use there just to keep an eye on them, because Michaela Main and Alexandra Thornton, our early leaders, are now just having to get things back on track. There he is. The umpire's just coming across now, Rob. He's just saying, I know lane 3 looks fast, but just stick to lane 2.
That's exactly their point. And they were in the fast lane. I was wondering why they were going out. But no, certainly they've recovered well. That was a catastrophic there at one stage. That they were able to recover that and pull back into the lead over a relatively short period of time. So they've got energy to burn there. A bit of adrenaline injection didn't hurt as well. And certainly St George just keeping a nice steady rhythm there. They're just keeping the eye on the rest of the field. I think if it was me, I'd be going on a bit of push, trying to get a bit more separation over this University of Western Australia crew on the inside. So coming into that 500 metre mark, and it was very close. Fremantle going through in 2:05, St George in 1 second behind, University of Western Australia 2 seconds behind that, followed by Perth, A&A and Fremantle.
So it'll be interesting in the back half here, Rob, just to see if that little correction has burnt through a bit of energy, and it will be interesting to see if they suffer a bit in the back half of the race. At the moment, they're holding well, the Fremantle Rowing Club crew, Michaela Main, Alexandra Thornton. They've got a nice position now in their lane. They lead the way. Still in second is McCready and Ward, the University of WA crew of Bowen and Warren. They're in third now and are going to need just to press forward a little more if they can make it through the final. It's the top two going through in this hotly contested F category. And our leaders, there they are on screen. Main and Thornton just in control again now. They have settled themselves, just having a little look around just to get a feel of things. It's that UWA crew. Third from the left of screen, which are the Danger. They're going to need to just find a little bit now in this run to the line, Rob. But it's been a nice row so far from the Fremantle crew.
Yeah, absolutely, and what a recovery! You know, they were stopped in the water, and they've had a great recovery. And you're right. I wonder how long that adrenaline rush lasts for, but it's certainly. I think they had boat speed anyway. So as soon as they can get it back, as long as they didn't lose too much, probably lost a couple of seconds, were able to recover really well from that. I still don't like the way they're skirting the lane ropes. I think a lesson learned, but they have recovered well enough and continued on with this race, and they are holding a good lead. But here come University of Western Australia moving up onto the St George crew, just prompting a big reaction now from the St George crew, have really jumped up the rating, stepped up the rating with about 10 strokes to go. They're just going to hold out the University of Western Australia, I think, at this stage. The Fremantle crew, a good row, good recovery. They will go through in first place. It will be St George in second. University of Western Australia will be very disappointed. They've had a great row just to miss out on this final. And followed by, it'll be Dragons, then followed by ANA. And then Perth will come across to close out the field. Now that time, sorry.
I was going to say, yeah, that's a time equal to the previous heat, 4:15. Both of the heats have been officially won in. It's a good scalp for the Fremantle crew there. McCready and Ward, the bronze medalists from last year. So it's a big scalp in the heats there for Michaela Main and Alexandra Thornton. I'm sure they'll get back to the Fremantle Rowing Club tent and just watch that vision over again. I think, Rob, they'll probably just pull up the live stream and have a look at the corrections they'll need to make for the final just to keep things in the middle of their lane.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to go back and look at your race and just see where you might have what might have happened there. There's another one we're seeing now from the Corio Canning Bridge, just catching a bit of dirty water there. Back underway again now, but the roll call for this one is North Shore Cromwell Composite, Maud O'Connell and Louise McCoach. In lane 3, University Endeavour Composite of Katrina Whiteley and Alicia Sagar. In lane 4, ANU's Elaine Bicyker and Sue Donahue, coached by Sue Donahue. In lane 5, Bunbury's Kimberly Robbins and Carmel Lloyd, coached by Chris Iredale. And in lane 6, Canning Bridges, Jacinta Russin and Indra Sivakalundu. And they were the crew just having a little bit of a moment off the start there, but seem now to have recovered. It does look like this North Shore Composite of O'Connell and McCoach have got out to the best start. Very close between the remainder of the crews, and they certainly have put I guess probably a length easily on the trailing pack at the moment.
So the first two heats have been won in 4:15 and 4:14 respectively, so it's really close in this Masters F category. But our early leaders, Maud O'Connell and Louise McCoach, had a big regatta, had plenty of racing, so they've got a good feel of Champion Lakes and lead the way. They've opened up almost a couple of boat lengths through this first couple of 100 metres. Second's really tight. We've got a battle between Katrina Whiteley and Sagar there in lane number 3. ANU's Bissiker and Donahue in lane number 4. And then also out wide, Canning Bridge, don't discount them, with Russin and Sivaklondu in the seat, having a nice row. So that battle for second will heat up through the back end. But our leaders out in front, trying to make a bit of a statement here in heat number 3. We'll watch them closely. Rob Glendenning, he'll be able to tell exactly when they switch off. If they do, as we approach the halfway, they're up by 8 seconds.
Yeah, this is a very confident row by these two. I'm just more watching now at the moment, it's University Composite and the ANU and the crew out on the outside. I'd say that University and Composite and ANU are racing each other. They're not watching what's happening over on the other side there. I think they're in for a big surprise. If this Canning Bridge outfit can actually just get back on level terms with them, they're going to be in a great chance of making this final. Once again, only first two going through, so there's a race of three now, and we're looking there at the that combination of Whiteley and Sagar, the Whiteley in the bow there and Sagar in the stroke seat from Newcastle Uni. They've just slipped a little bit now. We can see the move coming on from the ANU's Bicycle and Donahue to try to get some advantage over the Newcastle Composite and, of course, the Canning Bridge over here. But the North Shore Cromwell Composite have cleared out. They have just cleared out. And they're just into a nice rhythm there. I don't think they've backed off too much. They've just found a really nice rhythm and a nice combination, and may have even been surprising themselves they've got this far in front, because we've seen how close the first two heats were. So they're certainly making the most of this opportunity to get out there. I dare say they haven't rowed a lot together. Once again, New Zealand and Sydney rowers. So they're just probably using this as a great opportunity to just get some combination. The fact that they're out in front by so much is probably surprising them as well. So that's a great row by them as they come into the last 100 metres and move towards the line. The Canning Bridge combination over on this side in lane 6 still making great inroads, and there's going to be a real sprint between them and the ANU combination in lane 4 coming down for this second place into the final. You can see the ANU really struggling there at the moment, and they're still holding down the slightest of lead. So whether this crew can on the outside from Canning Bridge can bridge that gap is going to wait to be seen. They've only got about 50 metres to go now, and I think they're just off it at the moment. They're just behind, but coming home very, very fast. It's going to be very, very close on the line, but I think ANU has done enough. ANU will hold on and get that second place and into the final. And I guess the Canning Bridge will be going, what could have been? They caught that crab off the start, stopped for a bit, probably lost 2 or 3 seconds. And that's the unfortunate payback at the end of the race.
So well done. 4:29, so a little bit slower than the previous heats there for our crew of O'Connell and McCoach. So they will return in about an hour's time for the final. A nice row by them. They look pretty happy with themselves as the debrief begins and the preparation for the final. So ANU have gone through. Sue Donahue, we saw her yesterday. She's an absolute warrior in the boat for the ANU Rowing Club. And well done to Maud O'Connell and Louise McCoach as they wander around underneath the bridge to prepare as we reset ourselves after a fast and frantic early session. Good crowd building in here for day 4 of action. We walked into the Regatta Centre here in Champion Lakes in the city of Armidale to perfect conditions. The sun was rising. It was an absolute glass off, and we've so far been treated to no rain. There is a few showers expected a bit later this afternoon, but at the moment it's all very enjoyable. The coffee line is nice and long. The crowd are just formulating their plans. We've got a little bit of a break in proceedings now until 10 to 10 Western Standard Time. So we have a little bit of a break. We'll run through a few commercials and then Rob and I, we might wander downstairs and see if we can talk to a couple of people for you at home to enjoy. But you're watching the Australian Masters Rowing Regatta Championships 2026 live from Champion Lakes. We'll be back with more action after the break.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
Looks good, eh?
Ken-O.
What was that, Love?
Ken-O.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
We are on Whadjuk Noongar country. Armidale is an outer metro, so there was a lot of transient foot traffic historically. A lot of our people and our ancestors walked through this space. The city has always supported the Champion Centre and the Aboriginal Development Team. Any sort of cultural thing that we can do, whether it is circus, whether it is theatre, language, dance, we'll try and push that for these kids to make sure that they have access to their knowledge base. I think it's quite exciting to watch people stand there and look at all the art and then want to ask questions.
Everywhere you look, you see art or something beautiful. We're forgetting that we have all this here in Armidale. It makes people calm and happy. Lots of artists now open their studio like I do. People come to my studio all the time. All us artists have met. The Open Studio Trail is amazing. It's a bit of a forgotten area.
It's an interpretation of our community, our culture, and who we are as a people, as in City of Armidale residents.
Hey boss, Ken Oath sorted. All good?
Ken Oath. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Coming out to the hills of Armidale, it lets you experience nature and lets you experience that harmony in a different way. Being surrounded by the really old eucalypts, the jarrah, the marri, really vivid leaves and the chirping of the birds, it's very serene, very tranquil.
Armidale's beautiful hills are the perfect place to escape the loudness of the city. The hills are the perfect place to find some peace and quiet on the weekend, and it's a great place to find some nice local produce. Naked Apple is predominantly an outdoor venue. It's a beautiful area to sit out in nature. We also have a lot of natural places around as well. So we've got Stinton Cascades, Rolly Pools in the immediate area. Araluen Botanic Park just down the road. Coming into spring, everything is super green, lots of flowers. We've also got a lot of hiking areas out towards Mount Dale.
The nature of Armidale Hills offer a place of tranquility, which really makes it special to reconnect with yourself.
Test.
To escape the hustle and bustle of the city, the Armidale Hills is a beautiful place to relax.
I'm just going to ask you firstly, how's the response to, I think I'll ask first just how you're enjoying your time in Perth so far. Is that okay? And then Rob will come in and ask you a few more questions about the products and a bit more technical.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Count us in, Richard. Count us in.
I'll count Rabbit.
And welcome back to Champion Lakes here in Western Australia, where we're down lakeside in the area where a lot of our sponsors are gathering. And one of those big sponsors of these championships is Bont Rowing. And I'm very pleased to say we've got Kathleen Hextall here from Bont Rowing. Welcome to Perth. How have you found your experience here at Champion Lakes so far?
It's been fantastic. If we could keep the storm away till about 5 o'clock this afternoon, that would be perfect.
Now, Rob Glendenning's also down here with me. In terms of your product, Rob's been talking a lot, and it really is world-class product that you're producing. How did it begin for you? Where did the journey for Bont Rowing start?
Well, Bont Rowing is actually a subsidiary of Bont Cycling, so we've taken a lot of the technology from cycling and taken it into rowing.
And in terms of your involvement, you are leading the face. You're the face of Bont Rowing across Australia, and Rob's telling me also the world. You've actually got a very busy job. And how is the growth of Bont Rowing going?
Yeah, thanks for asking that, because we are an Australian company. We're Australian-based, but we do have an international presence. So we support both the Australian team, the Canadian women's team. So we've got a presence everywhere, which is really nice, and we're growing.
Now, Rob, I'm sure you've got a couple of questions for the boss of Bont, so I know you want another couple of free beanies.
Yeah, no, I just with the my plait of hair, I really do need the beanies. But Kathleen, I see you've got this sustainability, Shoesafe sustainability promotion going. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, it was an idea where a lot of people go to Rebel Sport, Asics, and recycle their old running shoes and their old footballs and soccer balls. And we thought about, like, why not rowing shoes? Because quite often, if you're in a boat shed, there's always a pair of rowing shoes at the bottom. A lot of people recycle their shoes with the rubbish bin, or we see them floating in the water. So we signed up with a company called Tread Lightly. Tread Lightly is part of the Australian Sporting Goods Association. So we're a member of that organisation. So anyone who recycles their shoes, whether it's 1 pair, 20 pairs, doesn't matter what they look like, we'll give you 20% off.
Yeah, and it's a great initiative. And of course, Kathleen is also a very competent rower, and you've had a little bit of success over the last couple of days. But more importantly, it's good to see that you're out there actually proving the product. And I know that you put a lot of development into this product.
Yeah, when you go out and race and you have to put your heels up and you have to sort of like put tissues or socks or, you know, your towel into the heels of the shoes to be able to lift it up, to be able to get the steering, it really gets hard. And you think about the extra performance if you actually had the right fitting shoes. And the technology there exists now that you can actually take your shoes with you, click them into your boat, click them out of your boat, and you get that performance gain.
Yeah, no, I can vouch also they're very much a quality shoe. So you've only got a couple of hours left, a big pack up this afternoon, and before you head back to the east and wrap up a great regatta.
Yeah, am I supposed to say something about my coach as well?
No, enough said.
Kathleen, in terms of product, what is your most popular product that Bont Rowing provides to the rowing community?
It's definitely the BR2. The BR2 is our dual strap, and it's the stability, and people are comfortable with Velcro. People are slowly getting into the BOA dial, so you dial in, dial out, and it gives you that micro adjustment and that really snug fit. But people are a little bit concerned still about capsizing, so when they get through that, they'll get into it a lot more, but definitely that. But what I would really love people to do is consider insoles, because our insoles are designed by Cobra 9, who's an Australian company, and they do a lot of cycling insoles, and they really do help you.
That's fantastic information. Thank you so much for being here and part of our coverage today. Good luck for the rest of the day, and we hope to see plenty more of you in the future.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
That's Kathleen. She's in charge of Bont. It's been a very successful campaign for her personally as well in the boat. She's got her fellow Drummoyne coach with her alongside too. They're a little partner in crime, these two down here. Don't worry about that. Now, as I walk around down here, we're just going to have a little wander at some of the inner workings down here on display. We can see here, I might just ask this gentleman here, how are you going? You're on the live stream across the world. Just wondering, what happens under here?
So Concept 2 are offering a regatta service. So we're just taking care of a couple of groups here and just making sure the oars are, as expected, trimmed, ready to go, and making sure they're in the fast boats.
What's been the biggest problem you've encountered across the last few days?
Things start to wear and tear, so especially around the grips, if they've really cranked it, the plastic needs replacing. Nothing too dramatic. People, they're good oars, obviously, and people take good care of them. The best is when we sort of see sets here that are nearly 25 years old now, and they're still punching away, so great to see.
Thanks for your service. Enjoy the rest of the day.
All right, thank you very much.
So there we have it. There's some of the inner workings. I also just want to take everyone at home across to the boatyard. Now, if I was to explain some of these boats to you at home, I would say, well, here's a lovely boat, and that's about all I'd be able to add. And that's why I've got Rob Glendenning here. And this actually might be a good little piece here to have a look at, Rob. Just take us through the setup here, Rob, and what you can see for all of our viewers at home, what's happening with the setup on this boat.
Yeah, obviously this is Fremantle Rowing Club. This is a Falcon boat. Falcon, I think, are locally based. They bring their boats in. Look, they're a well-made boat. You can see the carbon fibre Kevlar in this. So obviously the yellow part in the bottom of the boat is the Kevlar. So what we're looking for in all these boats is just the stiffness in the boat. The weight is all important, and I think these guys over here will be very happy with the product they're putting out. This one is a double scull. So this is a stern-mounted riggers. We've seen a lot of the switch towards the bow-mounted rigger, which will be mounted behind the rowers and coming forward. As we say, probably moving a little bit to that, at an international level a lot more, of course. I think when you get back into club rowing, though, the riggers are a lot smaller. The stern-mounted riggers are a lot smaller, so it makes it a lot easier for storage. So it may not be ultimately on that performance side of things, but they are certainly they don't detract from it much. As you can see, the steering in this boat, this is a double scull, so you'd normally take the steering out for double sculls. They're very manoeuvrable boats. So we have seen the trouble in the steering in the pair. So pair is very similar boat, or like the same boat. This one obviously is a crossover, so you can go between a double or a pair. The steering in the bow, and if you just come around with that camera, you can see that the rower actually moves their foot, and depends whether you what we would call cross the wires or don't cross the wires, or the steering setup is to where you point where you want to go. So you want to go right, you point to the right. You want to go left, you want to point to the left. So there's a fair bit of flexibility, but you're rowing along. You're rating at 30, 36, 38, and you've got to keep that mind on that rudder. And you can see that's why we get a lot of issues in the pairs, because as soon as you tweak that rudder, as soon as you have a stroke differential from side to side, the boat is really going to move about a lot. This is a bow steered boat. We see a lot of stern steered boats, stroke steered boats. It's really personal preference, and you'll see that change from boat to boat. But a very, very nice boat. These are a very, very nice boat. Not as prevalent on the East Coast. I think these guys will be hopeful that they can push a little bit more into the East Coast. They're giving you a big thumbs up on that. And as I said, a well-presented, well-weighted boat, and we're seeing a lot of success out of here, particularly for these Western Australian clubs.
And you can see here, Rob, it's just a cable, isn't it, that connects the foot through to the steering. So one of those could break very easily, I'm sure. And when we do see that happen a lot.
Yeah, steering's probably the thing that you least think about, but the one that catches you out the most. There's a lot of moves now towards Spectra, which is just like a very dynamic fibre thing at the moment. But I got to say, I like the old stainless steel strand myself. But yeah, it certainly is a thing, and you can see that they've got all their excess up here that they've pulled out because they've pulled the rudder out. I probably would have pulled that back into the stern of the boat to keep it out of the cockpit space. But certainly, well presented, and this is a typical racing boat in that pair double type combination. Also coming on these ones, they have the quick release riggers, so you can take the riggers off these very easily. So they have a quick release mechanism. They're a cam lock, fold up, rigger comes off, pack the boat away. So very compact to store in the shed.
And you can also see here, Rob, 26 kilograms, the dry weight of these boats. Is that generally a well-controlled specification?
Under FISA, you have a minimum weight limit, and I think it's 27 kilos for a double scull, and for a pair, and it goes up. I think it's 20.
Sorry, 28. This one here.
28 for 20. Well, that'll be it. That's a 26 for a double scull and 28 for a pair. Is what the configuration. Remembering that the rigger configuration you have for the pair is going to be a less because you don't have both sides, so it's going to be slightly lighter than what the configuration for the double scull is.
We might just wander over here as well, a little bit further down. It's an absolute sea of boats, and you can just see the logistics that are involved with bringing all these boats to the west across the trailers. Rob, we'll just try and see if we can find one of the 8s, just to give people at home a bit of an idea of just the size and the setup that these 8s boats have. They're just fantastic to see across the water. We can see the crews here just preparing themselves for the racing that's not too far away. If we see down there, we can see some of the club just trying to get their setup in order. But what have we got here, Rob?
Yeah, so these are a couple of 8s. You can see this 8 here. We've got a good example here. Philippe 8, the Joanne Green. I don't know who belongs to that, but you can see that the 8s are sectioned. They're so long that they've got a section. We can't cart a full-length boat in Australia. I don't think in any state in Australia. So they have what we call a section in the middle. The boats are sectioned to transport, but they go together, and this is what they look like when they're together. And once again, another Philippe 8. Looks like it's all ready to go out for another. Sorry, I've just got out of. I think it's about to go out for another row. So set up in the boat there. They're about 12 or 13 metres long. The average boat. They vary a little bit, but certainly 100 kilos. An 8 is coming on. So you look at that boat. 12 odd metres long. In that setup, you're going to think it's a lot heavier than that.
In terms of the Huxtable family boat, you can see the names are on the boats there, Rob. In terms of the naming of the boats, what's generally the process there that the crews like to go through?
Oh, look, it's very much a club thing. And, from club to club, you'll get different things. But generally, people have contributed. We saw with the Darryl Salisbury this morning, we're seeing that people generally are a big contributor to the rowing club, rowing program, or, just famous oars people in their past in their club, generally get their name on a boat. No, Trav, I haven't managed to get my name on a boat.
Well, it won't be long, Rob Glendenning. Probably for your commentary before your rowing skill, you've been fantastic. Thank you very much for taking us through some of the ins and outs of what goes into putting together these boats. It's a big effort and an absolute monumental task for a lot of our crews. They're mechanics as well as rowers, there's no doubt about it. I hope that has been insightful for everyone at home. We're going to have another short break. We'll be back with more rowing action on day 4 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships.
Well, welcome back to the next session of racing. We've got coming up very soon, or not coming up very soon, they're already underway, the J2M minus 4 minus. Now, what we do have is just the 2 crews in this race. Before we go there, we've just located a New South Wales heavy driving licence belonging to Glenn Herbert. If you're Glenn Herbert, it's going to be hard to prove who you are because they've got your driver's licence. It's in the bottom of the tower. If you go to the regatta control in the bottom of the tower, see Stacey down there, and she will gladly give you back your licence. I suppose she'll be matching the photo, so there's that photo to the face. So Glenn Herbert from New South Wales, from Toppy Toppy. You could head over to the tower and pick up your licence. This is a race of 2. In lane 4, we have Melbourne University's Jim Morrison, Richard Parker, Mike Kerrin and Tom Wood. In lane 5, the Mosman-Drummoyne combination. Now, we've seen this combination come down here a number of times over the last couple of days. This is Graham Wern from Drummoyne, John May, John Hardy and Philip Titterton from Mosman. And at this point in time, it does look like that crew. I can see Graham Wern sitting up there in the bow of that boat, Philip Titterton in the stroke seat, John May in the 2 and John Hardy in the 3 seat, and they're coming down to the 500 metre mark in absolutely perfect conditions. We were due to have about 8 knots of breeze about this time of the day, so I'm just hoping that's a good omen for the system that's coming off the coast to come in just a little less slower than it was anticipated with this drop in the breeze. But at the moment, you could not ask for better conditions, and I think the new Doyen of WA Tourism, Mr. Travis Jenkins, would be in raptures about this. He's just clearing up some important work he's got to do later in the week. So back to the racing, and this crew looking very, very competent. They're beyond competent. This is a very good crew. We've seen them run. They've seen them win. They have been around up and down the rowing courses around the world even many, many times, and certainly displaying a clean set of heels now to the Melbourne University crew. I think that they would just be, they do look to me to have the rating up, so I think they're still a little bit concerned that the Melbourne Uni crew is a little bit closer than they had anticipated, and we always see another response coming from Melbourne Uni as we come in 250 metres to go. It might end up a little bit closer, but I think Philip Titterton there in the stroke seat, being urged on by John Hardy behind him, the big man in the 3 seat, really, really punching out the rate now, and they've got about 100 metres to go. They're into the red boys, into the 100 metres to go, and have probably pulled out about another half a length over the Melbourne Uni combination of Morrison, Parker, Kerrin and Wood. And coming down now, just looking very good. But Melbourne Uni not letting up, absolutely not letting up. And I think they've pulled back a little bit of ground over that last 100 metres. So they're but not going to quite make it. So the gold medal here is going to go, notwithstanding any major disasters, we'll go to the Mosman-Drummoyne composite of Graham Wern, John May, John Hardy and Philip Titterton. Coming down to the line now, about 3 strokes to go, or perhaps 4, and crossing the line now. They will take out the J Men's Masters Coxless 4 Championship for 2026.
Gee, they've had a good regatta, haven't they, Rob? These
Absolutely.
men, they row a lot together. You've talked about it in the past few days. Graham Wern in the Drummoyne colours there. He knows these men very well, and he'll be pretty happy with his regatta. Well done, gentlemen. Terrific rowing. Yes, Rob, thanks for welcoming me back. I've got a very important business. I've been welcomed in the rowing community with open arms. I've been offered to host a very important fundraising event on Friday for a couple of rowers here in WA who are on their way to Bulgaria for the World Under-19 Championships, an all-West Australian team going over to the Under-19 Championships, and we've got a very important fundraiser for them.
Yeah, might just give us a little bit more about that fundraiser.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big night for the Under-19 team. They've made the Australian team to go to Bulgaria, and one of the main parts of that is their dad, Damon Hansen-Kanaho, who's been in action here. He's asked me to come along and help out. There'll be some auctions and also plenty of good entertainment for the 120 strong crowd who have booked their place, and they'll be getting right behind the girls on their quest for medals in Bulgaria. And it's great to see the rowing community really coming together for another important event. And I know you too, Rob, it's been a big part of your work in terms of keeping rowing groups together.
And fundraisers are so important. This is a very expensive thing to do to get these crews over internationally. And what I would say is that it'd be sad to miss out because you couldn't raise the money, and I think that's the thing. You don't want them to have the pressure. You don't want them to have the pressure on them of having to run around themselves and getting the money. So, great to meet Damon there. He is a big man, and as I said, he was looking for those massage vouchers that you were offering, and he certainly looked happy about that. And a great initiative, and well done on your part.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Looking forward to that, and we'll wish them well on their quest to race against the world. And we're back in action here because we've got a big A4 on the water with the coxswains in the seats, and it's a big final here. Right of screen is the ADF rowing composite crew. Sorry, my correction.
That's right, that is correct.
That is correct, great. And then we've got the West Australian Rowing Club in lane number 3. Marisha Burnside, Catherine Holland, Jodie Wickham, Hannah Moore, Joanna Craig, who in the coxswain seat. Then in 4, it's Riverside, Ilara Pagani, Erin Sterling, Samantha Jersman, Melanie Innes, and Jess Laban, the coxswain. Melbourne University in 5, Georgina Costello, Ingrid Just, Georgie Bell, Catherine Button, Sam Lincoln, the coxswain. Then Karam, you can see them there, they've pushed up into that bronze medal. Sarah Haywood, Jess Fishman, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Jackie Deeble, Angelique Everett, the cox, coached by Drew Holman, and then the North Shore Composite crew, Belinda Braham, Lisa Milanou, Chanel Stokes, Joe Hodgson, and Alissa Fides, the coxswain. So we're well and truly getting towards the closing stages here for a big gold medal rowing opportunity for the ADF rowing composite crew. They're out in front, they've got a boat length, and they're just sensing the moment now. 3 of these crew members are in the Australian Defence Force, and we've got the Adelaide Mika Webb in there too. You can see them working really hard, just sensing the moment. This will be a big moment for the ADF team. They've come in here, they have been very competitive. The golds have been few and far between, but a great opportunity here for them now. The minor medals between Melbourne University and Karam are battling it out for that silver. But our leader is going to be hard to chase down. It's the ADF rowing composite crew, just sensing a golden moment here. You can see them just giving it their last effort in that push to the line. Silver and bronze still up for grabs between Melbourne University and the team from Karam. Karam lifting now, trying to push up into that silver. Left of screen, you can see them there working really hard. But look at our leaders go. The ADF rowing composite crew have taken full control of this event, and despite the challenge coming, they've been able to hang on through the closing stages. They come down to the line. They'll be the gold medalists for 2026. It's been a terrific row, and great to see the ADF celebrating in style. They deserve this one, and it'll be one they'll talk about for many years to come. It's the ADF rowing Adelaide Composite Crew gold.
Yeah,
Melbourne University silver, Karam the bronze.
Yeah, look, I think they're going to be very happy with that. They've been up in a lot of races. I'm not sure how many medals they've got in, or gold medals, but they're certainly well deserved in this one, and we'll be celebrating hard, I'm sure, for that the success in this race.
I can hear the cheers downstairs from the ADF team. It's Sarah Leon, Mika Webb, Rachel Cope, Holly Kilmartin, and Sorrel Woodward. There they are. Give us a wave, ladies. You've done a great job out there on the water. A gold medal rowing performance. Very impressive from the ADF crew here as they get the air back in. Well done. Okay, so got another big final to come up, and this was one that we saw earlier today, isn't it, Rob? And gee whiz, take us through the lineup here because this is a big final.
Yeah, this is in lane 2. We have Curtin University's Jarrett Forster in lane 3. Ben Homer from Newcastle in lane 4. Andrew Simpson from North Shore, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 6, Christopher Morgan. In lane 7, Newcastle's Jack Hanley. And in lane 7 is Oliver Eisenlaw. Now, we saw a great row by Christopher Morgan in the heat, and also from Andrew Simpson. Ben Homer also going to be right up there. Jack Hanley. Oh, look, they're all going to be right up there. This is, and we've seen that already. Just a little bit of a slow start from Jarrett Forster there. I'm not sure if he just missed the start a little bit, but the pace is certainly frantic out there in these rows. And Chris Morgan, who had a little bit of a slower start in the previous in the heat of this event, has gone out. He's gone out to make a statement early in this race and has certainly punched away from the remainder of the field, but only by about 2/3 of a length. So he's just got out there. They've realised what's happened. They've gone, oh, hold on, we'll better put some action in. Just to his left, he's got Jack Hanley, and we know Jack Hanley can also bring it home. He loves a bit of rate, and will certainly turn that on as we get further down the track. Chris Morgan, though, not letting up at all. Curtin University's Jarrett Forster over there in lane 1, off to a good start, as is North Shore's Andrew Simpson. Now, we saw big man Andrew Simpson. He needs to wind into this race, and I think he's going to come into play as we get through that 500-metre mark. What do you think there?
Yeah, he's just looking to the left and the right there, right on cue there, Rob. There he is in the middle of, he's got the green 4 on his bow, and he's now just starting to wind up those strokes. He's getting those big lats active and trying to push forward. He's currently in bronze at the moment, but our leader at the halfway is Christopher Morgan. He was super impressive this morning, 3:47. His heat time, and he's now starting to clear out. He's just sensing this moment. He's accelerating away now from the field. Jack Hanley, he'll need to respond. Andrew Simpson, still in bronze, but here comes Ben Homer. You can see him there, second from the top of screen. Ben Homer just sensing the moment, trying to push up onto the podium like he did last year in this event where he took home the bronze. So he's just starting to get a little bit of a taste of the medal action now as Ben Homer. He's drawing closer to Simpson, but our leader, he is away. Christopher Morgan. Look at him go, Rob. He's flying.
Oh, he absolutely is. And I think I mentioned the other day that he was telling me at the airport that he'd broken his hand in a surfboat rowing accident 3 or 4 months ago. Hasn't had a lot of rowing under his belt since then, but boy, oh boy, he is turning it on for us. And this is a great exhibition of sculling out there. Anybody get to the fence, get to the side of the course, and just have a look at this man go. This is really turning on, of course, a part of that winning South Australian interstate quad. The strain on his face, he is working. Don't think that he's not working here. He is doing it very, very tough. He's watching Jack Hanley over to his left. He's watching the North Shore's Andrew Simpson coming home as we thought he might. The big fella coming home. Ben Homer chasing hard. Forster still pushing all the way to it. We can see the strain on Jack Hanley's face as he's trying to stay with Morgan as Morgan pulls away. And, look, pulling in the big breaths coming into about 70 or 80 metres to go. Is nothing in it. Jack Hanley still holding down a very close second place from Andrew Simpson. And here comes Ben Homer. But look at this row from Chris Morgan. This is a sensational row. And, you're not going to see a gap like this very often at this A-level boat. And he goes across the line to take first place. Will be Jack Hanley from Newcastle in second, Andrew Simpson from North Shore in third, Ben Homer in fourth. A little bit further back is Jarrett Forster over there in lane 2, and Eisenlaw from Curtin University, and a great time of 3:33.69. That was a very, very good display of sculling.
Congratulations, Christopher Morgan, the Australian champion. Super impressive in the back half of the race. He was giving a little bit of side eye to Jack Hanley, just making sure that he wasn't going to close that gap. He'd done enough, though, in that first 800 metres. You can see he's still taking in the big ones there, but once that lactic disappears, he'll be able to enjoy the moment. He's the Australian champion.
Yeah, a great row, and just can't express enough how the technique and skill displayed there. We now move on to race 235, the lightweight men's Masters A single, and we have in lane 4 Essendon's Mitchell Jacker and Christopher Hammond. in lane 5, A&A's Andre Fernandez Martins. And they're well underway here, and it does look like the Essendon sculler Mitchell Jacker has got away to a absolute flying start. The A&A sculler would be just looking around going, just what's happened there? He's about 3 lengths in front after a 250 metres.
And you can see the puddle still on the water there, Rob. The conditions still really good for rowing. There's not a lot of breeze around. We're still just looking to the southwest, and those clouds haven't made their way any closer yet. So the storm that's to be coming in later today is still staying away for now, and our rowers can enjoy these beautiful conditions here. Lovely shot from the Joan front on. Mitch Jacker leading the way from Essendon. Andre Martins from the A&A Rowing Club here in WA is holding his form nicely, staying nice and relaxed in the shoulders, and still has plenty of power in the legs. But our leader, Mitch Jacker, he is absolutely cruising and enjoying his time here in WA.
Yeah, and just looking at the radar now, there's a little bit of cloud build-up off the coast coming this way, but it still looks to be a couple of hours away, and I think it looks to be dissipating as well as it gets closer. So we can only keep our fingers crossed for that. The wind in the course at the moment is 0. It's supposed to be up around 8 or 9 knots. 0. So we've just got to take that as being perfect rowing conditions, and hope it stays like this for another 3 or 4 hours. But look at this display of sculling from Mitchell Jacker. We've seen it before in the heavyweight A scull. We're looking down the course. Isn't it a great shot from the drone behind? He'd be looking up there. He could probably just give us a little bit of a smile as he's going there. He's looking so relaxed and controlled. And there's off to the side there, all the spectators and club tents, and then down to the tower. So as we can see, beautiful conditions. He'd be really enjoying this experience out here at the moment, the Essendon sculler.
And Rob, is he controlling the direction of the boat too? Has he got the rudder plate on his foot?
No. So he's a single scull. So because they're so manoeuvrable, he just has to make a slight adjustment one side or the other. And you'll notice that, for those that aren't familiar with it, that the oars actually cross over in the middle. So you'll see that he's carrying his left hand higher than the other. That's so that they cross over, and so they can control the direction they're going, but just backing off, or just pulling a little bit harder, or backing off on one side or the other, or just and delaying a catch or whatever. But Will Jacker is certainly very skilled sculler here, and he's right down the middle of his course. He's got the race face well and truly planted on. He's got gold written all over this performance, and as he comes down towards the finish line, about another 50 or 60 metres to go. You'll notice he's also got backstays on. So we're on a lot of these boats, we don't see backstays masters rowing. Just we don't have quite as much of that power that they have. Certainly in the A's and B, C categories there is. But as you get older, the lessens the need for having those backstays which support the top of the pin. And there goes Will Jacker, a great win in the lightweight men's A single scull. And he's cruised across the line here. Andre Fernandez Martins just coming down to the line. He's had a good row, and he'll be happy with his performance, I'm sure. He's probably just a bit outclassed today with that row from Jacker, and he crosses the line to take second place in a time of 3:45 for that race. So another good time in the single scull.
Well done, Mitchell Jacker. He gives the thumbs up to Andre, and there's a gold medal for Mitchell Jacker, the Australian champion in the A single sculls. Just having a look at his watch there, just to check the heart rate. Still pumping nice and strongly.
Yeah, now we move up to race 236, the Women's Masters D Quad Scull Final. So we saw this plans to be a great race. We saw three great heats this morning, and first 6 through to the final. In the lane 2, we have A&A's Sophie Pilot, Sandra Clark, Samantha Johnson and Alyssa Mansell. In lane 3, Perth's Diane Stewart, Rayan Yagma, Gillian Bester, Megan Wellbeloved, and coached by Kathy Ride. In lane 4, we have the Melbourne Yarra Yarra Windaree Ballarat combination. Once again, Reed Victorian combination of Leanne Martin, Ebony Ebenwalder, Sarah Sekfi and Tanya Nishibata. In lane 5, Fremantle's Fiona Bell, Carolyn Foster, Paula Fivez, Sky Windybank, and in lane 6 we have the St George Shoalhaven Leichhardt Glebe combination of Jacqueline Harris, Daniela Bourget, Katrina Davis and Andrea Coos, and in lane 7 Swan Rivers, Lani Ayers, Sophie Davison, Jen Anise and Simone Berge, and a cracking start from that St George combination. The Melbourne Composite just holding back. But what we did see in that heat this morning, they weren't at the front from the start. They were sitting back off the back of the other crews, probably came from about third or so through. They row a very well-controlled race. So George Composite know they've got to get out there hard. If they're going to stay in front of this crew, they're going to have to go out hard, and that has been their race plan. Going really well, though, as we saw also in the heats, are the ANA and Fremantle crews, and they are right up there as well. So there's nothing in it. We just see the momentum starting to shift with the Melbourne Composite now starting to move up alongside the St George Composite. So it looks like the race is on, but ANA still right up there as well. They're going with them at the moment.
So ANA currently in that tussle for the bronze medal with the fellow West Australian Fremantle Rowing Club team. That's the battle for bronze, and now we've got a little bit of a battle for gold too, as it is nose and nose down Champion Lakes. It's a tremendous sight to see. So the Melbourne Composite crew, they're on the right of screen, and then you've got the St George Composite crew just to the left. So it's pretty much stroke for stroke at the moment, as these two teams just eyeball each other and just say who's got the power in the legs on the final day of competition. And on that 500 metre mark, you can see that move now is being made by Melbourne Composite. They've opened up about a half boat in a space of about 100 metres. They've been able just to extend their lead and are looking pretty comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, they went through, they did the race yesterday in 3:34, and they've gone through in 1:46, so they're ahead of that pace. We've seen them even split, so this could be a very quick time. We can see there that when they kept going, as I said, they're trying to even split this race. The St George Composite have gone out very hard, and obviously the pace that they couldn't quite maintain, and we can see that now coming into play as the Melbourne Composite just powers away. They are absolutely powering away, and this is going to be a very quick time if they keep this rate up to the end of the race. Travelling along well over there in lane 2 though, and looking to be the first club crew home, so medals for them as well I expect, is Sophie Pilot, Sandra Clark, Samantha Johnson and Alyssa Mansell, and they're also having a really good row, but it was going to be always hard to go with this Melbourne Composite crew, wasn't it? There's Tanya Nishibata there, very, very, very skilled, very, very controlled in the stroke seat. They're looking like they might have even just backed it off a tad there.
So it is that Melbourne Composite crew in front. Here's the St George Composite crew just trying to lift and trying to push into the line. ANA have moved up into the bronze ahead of the Fremantle Rowing Club back in 4th position. So this looks like how the medals will stay for now. It's Melbourne Composite just responding to the last push from St George. They've just increased the ante a little bit into the line. And it's a great sight to see across Champion Lakes. A full field just giving it their all and just trying their best at an Australian Masters Championships. And here they are, the Melbourne Composite crew. Martin, Eben Waldner, Sefke and Nishibata are the Australian champions. St George Composite in for the silver. And a terrific row for the bronze from the ANA team of Pilot, Clark, Johnson and Mansell. They'll be happy with that. And then the Fremantle Rowing Club in for 4th.
Yeah, look, that was a great row. I'm just going to point back to the ANA crew. There were 2 quality composite crews in front of them. That's a club crew coming home, within cooey of those boats, and I think that was a very good thing. Melbourne only a second or so off what they did yesterday, so that was always going to be a big call for them. St George Composite also a very good time. So yeah, once again, we're seeing these fast conditions out on course just repeat themselves in all these races, and as I said, we are really seeing just collectively a very fast regatta here as far as times go.
So there's the gold medalists there, left of screen with number 4, and very, very special moment for them. They'll come back and look at this vision, and they'll put it in the vault for a long time to come.
Yeah, we see Andrew Guerin out there. It must be out there somewhere on the out there in the park, taking some great photos and posting posting them up every so often. So Andrew, if you're out there, we'd love to see some more of those photos that you're producing around the course. I think they're always well received. I'm not saying that we always back into want to see ourselves out there on the course, but
now this is a big moment, isn't it, Rob? Because this D8 it sort of replicates the interstate challenge that we saw yesterday.
It's tantalising, this one, isn't it?
Gee whiz!
Wow. Wanna run through them?
Yeah, we'll run through them and pick them up in their racing. We'll just go through the teams because I'm sure, Rob, you'll want to call the action from gun to tape here because we've got Torrens Composite up in lane number 1 and then Old Scotch Collegians, the ADF Rowing Composite, they're up and about after their gold medal a couple of races ago. Then Adelaide University. This is the team that have just loaded up for this event. So they're the ones that have come here ready to win. They've made a couple of changes and they're ready to go. Lindisfarne Composite in 5. And then it's this Curtin University composite team with a lot of the returning WA team in that, including Stewie Reside, who's in the boat looking to get another gold medal to his name. And then the Swan River crew, they're here as well. So they're in lane number 7. So a terrific moment here for our men's 8Ds. They're going to be absolutely chest out all the way to the line, and it's going to be a big moment.
This is going to be a frantic affair. It's great to see that we've got the 7 lanes here, and nothing better than seeing a full course of 8s crashing down the course, and there's lots of noise when you're out there. There's lots of noise between the boats, and you can hear just the power going into the water, the splashing and the carry on. Then the coxswains try to outdo each other. We had Bulby Webster up here yesterday. She's steering this Curtin University comp, so did a bit of time on the mic yesterday afternoon and did it very well, in fact, and she'll be driving them home as she did the WA8 yesterday, and certainly were very, very you could see them all get set there. The starter has started the roll call, so he'll run through the names of each boat, and then once he gets through that, he'll start any time after that.
So a big moment has arrived. The scene is set. The splash for gold is away, and it's a very fast start from the Adelaide University team. Also, Curtin are away well, and Lindisfarne Composite have also come out of the blocks really strongly, and now the race is on. Curtin, with a few strokes under their belt, have opened up a little bit of a lead. Lindisfarne probably second. Adelaide, I think, probably in third at the moment. But look at Torrens up the top of the course there, Rob. They're absolutely flying as well.
They are. This is a race. This is really a race. It's a race between really the Torrens. We've moved across the ADF Composite, Adelaide University, Lindisfarne and Curtin University. It's going to be a absolute cracker as we're coming down to the thing. Just losing a little bit of contact now as the ADF and Old Scotch Collegians there. They're just slipping back a little bit. Adelaide University needing to do a bit of work to just get back up on the side of it, Lindisfarne and the Torrens and Curtin University crews. But Curtin University has certainly shot out of the blocks, haven't they?
So it's a race in 2 at the moment. The Curtin University just edging away with the Torrens Composite there and right of screen in lane number 1. They've got nice fresh water out there alongside the bank, and they're using that to their full advantage. And a race of 2 is starting to really unfold. This is what we thought was going to happen. These teams have just loaded up for this Big D final. It's Curtin going head-to-head with the Torrens Composite team. And at halfway, we can hardly split them, Rob. Look at that. This is a beautiful scene.
This is a great scene as they go through, and it was the Curtin University holding about a 2-second advantage over Torrens, which is quite surprising. We then moved back, and it looks like it could have been the Lindisfarne followed by Adelaide University. So these 2 crews are going to really have to turn on. If they're going to get on level pegging with the Curtin University and Torrens Composite out in the front, they're going to have to turn on because they're about a length behind at the moment. And there's that look of that Curtin University crew, and they're in the coxswain seat, Bulby Webster, driving them on to success. Over on the other side, we have that very, very qualified crew, or very competitive crew of Torrens Composite. Finally got it out there, and they are right in this. and nothing in it at all at the moment, but looking very composed. That bow side stroke and packer there from Curtin University, and just got the look. The stroke just had a look over and said, I think I've got this. So I think he's thrown out a level of confidence there, and why wouldn't they? I think they've gone out to about a length now on the crew from Torrens on the other side. I'm sure you want to call them home, Travis.
A dominant display so far, and we're into the home stretch. It's the Curtin University team under the watchful eye of Borby Webster, who's just saying, boys, let's set sail for home. We've got this 1-1 now. We're away to the races and out by 1 length. They're absolutely flying in front of their fans here, and look at them go. What a sight it is to be seen. It's Curtin University in front, a couple of lengths. The silver medal's really starting to tighten up, but look at this champion team. They have done it all. Another gold medal in the bank for them. Torrens will take home the silver, and flashing home is Lindisfarne for the bronze, ahead of Adelaide University in 4th place. Next in coming through, it is the Old Scotch Collegians. They've finished off their race really nicely, and still to come the ADF and Swan River Cruise. But for the Curtin University team, under the watchful eye of Borby Webster, Stewie Reside, Glennie Loftus, Greg Kerr, Jono Fivez, Ron Snook, David Porzig, Tom Atkinson and Mike Everly, they are the Australian champions.
What a dominant performance that was. They obviously set out with their race plan. They got out fast, got out of the blocks fast. Another sub 3 minute time, so that's another great time out on this course, and just shows the speed in this course and the level of competition we're seeing. So they're looking around there, and Bobby's got the GoPro on the head, and that certainly will come into play for these guys I'd say about 100 times over the next week. They'll get the replay of that, the Coxswain's view of the race-winning performance.
Wow. What a great regatta it's been for those men. And well done to all of our competitors in the 8s. A great sight to be seen as we move along to our next big final. It's going to be the pairs next into the water, the Women's Masters G pairs. And let's go through the lineup for you. In lane number 2 from Bunbury, Jennifer Coote and Nola Chigalev, Chris Isledale. Coach in 3, Perth, Celia Cornwell, Catherine Kennedy, coached by Vanessa Grant. In 4, the Riverway Composite, Julie Ann Kelly, Jacqueline De Jong. In 5, Mary Hunter and Helen Kelly from the Carrum Rowing Club. In 6, from Perth Rowing Club, Susan March and Kathy Ride. And in 7, Deb Parry, Carolyn Finelli. Gee, this too is going to be a sensational race. We say it a lot, don't we, Rob? That's because we are enjoying our rowing, aren't we?
No, we're enjoying the racing out here today, and it's just been a sensational 3.5 days so far, and it just goes on. You know, we've got all the way through today to the Champion of Champions later on this afternoon, and we're all looking forward to that. And once again, I'd encourage everybody to stick around, or certainly stay on your live feed today, because that race, those races in the afternoon are going to be something else to behold. The handicap Champion of Champions sculling races. But we move, so we're into this women's G pair now, and well underway here. And it does look like that Bunbury combination of Coote and Chigalev have and the Riverway Composite, as we might have expected. Jacqueline De Jong again fronting up with Julianne Kelly. They had a very good heat row, so I would expect that they are going to be the one to beat. Yeah, so look at the bit of chaos on the course there with the crew from Carrum just coming back, and I think we saw that in the first race. They had a lot of trouble with their steering. Still got into the final, but had a lot of trouble in their steering, which really, probably held them back from where they could have otherwise finished, but they looked like got it right. You'll notice that the umpire came up behind them, did not wave them over. He'd normally hold a flag out, didn't worry about that because they weren't impeding the crew that was in front of him. In fact, they were getting disadvantaged because they were rowing in a wash. And we can see the crew over on this side, the other, one of the Perth crews here on the outside here also rowing along the buoys here. So just something for them all to get their head around is just some more work on that steering. Keep your off the lane ropes. It's going to be a much faster run down the course, but De Jong and Kelly now just stamping their authority as they move ahead. As coming into the, they've got about 450 metres now, so just moving down towards that 500 metre mark, and we can see now they're establishing it. Once again, that problems with the steering in the Carrum boat. Coming back over onto the course, behind the course. They're right on the buoy line now, so that really will be upsetting their momentum. It just plays on your mind. Just plays on your mind as you've got another distraction other than just getting to the line the fastest you can. That's allowed Bunbury to come right back up on them now, and they are holding down third place, but or second or third place, but they've really got to keep at that. So we've got Riverway through the Riverway Sunshine Coast through in first place over the 500 metres. Carrum, Bunbury, then the three Perth crews coming through. So we've, and it was lane three, sorry, I'll get that in a minute. Lane 6 and 7 followed by lane 3 in those Perth combinations. But as we can see now, still pouring it on. Kelly and De Jong, they have got a good lead. Great row over there, an unfussed row over there from Coote and Chigalev in the Bunbury crew over in lane 2.
So Kelly and De Jong, we just saw them wander over themselves as well, perhaps just sensing the moment, a few nerves maybe just creeping in, but they've got things back on the straight and narrow now. Julianne Kelly and Jacqueline De Jong there rowing really well. They've got a good view of the rest of the field. For Mary Hunter and Helen Kelly, bronze medalists last year in this event, and they're going to have to continue to work hard. You can see they've really come back to the field now. They're in lane 5, and that battle for silver and bronze is still a race in 4, isn't it? Because our leaders are away. They've a couple of boat lengths now. Julianne Kelly, Jacqueline Geelong. Just starting to wind up now is Hunter and Kelly in that Carrum boat. The Bunbury crew to the right of screen, Coote and Chigalev, they're going to need to just find something in this last couple of 100 metres here, Rob, if they want to push up into the medals.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, March and Ride really coming home strong. Coote and Chigalev probably just went for that push, and it worked for a while, but it hasn't continued on. Carrum, I just can't stressing enough. They get back up into second place. They run back across the boys. I think when they're going for their pushes, we've got a power imbalance, and certainly the bow seems to be pulling the stroke around when they do any sort of big push. They should just back it off and kept doing what they were doing. They were going really, really well, and as soon as that go for that push, they're skewing in the lane. But no problem at all. Julianne Kelly, Jacqueline De Jong, they're going through. They will take out first place. A great row through in the end by the Perth combination of March and Ride. They will go through and get second place. We were hoping they might have been able to get up into third, but they've come across in second place. It was the Carrum combination that came in third, followed by Bunbury in fourth place, and then the two other Perth combinations coming through to close out this field. But look at unfortunately for that the Carrum crew, that it really didn't pay well for them. But they got home with a medal.
They'll be on the podium with a bronze. Well done to Perth Rowing Club, Susan March and Kathy Ride. They sort of
great comeback.
Just loomed up, didn't they? And they'll be rewarded with a silver medal here at the Australian Championships. Okay, Men's Masters G is on the water in the Quad Sculls, and Rob, take us through the lineup.
Yeah, I'll take you through the lineup. Just a bit of just something interesting out of the heats of this event. The Essendon Composite that's in lane 1 heard 2 guns at the start, so took off in the heat and then stopped, and then realised that everybody was still going, so turned it on again and came in second and made the final. So we've got Essendon Composite in lane 1, A&A Composite in lane 2, Manning River in 3, Ulverston Composite in lane 4, Horowhenua in lane 5. Melbourne Composite in lane 6, and lane 7 is the Curtin University. So Curtin University and Manning River, the 2 club crews, but we can see Horowhenua Composite, Salisbury, Darryl Salisbury in the boat named after him, with Gus Bergen, Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan, and they have moved out to an absolute commanding lead. Does look like that Ulverston Composite and the Essendon Composite that we just spoke about over in lane 1 with the two boats going, not so much with them, but certainly up there to play. Also Manning River, they had a great row in the heat. I think they won their heat. But we saw this yesterday, I think, didn't we, with some of these Horowhenua. I think they were in a double, and where their heat time was not spectacular, but when they turned it on. And there we go, we can see Darryl Salisbury in the boat named after him, and certainly putting that to good use at the moment. And they are looking very, very strong. Remember, these are G age group, and we can see the technique and the effort going into this race. They are certainly wanting to push this all the way to the line, even though at 200 metres to go, they are holding down a handy lead. The chase is on now, the Essendon and Ulverston composite, so that's where the race for second is at the moment. But look at Manning River go, known for their very fast finish. They are bringing it up. They may well have got coming up to level with Essendon Composites. So it's going to be a real race for the line. Just a little bit of movement in their steering in that Manning River boat, but they are on the charge. No problem at all for the Horowhenua Composite crew, and they look like they're going to come down the line and take this race, but the race really on now. Manning River coming home very, very fast. Ulverston just holding them off. Essendon just holding them off. It does look like coming to the line, it's going to be so close. It's going to be very close. It will be Ulverston, then it will be Essendon Composite. Just a squeak behind them is the Manning River crew, take out fourth, and Curtin University in fifth, A&A Glebe in sixth, and so a great row by the Horowhenua Composite crew of Salisbury, Bergen, Tate and Horan. They have had an absolute brilliant row there, and as we said, back to the Ulverston Composite and then the Essendon Composite coming across the line. 3:24 once again, another quick time. Another quick time in these finals. So well done.
That Manning River team, they really climbed that last 100 metres. They just loomed up, didn't they? And couldn't quite get the job done into the medals, but they'll be happy with that.
And we've said this so much, haven't we? This is so fast out there. You cannot be too far behind at the 500 metre mark. They are not going to let off. You've got to be with them. If you're going to be with a chance, you've got to be with them. And we've seen that time and time again. We've seen that displayed. So we move on to the Women's Masters B single scull, race 240. The lower clearance is in lane 3. Candice Jago. In lane 4, University of West Australia's Marianne Amato, coached by Ava Myler. In lane 5, Mosman's Nikki Lepresti, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 6, Murray Bridges' Kelly Lewis. And in lane 7, University of West Australia's Megan Bagworth, once again coached by Ava Myler.
Thanks for the introduction there, Rob Glendenning, and you're absolutely spot on with your analysis from the heats, where our second heat just had the 3 competitors. In fact, they did only take the 2 out of that second heat. And that's why we've only got 5 competitors here in the final. So once again, Rob Glendenning absolutely on point with his commentary here at these championships. Now, Nikki Lepresti, she's in the centre of our picture. She was the silver medalist last year, and she started pretty well, but she's not having it her own way early, because Candice Jago from Lower Clarence, right of screen, is just putting the pressure on in this early start. Back in third, Kelly Lewis and Megan Bagworth, left of screen in lane number 7 of the University of WA, is right there with a medal chance. And don't discount Marianne Amato. She was really impressive in her heat row this morning, and she'll definitely be feeling a bronze is on offer for her. But it's become a race in 2 for the gold. Lepresti and Candice Jago are battling it out.
Yeah, and certainly I think Jago would have looked at that Lepresti's heat. He likes to get out very, very fast, and thought the only way that she's going to be up there and compete with her is to get out with her. We can see Lepresti now winding up, and she's got that pace happening now, and they're going to go... and she's trying to take it on. She's really trying to stamp her authority very early on this. Rating up really quite high. Candice Jago just about a point or 2 lower. It'll be interesting to see if she can react. I think that if she's got to go, she's got to go with her now. She's just getting a little bit too much ground happening there, with Lepresti now out to about a length and a half lead as they come into the 500 metres. Just a little bit further back to Marianne Amato, and certainly having a good row there, and as is the Murray Bridge sculler, Kelly Lewis. And a little bit further back to Megan Bagworth. So it is a race of 2 really out in the front here now, though. So we've got Lepresti going through with about a length and a half lead over Candice Jago, and got the rating just down a little bit lower at not sure that she slowed that up a little bit, but whether she's decided she just would like to hold on to second rather than go for that big chase, or gone very hard there. So just going quite neatly, and we're keeping that on her at the moment, but we'll get a better picture when we get up high. But Lepresti now absolutely going on with it out in front. And she is out to about, I'd say about a 2.5 length lead at the moment, coming down into the 250 metres to go.
And there she is in the proud Mosman Rowing Club colours, is in full control in the race to the finish. The battle for bronze is still on. If anything now, it looks like Megan Bagworth might have just put her stake forward for that bronze medal. Mariana Marto also, I've been impressed with her run so far. She's just been holding, and we saw her have a nice little kick in the heat. So she'll need to provide that here if she wants to get onto the podium, because at the moment it looks like Bagworth, closest to us here on the banks, is in that bronze medal position left of screen. But our leader continues to do it nicely. We'll focus on her because she deserves that focus and attention. She's had the commitment all through these championships. She's been so impressive all week, and today it's going to be capped off with a lovely time in the spotlight. It's Nikki Lepresti from the Mosman Rowing Club. Coach Guy Morgan, he'll be here, no doubt, just cheering her on, hoping that she can enjoy this moment. There she is. There's the white boys, the welcome sound of the hooter. There it is, a gold medal to Nikki Lepresti. Well deserved for Mosman Rowing Club. Candice Jago takes home the silver for Lower Clarence. And here's bronze coming into picture. What a row for the University of WA's Megan Bagworth. That's a terrific effort. She's broken away from the rest of the field to get that bronze medal. Kelly Lewis next in, and Marianne Amato will round out the women's single sculls B.
Yeah, and Nikki Lepresti there making amends for the slip up in the C yesterday, where she was quite dominant through the first 700 metres, and that will be a welcome reward for her, and I'm sure that will make her whole experience this week so much better. We're up to race 241, lightweight women's Masters B single. In lane 3 we have Corio Bay's Fiona Wild. In lane 4, Swan River's Emma Harrison. In lane 5, A&A, Elsa Lai, and in lane 6, Leichhardt's Wendy Miller. And the race looks to be on here between Wendy Miller over here in lane 6 and Fiona Wild from Corio in lane 3. This certainly, once again, a reminder that the winner of this race will qualify for the lightweight double scull champion of champions. So they'll find where they can, someone who has won the lightweight men's, and they'll team up for a double. So it's very much a scratch combination, it will be, but it is a great race to watch. And we're seeing coming into the 500 metre mark with Wendy Miller holding a slight advantage over Fiona Wild. Just going through there, it's about 1 length at the moment. So Wild still well and truly within striking distance. Elsa Lai next through, about a length and a half down from Wild, and then Emma Harrison about another length and a half behind. So certainly there is a race on for 3rd and 4th, but at the moment Elsa Lai looks like she might have that. So now we're looking at Miller, and she'll probably have to look at really bouncing it up here, because I think Wild's just sitting there ready to make her big move. And as we can see, we see that move just happening now, can't we, Travis? There, she's certainly moving Fiona Wild there from Corio Bay over there in lane 3.
It's going to be an interesting watch as they work towards the line. Wendy Miller looking to defend her title from last year. She was very impressive in winning the gold medal in this event last year, and she'll be hungry for back-to-back victories here. She rode a 4:21 last year, and she's gone through the half a little bit quicker than last year. So she's shown some great improvement in her rowing over the last 12 months. But she's got a bit of a race on her hands now, because Fiona Wild from Corio Bay, you can see her there just in the background, is just trying to lift herself up and seeing if she can push forward. She's lifting now, isn't she, Rob? She's really
Yeah.
tasting it.
Yeah, I think this is real danger for Miller now, because she just went for a big push. She had to look over. She could see Fiona Wild was starting to move up on her. She went for a big push and was really, really straining there. Wild looks like the one that's got the momentum at the moment, and certainly she's very focused as she heads towards the line. This is going to be extremely close racing here. Miller over here in lane 6. Wild in lane 3. They've got the other side of the course at the moment. I still think Miller just holds it by a fraction as they come down with about 50 metres to go. It's Wild really turning it on there, and is coming right up, and she may well have just got into the lead here. We'll have to wait as we come down to the line. As we change that camera angle, we'll get an idea of it. It's going to be stroke for stroke. There's going to be nothing in it, and it is...
Geez, what a race.
I went for Fiona Wild and it's showing Fiona Wild by 0.37 seconds of a second. What a row by Fiona Wild. You know, she's pulled back a length over that last 200 metres. You saw the focus. You saw the intent on her face, and and we saw that Wendy she went for that push. It didn't reap the rewards she was looking for. Elsa Lai, great row, came across in 3rd place. Emma Harrison coming across, close out this field. Another great display of rowing by these very, very competent scullers.
What a finish. One of our closest we've seen in these championships. Fiona Wild is the Australian champion, but only just. Where's 2 gold medals when you need them? They both deserve it, Rob, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And that was, and just 2 very different tactical races. You know, Wendy Miller just seeing that she had to get out fast. She went out very, very hard. Just didn't have right at the end there, like literally in the last 2 strokes, was where when Fiona Wild managed to get past her. So another great race.
We're underway in our next 4 event. It's the Masters B into their stroking, and in lane 4 it's the Melbourne Rowing Club crew of Angus Reynolds, Dave McPherson, Roger Tobler and Matt Harrison. And in 5, A&A Rowing Club, Stewie Clark, Rob Boylan, Laurie Cranston and Alec Munger putting their best foot forward here on Champion Lakes. Great to have your company. We're here thanks to Kennards Hire, Zika Perth, as well as McHenry and Honan, Gage Roads, and of course Bont Rowing and Perth Care Partners as our leaders. The Melbourne Rowing Club just put their foot down.
Now, I'm just not absolutely sure, but I'm thinking this is probably more like a D or an E crew, this Melbourne combination, and that could be the same as the A&A as well. Sometimes you look down the thing and you want to go out there and have an extra row, pick a younger age group. If you get in the really the younger groups, particularly in things like Oxford Falls and that, you can strike it like this. You can strike it where there aren't a lot of younger crews in there, which is quite handy in itself. And we can see that stroke by Harrison. I think Harrison's maybe an E. And I think the Tobler and the others are certainly in the older age group as well. So a great performance by them. And we've watched them over the last couple of days. We've watched these combination come over the last couple of days. Very, very efficient in their rowing, and they row these coxless pairs very well. I think we saw them in a coxed 4 the other day, winning in a coxed 4 in their main event. So very versatile, can switch back and forwards. Certainly making this look pretty easy at the moment, and I think they'll be sitting up, as you say, sitting up tall, feeling really good about this row, and they're always good when you've got a couple of lengths between you and the chasing crews. So they certainly are in a very good position. Unfussed, but still keeping the rating up. They're making a race of it, and that's what I like to see. Still making a race of it, and I'm loving the haircut they're sporting in lane 2. One I can associate with well, but certainly this is a great performance by this crew, and they looking very neat. You see how clean their puddles are in and out of the water. So they've got a nice clean catch. They're holding onto that connection, and they're certainly making the most of their blades' time in the water, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking just to keep that connection. If there's big puddles around or whatever, you can tell we're just not quite coming out quite cleanly, and we can see in the, maybe in the bow seat of that A&A crew, at times there's a bit of disruption, maybe just slapping the water or something as they're coming back through. I think it's the 3-man that's doing that. But they're just kicking it up to the finish. They're not going to let them get away with it easily, and they're just kicking up with a little bit to go. And it will be the Melbourne crew with another well-deserved win, crossing the line in first, the A&A in second, gold medal going to Melbourne. Well done, and an Australian championship to you guys.
A&A, they've featured prominently on day 4. They've really impressed on the national stage, the A&A Rowing Club. They're enjoying having the championships a little bit closer to home, as I'm sure all of the West Australian teams are. So we're well and truly underway here on the final day of rowing action. The parties haven't quite started underneath those team tents just yet, but I expect as the afternoon unfolds, there will be a bit of standing room only in that top deck of the bar.
Yeah, well, I heard the Ulverston crew might be heading down to Fremantle today to go on with their celebrations, then off on to the Red Eye tonight. So that's a big effort, a top effort of racing, partying and travel. So it's going to be some lots of stories getting shared tonight, I'm sure.
So we're away in a Masters B. Coxed 4, and we can just see the North S composite crew on the left, just a little bit wobbly coming out of the starting position. You can see the stream behind them just a little bit off to the side as they came out. They've got it back up and running now, and they will be chasing in lane 4 the Curtin University West Australian Rowing Club team of Gerard Vorster, Tavis Harling. We interviewed Tavis yesterday up in the bar. I thought he might have been from interstate, but he was only from Perth, so I quickly moved on to the next interview. But that's where the locals go.
Well, I think the West Australian Rowing Club shirt he had on was a giveaway, but I didn't want to say too much.
No, I showed my naivety up there, that's for sure. I thought I was going to be talking to someone exotic, maybe from Manning River or somewhere like that. But Oliver Saar is also in there, and Vadim Boyko, Ashley Gurr, the coxswain, and in the North S composite, it's Chris Corbett, Joel Ireland, Roberto Ojeda, Marcus Tonelli, Claire Gregg, the coxswain, Coach Trevor Barrett of that North S composite team. And he'll be just asking his team just to lift that rating a little bit to see if they can stay in touch with this Curtin University.
Yeah, they're looking really neat, aren't they?
Mm.
Yeah, that looking like a very good combination here in this Curtin University, and certainly just pouring it on there. They've just decided they felt pretty bit good. The coxswain said to them, turn around and said, well, probably hasn't turned around, got through the mic. And that's the thing they have in these boats, just we haven't mentioned that. They have a microphone that have speakers through the boat. So when they talk, they're not having to shout their instructions. In the old days, we used to wear, well, I never wore one, I was a little bit too big for that, but basically a foghorn, like it was a megaphone that's strapped onto your head. You can see that there. We've got that picture there of the coxswain sitting down nice and low in the boat. She's got the talking into that microphone in front of her. It's got a windsock on it just to keep that noise level down.
What should be saying there, Rob?
Well, she'd just be telling them how they're travelling, how they're doing, what the boat feels like. You know, hold the rating. We're doing good. We're holding these sort of splits. We'll have a stroke coach there, which has all the telemetry that she needs to tell them how they're actually running. They're running to a race plan. They decide they're going to run down to a certain split, a 500-metre split. They will be running on that. Tells them the stroke rate. She wants it up a point or down a point or whatever. She'll just give that sort of instruction. But generally, at this point in the time, it'll be about encouragement. She'll be giving them a lot of feedback. Remembering, she's about mounted coxswain, so she can't really see where they are. So she might be getting a little bit of feedback from the bow, just saying, you know, we're three lengths up, you know, 3 lengths up, and then she'll moderate her instruction based on that. They may decide that they really want to push it home anyway, because that's what we race for. You know, we race to get that boat speed, and they feel that exhilaration of the boat speed, and it does look like they're doing that now. They're just giving it, pumping it over the last 50 or 60 metres. They're just pumping up. That's that feel-good moment. And they know they're going to be home well and truly with the gold medal here. And once again, a very well-rowed race and, very good to watch.
So gold there for the Curtin University composite team. Here's the North S composite across the line.
Now, one thing, we've noticed this again yesterday. The Cox race has gone across 11 seconds faster than the Cox's 4, which we wouldn't expect to see. So that'll tell you that they've had a quality row there. These guys have had a quality row, and they look pretty pleased, and so they should be.
There's Tavis Harling. G'day, Tavis. Nice to see you again, mate. Well done. I'll see you up there. He was on the cokes yesterday, Tavis Harling. That's the professionalism of him. He was just having a nice coke. He'll no doubt replace that with the lovely drop of the Gage Roads Summer Ale. So he was very disciplined up there on the balcony yesterday. Probably not so much today.
I think he's got something to celebrate today, hasn't he? So, yeah, no, great to speak to him up there yesterday in the out on the balcony with his Diet Coke.
Alrighty. Big final here, Rob.
Yeah, big final. This is the E4 minus. So Cox's 4, women's Cox's 4. In lane 2, Leichhardt, Susan Huggett, M. Barrack, Jennifer Zonga, and Daniela Bourget, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 3 is University of Western Australia's Liz Warren, Sue Peacock, Orla Flecker, and Sarah Knight, coached by Ava Myler. In lane 4, the Melbourne Ulverston Composite of Alison Kirkwood, Gina Anderson, Sandra Wilson, and Tanya Nishibata. In lane 5, North Esk's Diana Ottaway, Elizabeth Stephen, Kathleen McQueen, Judy Fenner, coached by Kerry Dawkins. And in lane 6, the Corio Bay Melbourne Composite of Karen Patton, Bea Klein von Mollekam, Nisha Hall-Sullivan, and Justine Tonner-Joyce. So we're looking through this quality field here. They're on the line now. The 5 crews on the line, all set to go. Beautiful conditions. I dare say that sun's coming out there, Travis. This is very unexpected, and we thought we were going to be coming into storms about now. So great conditions being enjoyed out on the course, and what a fast start we've had.
So this Leichhardt crew, top of screen in lane 2, they'll be the ones to watch here. They are the reigning gold medalists, and it's an unchanged lineup from last year. Susan Huggett, Barak, Zongor, and Bourget. They have come here yet again as a strong, united team, unchanged from their gold medal winning performance last year, where they were able to row a very slick time of 3:51, and they have started really nicely. But so too has Corio Bay composite team. Patton, Malcolm, Sullivan, and Tonner-Joyce. They are absolutely putting the challenge up to this Leichhardt team early.
Yeah, and I'm just watching back to that the crew from Ulverston, Melbourne Composite. Of course, Tanya Nishibata then sitting in the 3 seat. She'd be very familiar with the strokes, seen in most of the boats she rows in. But certainly, once again, we talked about that even splitting boat. So this boat will be an even splitting boat. So depends how far these other crews can get out in front. Corio Bay looking very handy over here, and certainly are taking the race to Leichhardt at the moment. Rating not too dissimilar, probably Leichhardt a point or two higher as they come over the first 400 metres. And they do look like they're pulling out a bit now. That Leichhardt crew turning it on. They've obviously gone for a bit of an effort there, just trying to put a bit of space over the rest of the crews, but also trying to get ahead of Corio Bay. But I think it's going to be very close coming across the 500 metre mark, Travis. They look to be neck and neck, maybe Leichhardt with the slightest advantage.
Corio Bay will be second through this halfway, and then this battle for third. The bronze medal up for grabs. It's really tight. University of WA and the Melbourne Composite crew of Kirkwood, Anderson, Wilson and Nishibata. So it is that team that have just got 0.7 of a second on the University of WA. And then the North Esk crew, they're in 6th position at the moment, just falling a little bit off the back. But our leaders are Leichhardt from New South Wales. Obviously well-drilled, well-planned team, have come back together with their eye on the prize in this event. They were so impressive last year where they were able to take home that gold, and yet again they've wanted to put their mark on this race. The Corio Bay team still hanging there in second, and now we see a move coming from this Melbourne Composite team. They've moved into outright bronze. They're just starting to put a bit of clear water between themselves and the University of WA. They'll need a fight back, but it's a bit of a sprint to the line now. Leichhardt, they lift the rating like true champions, but gee, look at Corio Bay Composite go. Nearest to us here on the banks, they're just starting to wind up nicely. It's Leichhardt, Corio Bay, Leichhardt, stroke for stroke here, looking to try and run over the top of the defending champs. Will we see a bit of an upset here on the Lakes of the Champions in the middle of the field? Melbourne Composite trying to give that last push to the line. They've got the bronze medal sewn up, you feel. They're ahead of UWA, but we'll turn our attention to the front. It's stride for stride, stroke for stroke, I should say. They're pulling hard, just trying to get that power. Look at Corio Bay, Composite go. They're lifting in the final few strokes. Leichhardt responding now in kind. It's Leichhardt bookending it with Corio Bay in that battle for gold. The finish line is now in sight. We have a look at it. It's going to be on the nose. It is very close to call. I think perhaps Leichhardt.
Yeah.
Just Leichhardt, get it.
Yeah, great call. I think that they just got it on the surge. I mean, if that line had been half a metre earlier, I think the Corio Bay would have come across in first. But they certainly had the row of their lives over that last 100 metres, but just couldn't quite crack it. So it does look like it's Leichhardt. We're just waiting for the official results, but it did look to us to be Corio Bay in second, the Melbourne Composite in third. Back to University and North-East. So there it is there. It's just been collected. And indeed, it was Leichhardt by 0.45 of a second over the Corio Bay Melbourne Composite. Melbourne Ulverstone a further 6 seconds behind. So what a great race.
0.45 for Leichhardt. You defend your title, ladies. It is a golden moment for Leichhardt in the final stroke of the race. And gee whiz, they had to earn that one, Rob, because that Corio Bay Composite, they just kept on coming and coming, didn't they?
Yeah, and I think that you could see that Leichhardt, they, as you said, they went out really early. They did all their pushes very early, which meant that they were always going to struggle when they got back to that back end of the race. Corio Bay probably had a very sound first 800 metres, and they just left that little bit in the tank. Ultimately, it wasn't enough. So, which race plan's the right one? The one that gets you across the line in first. That's all I can make of that. But we move straight on to race 245, the Women's Masters E Coxed 4, and we have Curtin University, Ronnie Cooper, Eliza Michaelis Dorado, Alison White, Pam Nichols, and their coxswain Leon Stewart. In lane 3, Toowong Melbourne Corio Bay Composite, Jenny Grattan-Vaughan, Darren Valmeyer, Jen Kilby, Catherine Dermody and their coxswain Caitlin Murphy. In lane 4, Leichhardt's Belinda Brigham, Lisa Molyneux, Chanel Stokes, Carmel Taylor and Sorrel Woodward is their coxswain. In lane 5, Hawthorns, Ruth Oliver, Frances Graham, Julie Cochin, Robin Blake, Natasha Kinsman is their coxswain. And in lane 6, Dragons, Christine Gray, Tracy Capes, Claire Farley, Sis Shah, Cruikshank and Sarah Cedric is their coxswain. And in lane 7, Yarra Yarra's Cherry Bennett, Rebecca George, Rachel Golonka, Kathy Sagaris and Sam Lincoln is their coxswain. And just talking to Sam yesterday afternoon, and he's very pleased with his results so far and over the weekend, and getting in a lot of races and a lot of crews and bringing home the medals. But we can see it appears to be this Dragons combination that has come out very quickly from where we look here. They've got out to probably about a length and a half lead. The Dragons, of course, a Brisbane-based club, and they are looking. Could Dragon or Hawthorn? Sorry, no, Hawthorn's beside them off their right. So it is the Dragons, and they're certainly pouring it on over that first 500 metres. Toowong Composite over there, just going, just probably holding the advantage over the rest of it. But they've gone through with about a 2-minute split over at the 500 metre mark, followed by Yarra Yarra, 7.7 seconds back. Then Toowong, Hawthorn, Leichhardt, all in very close quarters. So the race for second and third, it would look at this point, because 2 lengths up at the halfway mark are going to be very, very hard to pull back there, Travis.
There we are, leaders on full display here. Thanks to Adrian down there on the banks of Champion Lakes, bringing in these pictures, and it looks like it's the Paula Langdon boat, and it's the Dragons leading the way. That battle for silver, gee, that's really heating up. Probably just too long in front, but Yarra Yarra just starting to really get that boat moving, aren't they, Rob?
Yeah, and we're just watching the coxswain there, sitting out there in this boat out in front here, and the Dragons boat, and you can see the amount of talking that the coxswains do, and they're just driving them home, which is interesting. It's the contrast between you go from that to a coxswain's boat where there's no talking, and but certainly a good coxswain is going to win your race. They're going to steer straight, they're going to make the right calls, they've got the feel for how it goes. We heard from Borby yesterday, and the importance of that, the talk coming from the coxswain. It's got to make sense, it's got to be relevant to what they're doing, and informative, and that pays off. But this crew just going away with it now. Look at a real race on for the minor places, aren't there?
So there is our leaders streaking away here. You can hear the voices on the banks just getting behind our rowers because they know the silver and the bronze is absolutely a splash and dash race to the line. Here are our champions, though. They're coming down to the line beautifully, the Dragons. Second, maybe just Yarra Yarra, but two on Composite are trying to lift. And here come Leichhardt just with a little bursting spurt in the final stages. It's our leaders, though, who are going to come down as the Australian champions. It's the Dragons who will take the victory, and they'll win by about 3 lengths over the rest of the field. The battle for silver continues to heat up. It's Toowong have just got their noses in front. Yarra Yarra will look to take the bronze medal. It's tightening up on the line, though. It's Toowong just. Yarra Yarra just out-dipped on the line. It came down to the final strokes, and then it was the team from Hawthorn, Leichhardt and Curtin University rounding out the top 6.
Yeah, what a dominant performance by that Dragons outfit. They certainly looked the goods, and a big advantage. Probably one of the bigger wins margins we've seen in the racing, certainly over the last couple of days.
Hip hip hoorays down on the line as we move over the page to our next big final.
Yeah, so we've got the men's Masters E double scull race 246, and that race well underway at the moment. I'll just do a quick roll call. Manning Rivers, Rhett Patterson, Nick Johnson in lane 2. In lane 3, North Essex, Robert Wrigley and Patrick Bird, coached by Trevor Barrett. In lane 4, Yarra Yarra, Melbourne Composite, Gregor Nyans and Justin Negri. In lane 5, St George Composite, Terry Bridges and Alan Robertson. In lane 6, Western Australian Rowing Clubs, Steve Parks and Darryl Salisbury. And in lane 7, Riverside, Brian Glawson and Anthony Lee. And what a race we're expecting here. And as expected, the Yarra Yarra combination of Melbourne combination of Gregor Nyans and Justin Negri have taken the slightest advantage over the St George Leichhardt combination of Bridges and Robertson, and going through the 500, there's not much in it at all. Riverside still faring very well over this side, as are the North Est crew of Wrigley and Bird over in lane 3. But it was the Yarra Yarra Melbourne combination of Nyans and Negris through in 146, just a 1 second lead over the St George Leichhardt combination, a second behind, and then Riverside another 2 seconds in deficit. So the race really on. Now we know the big finish is coming from Alan Robertson. We know he'll wind it up, and we're starting to see that now. Gee, that's a big call. 3 days of racing under their belt. They're coming into the last day, and they're going from the sprint 400 metres out. They have no choice. We know this O'Nions and Negri combination is super strong, and they've just responded to the charge from the Bridges and Robertson combination, and looking well within they look in great form there, as we just took a very close up on them. Back there now we have the Riverside probably holding out West Australian Rowing Club's Parks and Salisbury, a little bit further back to Wrigley and Bird, who've just slipped a bit behind that West Australian Rowing Club crew. But here we go to the line.
And it's going to be a real sprint finish. Gregor Nyans and Justin Negri have just put the foot down a little bit more, and they've just found an extra gear. These two champion athletes have just flexed a little bit of bicep and have put their boat in front by about a half a length now. And look at them go, they're flying. They are absolutely racing to the line. They sensed the moment. They were able just to mount the challenge and respond in kind. They've absolutely accelerated at the right time of way. We get a good look at them now as they come towards the finish line. Gregorio Nyans and Justin Negree are going to be the champions. Gregorio Nyans, people were a bit worried we weren't mentioning him enough, but we are now because he is the Australian champion. O'Nyans, Negree take the gold by over a boat length in the end. It's Bridges and Robinson the silver, and really tight for the bronze. Really tight. WA Rowing Club, just Parks and Salisbury get the bronze ahead of Glawson and Lee of Riverside Rowing Club. Then we're followed by North Esk into the line, and then it is the team from Manning River. But for Gregorio Nyans and Justin Negree, they are two names that we won't forget.
Yes, indeed. And I think we saw, we just looked at the cross, just started coming down that last 500 metres. And what we saw in the St George Leichhardt boat was there wasn't it was a little bit more unsteady, and they wouldn't row it together a lot. And I think these guys, we certainly saw a lot of them at the New South Wales Championships, the Victorian Championships, so they've done a lot of rowing together. Probably not so much the combination of Bridges and Robinson, and that just came to tell them. They just didn't have that smoothness that the others had, but well done for them for coming second. And a great row by the Western Australia's Parks and Salisbury to row through. They basically rowed through North Esk and Riverside to grab that, get their hands on that bronze medal.
Great call, Rob Glendenning and Travis Jenkins taking you through the morning session of racing here from Champion Lakes, and we have another big final. It's the quad sculls for the Women's Masters H&M category, and we'll go through the roll call for you. It's the Tablelands Composite in lane number 2 with Prue Fitzpatrick, Sharon Ann Jones, Harmina Bolsh and Cherie Rolfe. We'll have a handicap event here too, so they will be 17 seconds until the start because we do have an I crew in the field. Then it's Canberra in 3 with Judy Walsh, Deb Cook, Kath Wellman and Leslie Ciccarelli. In lane 4, Manning River Composite, Ann Taylor, Lindy Nisbet, Susan Kemp and Amanda Cavill. In 5, the Commercial Composite, Kay Jansen, Julianne Kelly, Martha DeLong and Barbara Hall. And we can see the Perth Composite team being an I crew. They'll have 17 seconds on the rest of the field. It's Vanessa Grant, Eve Beecroft, Margaret Small and Nikki Cato who have been sent on their way and will be the ones to run down. And then we have the Manning River crew. We can see them there. They've started well, the ladies there from Manning River. Gay Pullen, Kay Smythe and Sue Edwards in that boat. So 17 seconds is the amount they have to make up there, Rob, and it's going to be pretty hard because they've started well, this Perth Composite crew.
Oh, haven't they what? Now, just to mention that the Tablelands Country Rowing Club is just outside of Cairns, so they are very well travelled to get here, I tell you. So, yeah, it's great to see where these crews are all coming from. Just see a few steering issues here. Now, the umpire will get involved here. The crew that the commercial commercial composite crew has just strayed into the other lane now. He's seen that they made that correction, but we're looking down from that drone shot now. And just once again, just saying to everybody watching at home, look at the tracks that all these crews have taken. So the straightest one, these guys out in front now have got on the straight now. Probably the straightest track of all out of this one is the Tablelands Composite crew over on the other side. They're certainly not up there with the other crews at the moment, but it's just all important to try to stay straight in your lane. Now we are seeing that the Perth Composite crew, they've pulled back a little bit of that 17 seconds. It'll be interesting to see what it looks like when they go through the 500 metre mark. We're still a little way off that. So my guess is that the Commercial Composite crew have pulled back more than half of that handicap already. So it would appear to me, unless Perth's got something in the bag, that they're going to really struggle to stay in front of this really fast-moving Commercial Composite.
It's always interesting, the handicap racing. We've got the Champions of Champions on Champion Lakes still to come this afternoon, which will be a handicap event, and from more reports, it's one of the most thrilling ways to end the regattas because you get this situation, don't you, Rob, where it starts to tighten up at the back half of the race. And
yeah, and we're all going to watch out, seeing what the gap is at the 500 metre mark, see how much of that handicap has been eaten away, and we're seeing that unfold here. Right, so they've already removed just over half of that handicap. So going on this rate, there will be a very close finish between these two crews when they get to the other end. A little bit of a gap back now to Manning River and the Manning River Composite in Canberra. So the race is going to be on, I'd say, at the front. It's going to be very close between the Perth Composite and the Commercial Composite coming down to the line.
So it's a 17-second buffer they had off the start line, and it is now down to just 7 seconds. So the Perth Composite crew of Grant, Beecroft, Small and Cato will just have to get the heart rates up a little bit higher. They'll see to the right the crew from the Commercial Composite. They're into that silver medal position, and then the battle for bronze is just heating up behind us, Rob.
Yeah, and it is actually really fun to watch these races, because what happens is the crew that's getting overtaken is watching this crew come. The crew's seeing them, they can sense the crew's off to the side. They can sense that they're getting a lot closer to them. But then the crew kicks. The crew in front kicks. They just go, well, we've got this far. We're not that far out. Let's give it another kick. So it feels like it's just taking forever to get past them. And in some instances, they kick and don't get caught. And certainly they're doing a great job at the moment of holding off this Commercial crew. I don't think they're going to be able to hold them to the line, but we'll just have to wait and see the outcome there.
They've got plenty of spirit though in the boat. This Perth Composite crew have got hearts as big as lions, and they're just now in a battle, and you can see that they've just lifted the stroke rating. There's still plenty of fight left in the Perth Composite crew as they sense the Commercial crew just looming up on the inside, but they're still coming, this Commercial Composite crew. They're still just in with the hunt, and you can see that margin is just holding now at a half boat length. The battle for bronze is tightening up. Manning River probably just with their noses in front out there in lane number 7. But gee, we have a race for you here to the line. It's the Perth Composite crew, the I category crew. They've got their noses just in front. I'd say it's probably a quarter of a boat length. Commercial Composite with every stroke just inch closer. The Perth Composite crew, the hearts are working hard. The West Australian blood absolutely pumping through their veins. Will it be enough to get them home? They're lifting. Commercial Composite are trying to run them down. It's the Perth crew just in front, and they'll hold on. They'll hold on, the Perth Composite crew, but only just. That West Australian spirit is absolutely shown through in the final few strokes to get the win by 0.61 of a second. Commercial Composite second. Manning River have flashed home for the bronze. That's a great row from Manning River. Manning River Composite fourth. Canberra have finished in 5th.
And a win for the handicappers there. It turned on a great finish, and what a great effort. We saw that they got within about 5 seconds at 250 metres to go. You saw how much they got back in the first 500 metres. You saw how much they got in the next 250 metres, and the effort put in by this Perth Composite. I see Marg Small in there folded over. Marg from Mosman Rowing Club, and she was one of the drivers in the Leichhardt trailer that came over here with the boat, so she'll be thinking about gold medals and the return trip home at the moment. I think, I'd say that's furthest from her thinking at the moment. But what a great performance by these guys. The kick that 50 metres out where they just had to give everything they had, and it was a great finish.
Congratulations to that crew on the win. They kept their noses in front after that nice handicap. So we move along to the C8s. I know you're looking forward to this race today,
Yeah,
Rob.
another really good race. Now what we've seen though is we've seen up on the start, and you'll notice they're all sitting, so they're all sitting at an angle at the start. So what they're doing is they're trying to get their nose into the wind, the front of the boat into the wind, so that they don't have. Now we can see the trouble that the crew coming in now, the West Australian Rowing Club crew is having. They're having to back out again because the wind has built up at the start there. It's blowing from the northeast, so it's going to push their noses, try to push the nose of that boat across with a held start. You can see over there in the University of West Australia A&A crew, they've passed the bow and the two and the forward seat handles forward, and they're tapping it sideways, and that's the most effective, as we see, is they just keep that boat sideways. When it gets closer to a start, when they know he starts doing his roll call, they'll stop tapping, hope the boat works its way around to straight down the course and get going. So it is quite a controlled controlled exercise they're going through out there, but it is tough. These boats are tough. There's a lot of windage on these boats. We can see again from that from the Melbourne University crew coming in there, the trouble they're having. They're now clashing with the other crews. So, and that once again, you're up on the start. It's really not what you want to be happening, you know. So. It's just a little bit of distraction that you don't really need when you're waiting for it. Sitting over there is the Adelaide Uni Composite, and they look, they're absolutely fine, just all in control. They're just sitting there, there's no problems here, as are the University of West Australia ANA crew on this side. We look like we're getting fairly close now. I don't think the starter will muck around here, but I think he's going to have to wait a little while, because certainly the WA Rowing Club crew is very skewed at the moment, so he'll just wait for them to get a little bit straighter.
In the blink of an eye, the wind has picked up, hasn't it, Rob? You can
Sure
see
has.
now the conditions have just started to change. Good to see a good crowd in on the final day of action. You can see the hoodies are going on as that breeze has just picked up a little bit.
Yeah, out there at lunchtime, we'll get those Bond beanies back on there, Travis, won't we?
Absolutely. So we'll go through the role here of this C8, the Adelaide University crew on the right of screen in lane 2, the WA Rowing Club in 3, Carrum in the centre there in 4. Great to have them as a whole club here at the start line. Melbourne University also involved here in lane 5, and then it's the University of WA and ANA combined club who have started well in lane number 6.
Yeah, look, we can see this crew over at Adelaide University crew. We saw at the start they were the least fussed. They were well in control of how they were sitting on the start, and look how they've got out. And I think this is quite a few out of the state aid, or it actually could be the state aid. I'm not quite sure, but it's certainly a well qualified crew, and they've taken out to an absolute flyer. Followed by the University of WA ANA Composite over on this side of Machete, Armato, Brevelli, Glendinning, Carson, Bagworth, Keevil, Hartman, Newman, their coxswain, Ava Myler again coming into play. Just out the Adelaide University crew of Seidel, Vassos, Jankowiak, Ellis, Webb, Bursell, Ross, Angie Franku and Bonnie White is their coxswain, and they certainly have gone on with it, haven't they, Travis? They're really pouring it on in these just ever-changing conditions, but making it look like it is absolutely smooth as out there, and looking very, very strong. But the WA ANA, University of WA ANA Composite crew over here, they're looking like they're just getting into their boat speed now, and so it might be a very fast start by the Adelaide University Composite crew, but I think the WA Composite on this side will be certainly thinking that they can back up on level terms with them. So through the 500 metre mark, it was Adelaide University Composite. A length down was the University WA ANA Composite coming through, and it will be the Carrum Composite straight Carrum crew coming through in third, about another length behind, and then another length back to Melbourne University, a little bit further back now to the WA Rowing Club crew. So we're looking across at this crew now, and once again, very, very strong. Certainly the Adelaide Uni rowers up in the front end of that boat, powering the boat along and setting that really nice rhythm that's got them almost down to the 250 metre mark, and they just looking sensational out there in those bright Zoodies, isn't it? They really are a standout, and you want to make yourself known, no better than doing it from the front of the field. And certainly coming in 250 metres to go, have taken out, probably extended that lead just slightly over the West Australia ANA Composite.
So looking for back-to-back victories from last year. They were the champion. Bonnie White was the Cox last year, and she's the Cox once again today. There you can see Bonnie White not letting up on this team, despite their terrific performance over the first 750 metres. Angie Franku also was part of that team last year and is in the boat again, enjoying her time over here in Western Australia. Christina Bursell also in that winning crew, and they continue their dominance in the back half. There's no letting up. Carrum, you can see, have moved up into bronze. They were fourth last year in this event, so they've upgraded onto the podium, this Carrum team. They're in that third position at the moment, but we'll now just enjoy this Adelaide University Composite crew as they stroke their way to gold at Champion Lakes It's a great win for Adelaide University. The West Australian combination in for the silver. And here's Carrum, the all Carrum crew, a terrific performance. They've really impressed over the last 4 days, and they have upgraded from 4th last year to take out the bronze in 2026. A great achievement by them as we now call in our Melbourne University team. They've done well, and then the WA Rowing Club will be next in to round out the C8 final.
And of course, Carrum coming home with the fastest all-club crew, so that'll reward them well. So well done to Carrum once again.
So we're still rolling through in the Quad Sculls Men's C final. So let's quickly go through the roll call for you. It's Torrens Composite in lane 2 with Derleek, Morgan, Cowley and Lubinas. And then the ADF Rowing Composite crew, they've just fallen a bit off the back here. It's Kaplik, Newman, Solomon and Collins. So they're in 5th place at the moment. The WA Rowing Club Composite crew with Warner, Rosser, Wall and Harling on board. ANA in 5 with Brockway, McGrath, Hawkins and Warren B. Love. They've got their noses in front, the ANA Rowing Club crew, and then Corio Bay Composite with Inglis, Luca Wells, Fishman and Dave Kelly on board.
Yeah, and it's once again a flyer from this Damien Derleek stroke boat, and we know that, as I said, he does not mind rating. We saw a great performance in the single scull from Chris Morgan not so long ago. They just looked like they might have squeezed through the halfway with a 1 second advantage over the ANA crew. So it's got to be a crack of a road to the finish, but it looks like they may well have just picked that time to go for their effort as well, because they look like they might have just slightly extended that over, literally 50 metres. They've really turned it on, and as you say, when you're rating, you've got your rating up. You've really got to, to get a big push in the boat really requires a lot of skill, and they're certainly seeing that at the moment. We can see that Cowley, the Lindisfarne sculler in the bow seat of that boat, I think he could have even stroked the Tasmanian quad. So this is a bit of a mixture of the South Australian and Tasmanian quad sculls. So obviously a group of people that rode together a fair bit, and we could see them now just pouring it on, just absolutely pouring on. The Frenchman there, Damien Derleek, he's really been a successful stroke over this couple of days. We're looking at the ANA crew there, and certainly they have got all the effort happening there, and certainly eyes are in the boat and really concentrating hard. They're not too far out of it, but this is a quality crew out in front, and they are just streeting away now. Just maybe backed it off a little bit. They've thought that they've got it in the bag now, so they've just backed it off a little bit, coming down to the line, probably about another 30 or 40 metres to go. We'll cross the line to take out a well-deserved win in this men's C4 final. A great row by ANA to come in second, just a little bit further back. That's once again the quality of these crews, the distance out in front they are. We're seeing the Western Australian Rowing Club Composite coming across the line now, third, and Corio Bay Yarra Yarra Composite will be now coming across the line, the Western Australians, and followed by ADF to close out the field.
So another gold medal for Damien Derleek. There he is, the cap on, just guiding the team. Gee, they wouldn't blow out a candle,
no,
those 4 men.
Went to interview him yesterday, he said, "I am a Frenchman, you won't understand me." So he's a very quietly spoken guy, I take it, and wow, what a performance by Damien over the last 3 or 4 days. Very, very pleased with his efforts. We move on to the women's F double scull. It's race 250. In lane 1, we have University of West Australia's Evelyn Bowen and Liz Warren, coached by Ava Miller. In lane 2, we have Melbourne University and Melbourne Composite of Louise Phillips and Penny Rattray Robertson. In lane 3, the Fremantle Composite of Michaela Main and Alexandra Thornton. In lane 4, the Riverway Commercial Composite of Louise Street and Jacqueline de Jong. In lane 5, the North Shore Composite of Maud O'Connell and Louise McCoach. In lane 6, St George's, Christine McCready and Joanne Ward, coached by Bruce Williams. And in lane 7, ANU's Elaine Bisacker and Sue Donoghue, coached by Sue Donoghue. And we saw some great performances in the heat of this race, and this is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, we had 3 heats earlier today, and it was a really tough progression to get into the final. We've got 7 crews here to contest for the title of Australian champion, and if the heat racing is anything to go by, there is not going to be too much separating our crews. McCready and Ward, the bronze medalists from last year, will they be able to upgrade a couple of spots? They won't have it all their own way, because Main and Thornton, gee, they will impressive from the Fremantle Rowing Club in the heats, and they've started well here, Rob. They're second from the rider's screen. They've probably just got their noses in front early. They've got away from the line really well. Actually, no, sorry, they're just a little bit further back, second at the moment, and Louise Phillips and Robinson leading the way.
Like, this is really interesting, you know, what we're seeing unfold here, because I don't know, I think you're right the first time. I think we're missing a crew out of lane 1. I think we're missing it looks like the Melbourne University Melbourne crew is in lane 2, and we're missing University of WA.
So it is Fremantle in front.
So it is Melbourne Uni in front. Fremantle still, Fremantle in front. Yes, sorry, now we're very confused. This is a really interesting scenario, because these finals would have been seeded on their race-winning times. And so we normally would expect a chevron. So I'd say this Fremantle crew might have been foxing a little bit in the heat. They certainly got out to a very, very fast start, and they're dominating this at the moment. The Melbourne crew really struggling to go with them, and that's once again another quality crew with Rattray, Robertson and Phillips in that crew. A little bit further back now, we're seeing the North Shore crew of Maud O'Connell, the North Shore Cromwell, of course, in New Zealand, North Shore in Sydney, of Louise McCoach and Maud O'Connell. I think they came in second or third in their heat. So a second, well, they must come in second. I think we had 3 heats. So it's certainly panning out a little bit different than we might have thought, but a great row and a great push out the front from Michaela Main and Alexandra Thornton.
So Fremantle leading the way. They've started really strongly here, and looking just to keep that momentum going as they make their way down Champion Lakes. Second spot, pretty tight. Probably Maud O'Connell and Louise McCoach from North Shore. Then in third, it looks like Phillips and Rattray Robertson from the Melbourne University. In fourth, it is the Riverway Composite of Street and Jacqueline de Jong. We probably thought they would be a bit closer to the lead by the halfway, but they're just starting to get their boat moving now. Back in 5th position, it is the St George crew of McCready and Ward, and then Bissica and Donoghue from the ANU Rowing Club out in the last position at the moment. But our leaders are the Fremantle Rowing Club, Main and Thornton. The Fremantle Rowing Club team will be just up on the banks here, just getting a bit excited with what they're seeing out on course at the moment. They're doing it nicely. O'Connell and McCoach, though, just starting to mount a little bit of a challenge to our leaders.
Yeah, I can only think that those rougher conditions up the start has thrown some of the other crews, and the crew that's handled them absolutely the best is the Michaela Main Alexander Thornton crew, and they still holding down over a length's lead as we come into 250 metres to go. We can see the De Jong and Street combination now winding up, probably losing just a little bit of momentum now. Over in lane 2 is the Melbourne Uni Melbourne Composite crew, and we can see that McCoach O'Connell crew coming into play now, and they are still looking fairly fresh here. So I would suggest that they'll be mounting a big challenge very, very soon. As we get back pan to a wider view on it, we'll get an idea of where they are. But it does look like, from where we sit in from the tower, that the Michaela Main Alexandra Thornton crew still holding down about a length and a half lead. Here come the De Jong Street combination, and they've moved up side by side with the North Shore Composite crew, and it's going to be a real race between them and the Melbourne Uni Melbourne combination over the other side. They're not going to catch Main and Thornton from Fremantle. Turning it on now are the North Shore Composite over here, O'Connell and North Shore, and coming down to the line. It is a straight line between these other 3 crews. No problem at all for the Fremantle crew, and they will cross the line to take first. It will be this North Shore Composite coming in through in second. the Riverway Composite in third, a little bit further back to the Melbourne Uni Composite crew coming across to take out fourth. So it was coming down the line now we have St George, then the ANU Composite, ANU crew of Bissaka and Donahue.
Michaela Main and Alexandra Thornton, Australian champions from Fremantle Rowing Club. Congratulations. A fantastic effort in a very hotly contested field. It was just tough to make the final, so to win that, that's a huge achievement. All right, now we've got a next final. It's the F pairs onto the water, and we've got Adelaide University, Bill Natt and Dave McLeod in the chair. Top of screen, started well. They'll come through the halfway in front. The Carrum Composite of Mersell and Holman, and then Melbourne Rowing Club's Grant and McVicker, Torrens, Ellis and Tankard, and Smith, Craig Smith and Stephen Reynolds rowing for the Melbourne Rowing Club. But we have an early leader here, Rob. It's the Adelaide University combination of Natt and McLeod, who have started well, and they'll be hard to run down.
Oh, absolutely, they will. They've had a very good 500 metres, and they're looking very, very smooth in that boat. And once again, it's all about purpose, and it's all about getting that connection, maintaining that connection in the boat, connection with the water, the oar in the water, and that's going to get you the drive that's going to get you out in front like they are at the moment, holding a good lead over the Torrens combination. It does look like Torrens might start to get challenged by the Carrum Composite as we come into the last 250 metres. Just look out the window there, but Torrens now just going on a bit of a push. They've got to, if they want to stay in front of the Carrum Composite, they've got to move, and they've got to move now. But look at this Adelaide University Natt McLeod combination, and they certainly they just had a bit of a glance over from the stroke. Don't look too fussed at the moment. They're working hard. Don't doubt that. They are working very, very hard here, and they are going to just not let off at all, because they know just one slip and the Torrens combination of Ellis and Tankard will be right on top of them. But look at the Carrum Composite of Bursell and Drew Holman coming home extremely fast. Look at the strain on the Torrens' rowers there as they come into about 50 metres from the, probably a little bit further than that, about 100 odd metres from the end of the track. It does look like the Carrum crew has now made their big move and may well have gone past the Torrens crew. Out in front though, Bill Natt, David McLeod, they are just looking the goods here, aren't they?
Absolutely. Adelaide University charging to the line. It'll be the second year in a row they've won this title. They've come back with the crown, and they're going to leave with the crown as well. Bill Natt, David McLeod, Australian champions. Mersell and Holman have got over the line for the silver ahead of our Torrens competitors, Ellis and Tankard. A terrific row from Bill Natt, David McLeod. They arrived as the champions. They'll leave once again as the Australian champs, as our Melbourne team of Smith and Reynolds come through to complete the course. But for our Adelaide University combine of Bill and Dave, they just take in those big breaths. Well done, Australian champions. And they were just reflecting on the race there, I think.
Yeah,
Rob,
just having a look down the course. Look what we just did. And that is so much the case. You know, sometimes you get across these things and you go, well, that turned out a whole lot better than I was thinking it was going to turn out, and that's always a nice feeling when you get out in a boat. We go into the last race before the break. We got race 252. It's the Men's Masters I Double Scull. In lane 1, we have Melbourne's Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. In lane 2, Lindisfarne Melbourne Composite of Stephen Mollard and Sam Mollard. In lane 3, West Australia Rowing Clubs, Daryl Salisbury and Alan Salisbury. In lane 4, Toowong's Robert Gunningham and Gavin Kirk-Lauritsen. In lane 5, Des Moines Graham Word and Richard Jones. In lane 6, Manning Rivers, Graham Nix and Roy Halliday. And in lane 7, Sandy Bay Canning Bridge Composite, Kenneth Price and Chris Potter. And haven't we seen a lot of these rowers turn up? And good to see the family composites and crews out there with the Mollards and the Salisburys. I don't think that's by chance they've got the same surname, so we'll assume that they're all families. And of course Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney, and as we'd expect, they've got out to an absolute fire. They are this quality combination that we've seen time and time again, holding an advantage of about 4 seconds over the Manning River crew over on this side, the Halliday Graham Nix combination over on this side of the course. It will be the Lindisfarne's Mollard going through in third, very close back to the Sandy Bay Canning Bridge combination, and through that 500 metre mark.
So we saw left of screen the Sandy Bay Composite crew of Kenneth Price and Chris Potter. They were fourth last year, just outside the medals, and they're in that bronze medal contention at the moment. They're having a nice little battle with the Mollard family, who are there in lane 2, second from the right, Stephen and Sam Mollard. So that battle for bronze will be really heating up. We'll keep a close eye on that, but perhaps Kenneth Price and Chris Potter will have their day today on the podium. But they won't catch our leaders, you wouldn't think, from here, Rob. They're absolutely rowing beautifully. Rod Stewart, Peter McCartney, we touched on so many times how impressive Rod Stewart was at last year's regatta, and he's going to go a long way this year too to being the top point scorer in champion competitor overall with points, Rodney Stewart. So he's definitely putting his best foot forward for another big award with his great performances here.
Oh, absolutely, and look at the gap from the first place here to the last place in this race at the moment. It'll tell you how well they are rowing. We've seen very, very tight fields here, but these guys have absolutely streeted this one. The only crew that's going with them is Manning River, and they're still not able to match that speed of that crew. A little bit further back, once again, to Lindisfarne. And there we got Graham Nix rowing in the Kerry Nix. That's Graham Nix in the bow. And I'm sure that Kerry Nix is Graham's wife, I think that is. So Owen, you might ring and correct that if I'm wrong. But certainly, as you said, always nice to row in a boat that has something to do with your family. And coming down to the line, it is the combination from Melbourne, McCartney and Stewart going across the line in first, followed by that Manning River crew. Well-deserved silver. It's going to be a little bit further back to the Mollard combination. That's going to be a real family affair. Have a discussion around the dinner table tonight before they head home, and be one medal in Melbourne and one in Tassie for that crew. It is the combination from Sandy Bay coming over, just missing out on that medal, which is a shame. Just still not getting quite there. Repeat fourth performance by Kenneth and Chris, and we got Drummoyne coming across the line. They will take out fifth, followed by Toowong and the WA Rowing Club. Just a little way to go yet. They've probably got another 50 or 60 metres to go. Only one of those rowers rowing at the moment, so they've obviously had some sort of issue in the boat. He's just picked it up a little bit, but yeah, so sorry. There's obviously been some sort of issue in that West Australian Rowing Club boat, because Darryl Salisbury and Alan Salisbury would have expected them to be right up there. So here they come now.
Great effort from the Salisbury's, royalty here in the West. Been around a long time in the rowing circles. Great to see them here at an Australian Championships. Alrighty, Rob. Well, it's been a very entertaining morning of rowing action. It's been full of lots of actions. We can see the wind has just picked up a little bit from what we saw this morning, but still good enough for the regatta to continue. We'll have no problems at getting all the races in the can for another year. Rob Glendinning, great having your commentary here this morning. We are going to have a short break in proceedings. We've got our next event scheduled for 12:15 Western Standard Time. We're here today thanks to Kennards Hire, Perth Care Partners, Bont Rowing, Zeka Perth. You can view the Zekas down here in front of the sheds. Fantastic looking cars. If you haven't already, make sure you get down and have a look at the Zekas. McHenry, Honan and Gage Roads are also sponsoring today's event. Well, we're almost halfway through the final day of action. I hope you are enjoying it at home and also here on the banks of Champion Lakes. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back with plenty more action from Champion Lakes in about 40 minutes' time.
We find so much to do around here. There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
There's so many places to go to. We've got this place here, obviously, Armidale Reptile Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There are a lot of great facilities here in the city of Armidale. That's great for the little ones.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury, design or safety, performance or space. We say, settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market, the Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
As I'm rising, my stomach's flipping.
Looks good, eh?
Ken O.
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kennots make your job easy.
Food's fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing that, you know where it comes from. There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues that are providing amazing food. We have a lot of really special places around here, cider houses, mini breweries. It's the entrance to the valley, you know, and where else, you know, can you get this beautiful scenery and, most importantly, good food.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think?
Donna, giuramento di che.
Hey boss, Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
Coming out to the hills of Armadale, it lets you experience nature and lets you experience that harmony in a different way. Being surrounded by the really old eucalypts, the jarrah, the marri, really vivid leaves and the chirping of the birds, it's very serene, very tranquil.
Armadale's beautiful hills are the perfect place to escape the loudness of the city. The hills are the perfect place to find some peace and quiet on the weekend, and it's a great place to find some nice local produce. Naked Apple is predominantly an outdoor venue. It's a beautiful area to sit out in nature. We also have a lot of natural places around as well. So we've got Stinton Cascades, Rolly Pools in the immediate area. Araluen Botanic Park just down the road. Coming into spring, everything is super green, lots of flowers. We've also got a lot of hiking areas out towards Mount Dale.
The nature of Armadale Hills offer a place of tranquility, which really makes it special to reconnect with yourself. To escape the hustle and bustle of the city, the Armadale Hills is a beautiful place to relax.
I love exploring and getting off the beaten track, especially in Armadale. There's so many hidden gems and great trails to discover. You've got hiking, mountain biking, trail running. You can go to Champion Lakes and explore some beautiful waterways there and do some rowing or kayaking. It is really a great place to go to explore the outdoors. It's only half an hour from the city and you've got a world of adventures right at your feet. I love discovering the hidden gems in Bungendore Park and Wollongong Regional Park. They have to be two of my favourite places in the whole of the Darling Range. One of my favourite family-friendly places in Armadale is Wollongong Dam. There are loads of picnic areas and fantastic views, and it's really great for people of all ages. The City of Armadale have done a fantastic job in building a trail network which is inclusive for families and animals, with lots of dog-friendly trails available in the area. The great thing is they've put a lot of thought and effort into the environmental impact, with lots of dieback cleaning stations throughout the whole regional network. There are so many awesome things to do in the outdoors right here in the City of Armadale.
Well done, girls. Happy?
Kenneth, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
We find so much to do around here. There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. Yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
There's so many places to go to. We've got this place here, obviously, Armadale Reptile Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There are a lot of great facilities here in the City of Armadale. That's great for the little ones.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury, design or safety, performance or space. We say, settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market, the Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
Ken O.
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
Food's fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing that, you know where it comes from. There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues that are providing amazing food. We have a lot of really special places around here, cider houses, mini breweries. It's the entrance to the valley, you know, and where else, you know, can you get this beautiful scenery and, most importantly, good food.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
Looking good, eh?
Oh, Keno, what do you think, Nonna?
Giuramento de che.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth.
Kennards make your job easy.
Coming out to the hills of Armidale, it lets you experience nature and lets you experience that harmony in a different way. Being surrounded by the really old eucalypts, the jarrah, the marri, really vivid leaves and the chirping of the birds, it's very serene, very tranquil.
Armidale's beautiful hills are the perfect place to escape the loudness of the city. The hills are the perfect place to find some peace and quiet on the weekend, and it's a great place to find some nice local produce. Naked Apple is predominantly an outdoor venue. It's a beautiful area to sit out in nature. We also have a lot of natural places around as well. So we've got Stinton Cascades, Rowley Pools in the immediate area. Araluen Botanic Park just down the road. Coming into spring, everything is super green, lots of flowers. We've also got a lot of hiking areas out towards Mount Dale.
The nature of Armidale Hills offer a place of tranquility, which really makes it special to reconnect with yourself. To escape the hustle and bustle of the city, the Armidale Hills is a beautiful place to relax.
I love exploring and getting off the beaten track, especially in Armidale. There's so many hidden gems and great trails to discover. You've got hiking, mountain biking, trail running. You can go to Champion Lakes and explore some beautiful waterways there and do some rowing or kayaking. It is really a great place to go to explore the outdoors. It's only half an hour from the city and you've got a world of adventures right at your feet. I love discovering the hidden gems in Bungendore Park and Wollongong Regional Park. They have to be two of my favourite places in the whole of the Darling Range. One of my favourite family-friendly places in Armidale is Wollongong Dam. There are loads of picnic areas and fantastic views, and it's really great for people of all ages. The City of Armidale have done a fantastic job in building a trail network which is inclusive for families and animals, with lots of dog-friendly trails available in the area. The great thing is they've put a lot of thought and effort into the environmental impact, with lots of dieback cleaning stations throughout the whole regional network. There are so many awesome things to do in the outdoors right here in the City of Armidale.
Well done, girls. Happy?
Kenneth, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kennards make your job easy.
We find so much to do around here. There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. Yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
There's so many places to go to. We've got this place here, obviously, Armidale Reptile Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There are a lot of great facilities here in the City of Armidale. That's great for the little ones.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury, design or safety, performance or space. We say, settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market, the Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
sun rising, my stomach's flipping.
Looks good, eh?
Ken
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
Food's fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing that, you know where it comes from. There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues that are providing amazing food. We have a lot of really special places around here, cider houses, mini breweries. It's the entrance to the valley, you know, and where else, you know, can you get this beautiful scenery and, most importantly, good food.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
Looking good, eh?
Oh, Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
Coming out to the hills of Armidale, it lets you experience nature and lets you experience that harmony in a different way. Being surrounded by the really old eucalypts, the jarrah, the marri, really vivid leaves and the chirping of the birds, it's very serene, very tranquil.
Armidale's beautiful hills are the perfect place to escape the loudness of the city. The hills are the perfect place to find some peace and quiet on the weekend, and it's a great place to find some nice local produce. Naked Apple is predominantly an outdoor venue. It's a beautiful area to sit out in nature. We also have a lot of natural places around as well. So we've got Stinton Cascades, Rowley Pools in the immediate area. Araluen Botanic Park just down the road. Coming into spring, everything is super green, lots of flowers. We've also got a lot of hiking areas out towards Mount Dale.
The nature of Armidale Hills offer a place of tranquility, which really makes it special to reconnect with yourself. To escape the hustle and bustle of the city, the Armidale Hills is a beautiful place to relax.
I love exploring and getting off the beaten track, especially in Armidale. There's so many hidden gems and great trails to discover. You've got hiking, mountain biking, trail running. You can go to Champion Lakes and explore some beautiful waterways there and do some rowing or kayaking. It is really a great place to go to explore the outdoors. It's only half an hour from the city and you've got a world of adventures right at your feet. I love discovering the hidden gems in Bungendore Park and Wollongong Regional Park. They have to be two of my favourite places in the whole of the Darling Range. One of my favourite family-friendly places in Armidale is Wollongong Dam. There are loads of picnic areas and fantastic views, and it's really great for people of all ages. The City of Armidale have done a fantastic job in building a trail network which is inclusive for families and animals, with lots of dog-friendly trails available in the area. The great thing is they've put a lot of thought and effort into the environmental impact, with lots of dieback cleaning stations throughout the whole regional network. There are so many awesome things to do in the outdoors right here in the City of Armidale.
Run, girls. Happy?
Yeah, no, it's all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
We find so much to do around here. There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. Yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
There's so many places to go to. We've got this place here, obviously, Armidale Reptile Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There are a lot of great facilities here in the City of Armidale. It's great for the little ones.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury, design or safety, performance or space. We say, settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market, the Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing.
And welcome back to Champion Lakes here in beautiful Perth for the afternoon session on the final day of competition of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. We're all refreshed and well fed after a nice lunch break. Rob Glendenning joins me once again in commentary. And Rob, gee, that back's really loosened up over the last few days,
hasn't
Rob.
it what? Hasn't it what? I'll be back in a boat very, very soon, I'm sure. Just walking back there from that delicious lunch, and we were seeing a few drops of rain. A few early drops of rain. So we're hoping it doesn't look too bad. We've got a lot of high cloud. It's still a bit of blue interspersed amongst the cloud up there, but it certainly doesn't look like we've got any immediate heavy weather threat. The wind has come in a little bit. It's a bit variable. When I walked back in here, it was coming directly from the north, and now it seems to have swung back around to that northeast. So once again, all that will mean for us is that at the start we're going to have a little bit of aligning issues. And once again, we've seen generally the skill of the crews has meant that they've largely been able to get into their stations, get organised, and these races are getting underway, pretty much on time. So well done to all involved out there, the umpires, volunteers. They're the ones that keep this regatta moving and keeping it to time. It's great to see.
I was talking to the Rowing WA, Dan Tackenberg, in the break, and he's been very happy with the support that the rowing community has shown over the last few days. It's been a massive effort. Connell Hansford as well, that Rowing WA has had to organise all of the officials and also volunteers across Champion Lakes, and it's been a monster task, months, not weeks, in terms of planning these big events. And to Dan Tackenberg and his Rowing WA team, congratulations on putting together a fantastic regatta. It's been very well received. I was talking to a couple of the old Melbourne Rowing Club winners from the club championship on the first day of competition. They're still here enjoying the rowing. They still are talking about that big win they had on day one, and they're already planning to do it again next year.
Yeah, and how many times will that the results be brought up over the next 12 months? And you know, you start building now for the rationale as why you've got to be at the next Australian Rowing Championships, and there's certainly a great atmosphere out here that's been created by Rowing Western Australia. And you know, just glad, I know, you know, myself, but everybody I'm talking to is glad to be part of it. So it's a great event, and thank you very much, Rowing Western Australia, for hosting this event.
So you can see our competitors are starting to move into position for a big final afternoon of racing. It's going to be kicked off by the Masters A Women's Single Sculls, and it will be a couple of heats to progress to the final. And we're very lucky up here. We've got some great talent, not only out in the water, but up in the commentary position. We've got Ben Homer coming in to take you through this afternoon. He'll be joining Rob Glendenning. Of course, Ben Homer, many of our viewers and fans out there have been enjoying his work on the water in the Newcastle Rowing Club colours. He's been the ultimate professional out on the water, and he's going to slot into the commentary position. To take you through the afternoon session, he'll be with Rob Glendenning.
Yeah, so we're just in the middle of that changeover here, with Ben about to come into the second mic position, and we'll just get Ben on and live. And Ben, here we are. I'm going to tell you, where the hell did you get those shorts? He's got Ben. I just explained.
Oh, come on! Jack Hanley's been giving it to me all week about these shorts.
This, what could only be called iridescent blue shorts, set off by a pair of blue Crocs. It's a statement.
I like blue. I like 50 Shades of Blue, I think.
Yeah, 50 Shades of Blue. It's a statement, Ben, and glad to have you on board. Now, you've got a bit of interest in this race, I believe.
Well, I do, but can I just say, I think Jack Hanley's racing in about 20 minutes. But, Jack, I've got your sushi up here, so if you want your sushi, mate, come up here and grab it. Now, I'll try to get it down to you at some point. I just ducked to the shops to get a few things because I'm done now, so I'm excited to be up here. It's fun racing, but it'll be good fun going through the Arvo. We've got these singles races also fascinating, because remember, if you win the single, you get an entry into the Champion of Champions, which is a great race. We saw last year, if you've missed that in previous years, basically all the winners of each of the single categories, men and women. There's also a lightweight event, but we'll leave that to the side for the moment. But in the singles, so effectively anyone that enters, there'll be up to 8 entries because we've got 8 lanes, and then you go off based on your handicap of your age. Yeah. So, you know, if you're A, you're off probably something like 1 minute and 40 seconds, and you've got to try and track down the H&M competitors. So it's pretty fascinating stuff. It's almost impossible for the A sculler to catch a H or M, but Jack Hanley won bronze last year. He pulled back Mark Teach, and if he's in the house, I'm sorry to bring that back up, but he got him on the line by about half a second to snatch bronze. It was a great, it is a great event. It really is.
And look, we were talking earlier about George Zouris, and George Zouris is the one that goes off on go generally, and and he can move a boat, and so. You know, it's great watching, as we were saying earlier, it's great watching those handicaps come into play as they come into the last 300 or 400 metres. We saw it earlier on in a quad race And the crew had caught right back up there. At the halfway, they'd more than cut the handicap of 17 seconds in front. And it was I think it was a local crew with Marg Small from Mosman in there. And as they came down to the line, you could just see them get closer. And you get that big adrenaline rush as they try to get closer. And you push away. And as the chasing crew, you know, it catches you a bit off guard. And they were able to just hold on, row outside themselves over the last 100 metres and hold them off and get the win. And it was great to see. But the handicaps, how much a part of the play they make in that in the race and the excitement of the race.
And I won't say our older competitors, but our more experienced competitors, one thing I've found is, because I'm an A, so usually I'm always tracking down handicaps at sort of, our regional events and that kind of thing. Usually, obviously, at state and national masters, you don't really have many because of the events, which is great. But some of these more experienced crews, just when you've caught them and you think, all right, we're right now, we got the power, it's like they've just measured it perfectly to think that, you know what, we'll just give them a little bit of hope and then we'll put the legs down and then really blow them out of the water.
Cruel.
Yes.
That's all.
Yes.
But anyway, we move to race 253. The Masters A single scull. It is the first heat. Progression is first three to the final, 2 heats. In lane 3, we have Lower Clarence, Candice Jago. In lane 4, Holly Hanley from Newcastle. In lane 5, Yarra Yarra's Ebony Ebenwalder. And in lane 6, Murray Bridges, Victoria Seidel. Now, we know that Victoria Seidel and Ebony Ebenwalder have featured in the South Australian and Victorian cruise over the last couple of days. Holly Hanley, of course, down from Ben's club at Newcastle, and wife of Jack Hanley, and Lower Clarence's Candice Jago, who's also had some great performances over the last couple of days, and they're away. And how are we seeing this?
Yeah, well, obviously, yeah, this is a pretty even one, because we're chatting to Holly about it last night, because I'm staying with Jack and Holly, so we're having a good chat about this, and it's a pretty even one across the board, this heat, so it makes it tough. Obviously, only top 3 going through, but as you can see, Holly Hanley's got herself out there in front by about a boat length. Candice Jago and her crew from Lower Clarence, they've been outstanding across CDRA this season. We've raced against them a lot, and her state masters and now national. So she's sitting there. It's hard to tell. They're sitting there in second and third, and then it looks as though it's lane 5 who's just dropped off the pace a little bit. Ebony Ebenwalder. You wouldn't expect that though. Yeah. Thought she might have been up there a little bit closer. Well, you can really see here, Jago has just dropped back now, and I reckon it's going to be between her and Ebenwalder.
Yeah, well, Ebenwalder, of course, would be, I'm guessing she's a C competitor, so she's racing, a couple of age groups down, but a very, very competent scull. And you can just see that she's got into stride now and got some real movement in that boat. And it will be Jago who is going to be challenged by Ebenwalder as they get down towards the 500 min mark. We've seen with Ebenwalder, she has a great finish. She has a very good second 500. Holly Hanley, though, out in front at the moment. She's got the look over the field. Murray Bridges, Victoria Seidel over here on this side, and it looks like this is where the race for first and second. Once again, only 3 of these scullers going through to the final. So
well, it's amazing how quickly it can shift, isn't it, in a single? Because we saw Candice Jago, she was sitting there basically second and third, sitting pretty nicely, but all of a sudden, as they cross past the 500, she is in the fight here to keep herself alive in the women's A single.
And in fact, she's gone across in 4th place now from, as we said, fighting for first and second, and now in 4th place. She's come across the 500, but only 0.5 behind Ebenwalder. So nothing between Holly Hanley and Victoria Seidel either. So they're going to have that good race. They probably don't need to push themselves too hard. We've got the slightest of headwind has come in. As I said, a bit of a cross, so it starting to make it challenging. If it stays around this strength, the wind strength, I don't think it's going to be too much to handle for them, but we can see the gusting down this end of the course. Doesn't seem to be up the other end. We look at that side-on view there, and we're watching Holly Hanley there now. We're looking at that side-on view, and we can see it's just a little bit rougher out there than what it appears from the bank. So probably gets a little bit challenging, but certainly these two scullers out in front, not finding that too bad at all at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a weird one because going out there for the single races today, when you're on the first 1,000 doing the warm-up, there was actually somewhat of a head breeze, and then you thought, when you were warming up heading down the file, you thought, oh, we're going to get a bit of a tail here. So it seems like it's sometimes shifting around a little bit, makes things a little difficult.
Well, here we are. This is a perfect example. Here we were watching that just only 30 seconds ago, a minute ago, and we had a nor'easter. It went around from the west there at one east from one stage, and back around to the west, and now it's come back to a nor'easter again. But certainly these two scullers out in front here, Holly Handley and Victoria Seidel, doing it fairly comfortably at the moment, and only probably 100 odd metres to go for these two scullers. It does look like Ebony Ebenwalder has got over the top of Candice Jago though, and that is a big move from Ebony there from Yarra Yarra. She's had a great regatta so far, but
silver medalist last year in this event as well. So right on the precipice. You wouldn't expect that, being a silver medalist in this event last year, but made to work for it. And Seidel won bronze, so she's gone through pretty comfortably in the end.
But a great win there by Holly, and back to Victoria Seidel. It will be Yarra Yarra's Ebony Ebenwalder coming through in third, followed through by Candice Jago from Laura Clarence in fourth, and the time 4:27.
Okay, so this is an interesting one too. We've got Sarah Martin from Swan River in lane 3, Kelly Lewis from Murray Bridge in 4, Nikki Lepresti from Mossman in lane 5, and Toowong's Catherine Heading in lane 6. Now, Nikki, I'm pretty sure, won the single a little bit earlier today, didn't she?
She did. She won the B single just
B
before
single.
lunch, yeah.
So she's sitting there in first place. You can just see over there on that far side, the Swan River Zooty there of Sarah Martin sitting in second and, well, third and fourth. So I reckon this is going to be a real battle. The issue is here, and this is what I was thinking when I was out there this morning, Rob, which you guys called brilliantly, is got myself off to a good start, and then all of a sudden you think, all right, I'm in a good spot here, but then you don't want to get pulled back. So when you're sitting there in second, you don't want to drop off and get pulled back into the battle for third, because that's what's going to happen when third and fourth are right next to each other. They're going to push each other, and you don't want to get drawn into that. So that's the key here for Sarah Martin, that she just keeps herself away from any kind of damage that could incur based on third and fourth, Heading and Lewis going for it.
Yeah, and I think there's an element there that you actually almost get compelled to see what's going on over there and just lose your rhythm a bit because you're worried about what's going on. Her focus has got to be on that getting back up into the first place or racing Nikki Lepresti out here in first, and certainly a very strong performance here by Lepresti, and probably enjoying these conditions. As that wind comes up a little bit more to the headwind, probably would be suiting her style of rowing, and she's very strong and able to really propel that boat into that head breeze. Back to Sarah Martin once again. She's just seemed to be holding that gap now, but off the other two crews. Still about 300 metres to go, so still a lot to unfold in this race. And the race is on between the Catherine Heading and Kelly Lewis from Murray Bridge to get that final place into the final, which is race 266.
It is tight, isn't it? It is. I reckon you cannot split them at the moment from the drone shot. There's Sarah Martin, who's sitting there in second. She's doing well. She's just keeping enough of a gap that she should be right here. But I tell you what, I'm not going to put a bet on who's going to get third here, because Heading and Lewis are going for it, as we see Nikki Lepresti there. A number of boat lengths lead, so she can just cruise down to the finish line and save the legs for the final, which is going to be in about a couple of hours.
Yeah, a couple of hours. Now, I've been harping on about these drone shots, and we've just got some sensational drone shots with the two drones in the air and giving us different angles, and just really appreciating the skill of these drivers, and hoping the wind doesn't come up too much and ground them again. But yeah, look, Nikki Lepresti coming down to the line. She's got about 5 or 10 strokes to go, and she will cross the line. She's taken the power right off now. Going to save herself for the final. She had a few races over the last day and a half, and will be appreciating the fact that she's not had to push herself all the way in this one. It will be Swan River coming through, and the race is out now, and it's going to get neck and neck as they come to the line. It's going to be close, and it did look like the Murray Bridge Sculler got over the top of the Toowong Sculler in the end, but I got to tell you that they were both rowing with their head at 90 degrees, watching each other. They probably might have been better to just look straight ahead and get on with it. But anyway, we move straight along. The racing is coming thick and fast now with the Men's Masters D Quad. This is another hotly contested event. In lane 3, this is Heat 1, first progression, first 3 to the final. Heat 1, ADF Rowing and Newcastle Composite, Sam Golsing, Rowan J. Wardener, Bill Todd and Jeffrey Squire. In lane 4, Lindisfarne Northesk, Ulverstone Composite, Michael Wilson, James Cowley, Patrick Bird and Tom Wilcox. In lane 5, Adelaide University Composite, Bill Nat, David McLeod, Christopher Morgan and Damien Derleek. In lane 6, Yarra Yarra Composites, Nick English, Shane O'Connor-Smith, Gregor O'Nions and Brent Lucadou-Wells, coached by Glenn Fishman. And if you were wondering, yes, I think you're right. There's a few of the interstate quads in this one, so here we go again. We've got 4 boats in this, the 3 crews out in front. I've got a suspicion they'll all match their names neatly with the interstate crews that have raced. So they've been lucky to get in a one heat, as it will turn out, because first 3 will go through to the final. Named Damien Derleek, I mean, he must be holding himself back to be rating under 36. I got to tell you, this man is a rating machine. There's Tommy Wilcox out there from Lindisfarne, out the front of that composite from Tasmania as well. So you can tell it's the power is right down, and they've got a safe advantage over the ADF rowing composite. So I think they've all just decided they're just going to cruise through. That's the Ulverstone. Not the Lindisfarne Composite, Ulverstone Northesk out in front at the moment. It is the Yarra Yarra Composite in second and the Adelaide Composite in third. And you saw those quad races yesterday.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out if that Adelaide, whether that is the interstate crew. But regardless, I'm going to say something controversial here. I don't think you should be allowed to race your interstate crew in the D quad. I'm happy C, B, A, but I think I'm looking at this. I'm just wondering, Canning Bridge, so they're the only crew all from the same club. Does that mean even if they get knocked out in the heats, they get the medal for the fastest club?
Yeah, I really don't know.
Because I like just the same clubs all together. But anyway,
that is rather controversial. We've had you in here for 5 minutes, Ben. Already you've turned the thing on its ear. But,
well, it's the Tasmanians who are sitting there out in front in lane 4, and they're going to go through in first position. Yarra Yarra Composite there in second, and then Adelaide Uni in third. But don't read anything into that, I reckon, because I think they've saved a lot in the tank. You think about that interstate race, 3:08 was the time yesterday, and they're doing a 3:39. So. It's a big difference, isn't it?
It's a big difference. So it augurs well for a very fast final, and we look forward to that. And just as we get to that, they're really pushing them off here, because that race just finished in just over 3 minutes, and here they go again. So we have the second heat of the Men's Masters D Quad, first 3 to the final again. We got the Western Australian Fremantle Composite of Steve Parks, Simon Wall, Damon Hansen-Nahoy and Darryl Salisbury. In lane 4, St George Composites with North Shore and Mossmans, Alexander Deutsch, Trent Rogers, Andrew Simpson and Alan Robertson. In lane 5, Canning Bridges, Ian Winfield, James Potter, Marcus Badash and Leon Decker. And in lane 6, Dragons Murwillumbah Tuam Composite of John King, David Hughes, Patrick Mulrooney, John Dixon, coached by Kathy Phillips. And once again, I think we're going to see a very similar race evolve, although that
they're rowing well, aren't they?
Yeah, they are rowing well, and certainly Alan Robinson there in that stroke suit of that boat. That is largely the New South Wales crew as well, the interstate crew. So it is shaping up. Take your point on the club crew combination, but
yeah, I just think the interstate races are great. We know what a great event it is. I just think that you're basically duplicating it. I think it would be great to have different
Yeah,
crews
and
get the opportunity, and we know that those crews are going to be good, don't we? So
yeah, we do know those crews are going to be good. And you know, I've always encouraged if we've got the interstate crews wanting to do more races, to do the A, B, and C grade races. So, but anyway, that's,
beat us young guys.
Get out there.
They're still quick enough to beat us. Let's just say that.
We did say that yesterday, and in a dominant performance by the Victorian crew. But here we've got the St George Composite crew going through with about a 5-second advantage over WA West Australia Rowing Club Fremantle Composite. It is the Dragons Composite coming through in third place, and then a little bit back now is the Canning Bridge crew, and certainly a tough event for them to come out and be up against the quality of the field that's in front of them. But looking very comfortable now. Once again, the thing about these quads is they do like to rate, and you can tell that how hard they're going because they've just got that really comfortable, probably down around the 28 rating at the moment. Trying to look for that combination, getting over the line without expending too much energy.
Yeah, well, they're looking sharp, aren't they? You see Doidge there in the bow seat, Simpson there in 2, Trent Rogers there in 3 seat, and Alan Robertson stroking that boat. Simpson and Robertson winning the double. What was that? The C double, I think it was earlier in the week.
They came from.
It was tight, wasn't it?
Well,
with
it was tight
Yarra
at the
Yarra.
end, but they came from about 2 lengths down, 150 metres out. So it was a sensational finish by that crew. But this certainly very, very competent rowers here, and it does look like the Dragons crew. I think they've just backed it right off as well. They thought, well, it's a long way back to the Canning Bridge crew. We'll just go for the absolute crews here. No, not too much, and that's them there. There's not.
Well,
too
can I just say, how good is it to see a crew all from the same club in this event? Because they're the only crew. So I reckon that they. My understanding is that they should get the. I don't know if you have to be in the final, but they're going to be the fastest club in the D quad.
Yeah.
So St George Composite there in first. So WA Rowing Club Composite with Fremantle in second. Dragons, Murwillumbah Toowong in third place. And then Canning Bridge. So as I said, the only crew in this event that are all from the one club. And they are going to come through in fourth. We're not going to get them. They're going to come through in fourth and miss out on the final.
Yeah, that heat fair bit faster, about 13 seconds faster than the previous heat. So I don't think we can read a whole lot into that at this point in time. I don't think there was a lot of pace in that first heat. We'll see that certainly brought out in the final. Rightio, we're moving on to race 257. It's the Women's Masters G Quad, Heat 1. The progression is first 3 to the final. Bunbury, Carmel Lloyd, Michelle Cox, Donna Fortescue, Barbara De La Salle, and their coach Chris Ireland. In lane 3, it is Perth Rowing Club's Vanessa Grant, Adele Chapman, Catherine Kennedy and Celia Cornwall. In lane 4, Curtin University's Alison White, Ronnie Cooper, Pam Nichols and Sharon Ann Jones. And in lane 5, Carram's Anthea Amos, Mary Hunter, Jackie Petley, Helen Kelly and Drew Holman is their coach. And in lane 6, Melbourne Exeter Composite, Julia Wood, Irina Benjamin, Jen Kilby and Louise Phillips.
So this is a little bit more interesting because we've got 5 crews into 3 spots for the A final. So that Melbourne Composite, we know how strong Melbourne is in Masters rowing. They've been winning medal tallies. They've been up towards the top. I reckon they're pretty close up the top this time around as well. I'll just see if I can get that up quickly. But I was having a little bit of a look earlier today, and I reckon if Melbourne weren't at the top, they were pretty close to it. Who is at the top of the medal? It is Melbourne. So 36 medals. This is more dominant than I've ever seen it. 18 gold, and the next closest gold is Adelaide Uni with 10. Wow. So Melbourne Rowing Club have been outstanding across sculling and sweep. And unfortunately, they've jumped us because we've been having a look at silver medals. We've got the second most silver medal. we were leading the silver medal count for this regatta. So Melbourne just too good in every area at the moment. You can see they're leading this one. So Julia Wood from Exeter, and she's in the bow seat. Irina Benjamin, Jen Kilby, Louise Phillips there, all in that Melbourne Composite boat, and then you can see that's Perth Rowing Club in second place. Vanessa Grant, Adele Chapman, Catherine Kennedy and Celia Cornwell. They're sitting in second. So there's the 500 splits. 2:09.25 for the crew out in front. Perth in second. I reckon third's probably Bunbury. No, it's Karam. Just off that drone shot. Yeah, you can see clearly there Karam there in second place. And Anthea Amos, Mary Hunter, Jackie Petley, Helen Kelly, coached by Drew Holman. But I tell you what, it's going to be tight because the locals, Curtin University, they are not out of it in lane 4, and Bunbury not out of it as well. I reckon Bunbury are moving up over there in lane 2. They're definitely level with Curtin. So can Karam hold on here? The fluorescent Zudi, you do not miss them. They're excellent Zudis for rowing in the dark. You can really spot them.
You certainly can, and we've been commenting on them, Karam. Only about 23 competitive rowers at Karam, and they've been right up there in the medals all week.
Oh, I tell you what, they're having an issue here with their steering, and this can happen. We had a massive issue yesterday in the quad, but that was mainly because we got the wash from the boat alongside. I reckon that could be maybe a foot steering issue potentially, and it just has opened the door for Bunbury and Curtin University to run through potentially and move their way through to the A final in the Women's Masters G Quad. So here we go, right down to the line. The top two are there. So Melbourne Composite and also Perth. So the locals will be in the final, but will they be joined by Karam, or can one of the other local clubs move their way into the final? There's the crew out in front. Melbourne Composite, no problems for them, but here we go. Curtin University, probably the closest now to Karam. I reckon it's going to be tough for Bunbury. It is down to these two fighting it out. Curtin University versus Karam into the last 100 metres. The bow of the Curtin University crew has had a good look across just to see where things are at, and here they come right down to the line. Bunbury just a little bit off the pace. They're sitting back in 5th, but it is anyone's guess who snatches the final spot in this first heat. What is certain is that it will be Melbourne Composite joined by Perth in the final. Here they come, the last 50 metres. Both boats draw into the picture now. It's Curtin University. Well, I tell you what, they've produced something special in the last 150 because it was dead level with 200 to go, and it's the West Australians who move through to the final. They have pulled back a big margin there in the last 500. Karam miss out, Bunbury as well. What a great race that was.
Yeah, it was a great race, and you can see that the Karam crew just looked like they struggled with that steering all the way down the track. They were from one side to the other, and that really knocked them about by the time they got to the finish line. Race 258, the Women's Masters G Quad Scull Heat 2. Progression first three to the final. Now, a bit tighter on this one. We've only got the 4 crews in the race. ANA's Kay Jansen, Frances Conchi Stanley, Jenny Longman, and Debbie Ujic. In lane 4, Fremantle University of West Australia, Perth Composite, Deb Barry, Carolyn Finelli, Evelyn Bowen and Michaela Main. In lane 5, Bunbury's Jackie Barton, Jennifer Coote, Nola Chikulev, Peanut Barbera, coached by Chris Island, and in lane 6, the Riverlands George Cambridge Commercial Composite of Barbara Hall, Martha DeLong, Christine McCready and Jacqueline De Jong. And now we've seen this crew come down the course already, I think at least a couple of times, and have been very successful. But at the moment, Fremantle Composite, they look like they've got out to a flying start here and just holding ground over Bunbury and Riverway off to the Riverway Composite off on their left-hand side. And certainly a very tight race. It does look like the ANA composite is the ANA crew is finding it a little bit tough out there at the moment, and have just trailed out the back as they go through the 500. Yes, and it was the Fremantle composite holding a 1.64 advantage over Riverway, another 0.81 back to Bunbury, and about a length and a half back to ANA. So it's probably fairly safe for these first 3 crews now as they've gone cleared well through the 500. They're coming down about 400 metres to go. Yeah, okay. Ratings probably come off a little bit. I think the urgency has gone out of it now that they could see that there's a little bit of a gap there back to the ANA crew. A little bit of urgency has come out of those crews. This crew with, as we've seen, the Jacqueline De Jong Martha DeLong and combination are fronting up in so many boats. So I think they'll be just in a cruise here at the moment. I'm not sure. I think they're going to come out a lot harder in the final, so we'll have to watch that for a little bit later. Fremantle Composite, they were holding down a great lead. Many of these names we've seen many times over the last couple of days as well, and particularly in the smaller sculling events, smaller boat sculling events, but looking very comfortable as they come down with about 250 odd metres to go there, Ben.
Yeah, and Jacqueline de Jong was in the crew that won bronze last year. So Black Mountain won gold. They're not here this time around. It was the Melbourne crew. I'm just having a look at that crew. It was Wood, Zammit, Kilby, Phillips who won silver last year. So Irina Benjamin has come in for Zammit from North Shore. So that's the only change in that crew that won silver last year. So I reckon probably they're the ones to beat, but this Riverway Composite crew, they'll be right up there, as well as the West Australians. Unknown quantity, I usually like to say, because it's hard for them to come across to the East Coast regularly for these Australian Masters. So they can surprise you because you don't often see them year on year. And you can see here it is a comfortable 3 boats through to the A final in the G quad. So Fremantle, Bunbury, Riverway Composite, they are all through A&A. Will miss out.
Yeah, and in that Riverway Composite, third across the line there, Jacqueline de Jong, we've mentioned her many times. She's currently on top of the medal count with 13 medals in total in the women's events, 8 gold, 2 silver and 3 bronze. So I'm sure we're going to see some more from Jacqueline in the final. I think they might step it up a cog because certainly been very successful to date, as are Christine McCready and Joe Kelly. And so there's a fair bit to play for in the medal count as well.
Well, I was having a look at that, just going total medals. So Jacqueline de Jong, 13 medals. I'm feeling for Nick Inglis because he's got 13, 1 gold, 7 silver. I thought 5 silver, and I was feeling bad. That at least he's got the 1 win there. But I tell you what, it's hard year on year because I reckon some years, you know, the entries you don't get as the greatest depth of field. But I reckon this year in some of those categories that I've been watching, the men's categories, there are some red hot. There's some red-hot racing, and when you're coming all the way to WA, you know that, yes, you're going to get some fast West Australian crews, but you're also knowing that anyone coming from the East Coast is probably going to be quick, because why would you travel all the way across if you're not?
And we've certainly seen that, and that has really played out. And you know, what has been really obvious too is the fast times we're getting in all the heats. But even down to, you know, I was talking earlier about just getting onto the starting blocks in tricky conditions. We're seeing all that happen so much faster because of the, obviously, you know, those that just want to compete at Australian Championships couldn't justify the money to come over here just to sit in the boat and go over the course. So we are seeing generally very, very competitive crews, particularly from the East Coast and Tasmania and the likes in South Australia, come over here, making the racing very, very close, very, very intense, and it's been great up here for the 3.5 days, just watching some of these events.
Can I see Travis? He's out and about. Are we gonna head down and see Travis in a second? He is out roving. Let's go down to Travis now.
Thanks very much, Ben. Enjoying your calling up there, and I'm sorry, Rob. I know you wanted a more attractive weather report, but unfortunately you've all I've got down here, Rob. And I can report there are a couple of drops of rain starting to fall. The weather is coming in from the northwest this afternoon, and it will be a little bit gusty as the afternoon goes on. But I wanted to come down here just to get a bit of a feeling of the atmosphere. It's actually really impressive just how well supported our boaties are down here. It's all hugs and kisses and all smiles amongst the crowd here. We've also got people up there just enjoying their afternoon beverage. You've got Cage Roads flowing nicely up there. The bar is open for anyone here, and that is a great spot to watch the afternoon of rowing. We've got the teams down here. It's nice and cosy down here. We've got Endeavour Rowing Club. Hello, Drummoyne. Hello, we've got a bit of Drummoyne representation in the commentary box up there. How have you enjoyed your time here in Perth?
It's been fantastic, especially listening to Rob on the commentary. Yeah, it's nice not having him coaching me.
Does he always talk this much?
He's a good talker. Ask Lindy, she's known him 40 years.
Well, the reports down here, Rob, are that you are very well loved and have been very well received out here amongst the rowing fraternity. If we just come along down here, we've got a couple of big, strong, strapping lads in the tent here. Guys, well done from the ADF. You've had a great championships. You've really been right there the whole time. Congratulations on a good championships. How have you gone so far?
Oh, mixed results, but it's been good. Yeah, it's been good to get over here and compete.
Whereabouts do you do most of your training?
Newcastle, myself. But yeah, we're from a whole number of clubs.
And is this just a bit of an annual event where you can all get together and have a nice row, or is there a bit of months of planning coming into all of these events?
Oh, there's a lot of planning involved, and there's a couple of people who really stepped up and done significant amounts of planning to get us all into the one spot. So yeah, we're very grateful for that.
Congratulations, enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
So we've got the ADF tent there. We've got the Carrum tent down here too, Rob. You've talked a lot about the Carrum team, a small club, under 30 members, but they're here today just supporting one another. And we've got all the clubs, they've all got their own little place where they can enjoy and get their massages and talk up each other's stories. But in terms of the weather down here, Rob, it's actually quite nice, and I think we're in for a very pleasant afternoon. And the bar is starting to fill up now already, so we look forward to welcoming a few of the punters in there this afternoon. But we'll throw back up to you, Ben and Rob.
Yeah, well, thanks for that, Travis. And gee, I got a big G up from the Drummoyne members, didn't I? Gee, that makes me feel good. You're just going to head down to the tent a bit further down with Damo and get one of those massages there, Travis.
I want a massage.
Yeah,
I really do.
Ben's up for it too. So.
You know what? Actually, I don't know how you managed to find him, but Bill Todd there from Newcastle got a great interview. Bill, I've just taken a photo of that and sent it to our club group chat. So. Good to see some TV stars down there. Now, I was just going to mention as well, the reason why we've had this break is because the men's B single has been consolidated. So they had one drop out there. I'm just having a look. Looks as though it was Greg Soroka from... No, he's in there. Luke Ryan's there. I'm just having a look who may have dropped out of the... it was Terry Bridges from Leichhardt. He was initially in the heat. He has scratched, so that means it's a 7-boat final in the B single at 2:35 p.m. So if you're looking forward to that, well, just cool your jets and get ready for that final about 100 minutes time.
Yeah, that moves us forward to the race 261, the Melbourne Women's Masters E-double scull Heat 1. Progression first three to the final. You have Swan Rivers, Sophie Davison and Vanessa Sturrock in lane 2. In lane 3, University of Newcastle Phoenix Composite. And that is Tony Milne and Jules Bosco. In lane 4, the Newcastle Windery Ballarat Composite of Tracy Robinson and Elisa Bland, coached by Timothy Bland. In lane 5, Leichhardt Rowing Clubs, Lisa Molyneux and Carmel Taylor, coached by David Ross. And in lane 6, Drummoyne Rowing Clubs, Kathleen Hexel and Renata Ipmar, coached by myself.
I love it. I love it. I don't know how often we've had that said in the commentary box, but we'll see how great a job you've been doing. I know well, that they're going to perform well.
No, I didn't get talked up very well by Carolyn Vernon there.
Well, you know how they went last year, winning the silver, but the crew that beat them are not here, and that's the Mercy, Brisbane and GPS crew.
Yeah, that was Reed, I think.
Reed and Kirkwood.
Reed and Kirkwood, yeah. And,
actually, hang on, I tell a lie. Alison Kirkwood is in there with Ulverston in the second heat.
Yeah, and Simone Ellis from Torrens, who's a very, very strong sculler. So that's going to be could be a great race. But let's get through the heat first, and we'll worry about the what we've got to worry about for the final. We've largely had to leave them look after themselves this weekend has been up in the commentary box a little bit. So we're ready for a start. Certainly missing their bow mounted rigger Empaca that the Drummoyne Club has recently purchased that they
didn't want to send across, or
didn't want to send across.
Fair
Just
enough.
Yeah, just the chance of damage, and we did cop a little bit of damage on a couple of our boats, not a great deal, but you're going to get that. It's a lot of money. Left good boats at home, but kindly been offered a boat by one of the local schools, so that's very good. But underway and off to a very good start here. Just that crew, just a few issues in that crew in the middle there, the Newcastle Composite crew. Just not quite getting the power end of the water there to start off with, but we've got the combination from Drummoyne over on this side. They've just probably jumped out to a little bit of an advantage over the Leichhardt crew beside them, a little bit further across the Newcastle Composite crew, and then back to the Swan River crew. I think the plan here was to get out pretty hard and race that first 300 or 400 metres, and then just see how they sit and bring it on home. So we'll see how well they how much they listen to me, and it'll be an interesting wash up. But a few steering problems going on in that Leichhardt crew now as they come back towards the buoy, and we've talked about this so much, and they've had a big correction there which does nothing for your boat speed, and you can see that has allowed the Newcastle University Composite crew to come right back up on them. So they need to get back into their lane, back straight in their lane. Bit of wildlife there chased out of the way, but it does look like this Drummoyne crew is just going on with it at the moment.
Yeah, in a good position, that Newcastle Composite crew out the back. That's a scratch crew, I'm pretty sure, for Tracy Robinson and Alyssa Bland. I don't reckon they would have rowed too much together. So they're developing that combination in this heat race. So they're out in 5th place, and you probably say Swan River's also dropped off the pace. So I reckon these first three are feeling pretty good about things. I'd be turning off the jets right about now, I reckon.
Afterburners about now and going to cruise. Well, I think they've stepped back to there. We've got Renata Ritmar in the stroke seat, Kathleen Hextall in the bow seat. They'll swap this around regularly. They swap this combination around regularly depending on where they are in the season and how they're feeling.
Well, can you talk us through that, the switching of bow and stroke, reasoning for, just as a coach, talk us through that.
Yeah, so probably in the Empaca, what we're finding is the Empaca's it's a smaller boat than probably this boat is. We're finding Renata just slightly heavier in the stern of the boat. Is just getting that bow out of the water a little bit more. Probably doesn't have the finish that Kathleen has if it comes up to it. So if we know it's going to be tight, or if we're in, or it's just feeling like it's just getting a little bit too, not stale, but just a little too mundane, we'll switch it around, and either of them can stroke that boat. And they also row a pair. They don't row so much anymore, but they'll do the same in the pair. And once again, it's just that they both stay on top of their game as far as their position in the boat, but looking pretty comfortable there. Kathleen, we saw in the interview earlier today, managing Bont, and so has a very good understanding of not only the rowing, but also the equipment that goes along with it. But they've cleared out here, so I do think they've backed off a fair bit now. They look extremely comfortable now. There's always a thing going on in this boat because Renata will not say a word. So when she's in the bow seat, that's one of the other reasons we put her in the stroke seat, because she will not say a word, and it can get quite frustrating, I know, for Kathleen at times. But look, they're certainly putting it together. To be fair, they were second last year. They've won it in the past. They are a very experienced crew. And,
well, you can hear Kathleen. You can not hear. You can see her talking just a moment ago there.
Yeah. And it's minimal talk, short words, no long sentences, and just encourage anybody that's out there who's talking about. Sometimes you can get into almost a monologue, in the boat, and
you don't want to commentate.
You don't want to commentate. You don't want to commentate. You just want 2 or 3 word instructions, and we've seen them do that very well here. And there they are. They've just lifted. Oh, they have listened to me. So they just we wanted to get the heart rate up just a little bit. They haven't raced today, so they'll just push it home to the finish, and that will be a comfortable win for this crew.
So Drummoyne going through in first. It looks as though it will be the Newcastle Uni Phoenix Composite. That's Jules Bosco and Tony Milne. They're in second place. And then Leichhardt, Lisa Molyneux and Carmel Taylor, who will come through in third. Swan River will be fourth, and the Newcastle Wendouree Ballarat Composite will finish in fifth place. So that final's going to be one to watch, because we're about to see Heat 2, and there's some strong crews in this one. Nishi Barter from Melbourne in the boat with Leanne Martin, and Ellis and Kirkwood from Ulverston and Torrens. So haven't Torrens had a... Well, let's be honest, Torrens have been great for a period of time in Masters rowing, but another great 4 days of racing for the South Australians.
They certainly have. They have had a great regatta, and all these crews are extremely strong. I mean, probably Hexel and Nipper have lucked it a bit in getting the heat they got, because this one is very strong, and the chances are you get 4 good crews in, the best crews in one heat. And
it's tough, isn't it?
And possibly miss out. And that's why largely at the Australian Championships now, and certainly World Championships, we see it overnight in the World Cup, that they're now running, first through to the final, and then the next best times, and that's what it's got to be. We've got to move to that in all these events, because it just rules out that fact. We saw that in some of those races just a bit earlier. Crews that were easy should have been in the final, but probably 15 seconds faster than somebody else in the next heat and missing out. So the quicker we move to first across the line, and then next how many fastest times, the better we will be for it.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I know Aussie Rowing Champs, this might have been the first year where they've sort of brought that in a bit more. I don't mind it from the perspective of that you do get a little bit more of that racing for the line. But the other aspect as well is that in the heats, if it's top 3 through and you're not in the top 3, well, that could be the medals in the final as well. So you're probably not going to feature in the medals, are you? Maybe. I just think if you finish 4th in the heat and miss out, well, you just have to get quicker and finish 3rd, don't you?
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, when you put it simply like that, I think the other big...
I think there's arguments for both, isn't there?
There is, absolutely. And I think the other issue with it is that quite often the timing systems aren't what they were. And we've seen a few hiccups in this over the last couple of days, only a couple. But what it's meant is the timing wasn't necessarily accurate, and that means that's where that can come into issue. But you can always, but you can always fall back on the the first 3 to the final. But we're seeing a very nice row over here by the Ulverston, Simone Ellis and Alison Kirkwood. We know that Leanne Martin and Tanya Nishibata have done this all the way through this regatta. They've done even splitting. They've worked on that even splitting. They get left behind a little bit at the start. They don't panic. They just keep to their game and just push through. Looking down there, there's not too much heavy-duty work going on in this race either.
How do you reckon you get that even split right, though? You know how, and it takes a lot of practice, because obviously you don't want to, in a 1K race, you don't want to give too much away early, do you? So trying to manage that and keep yourself in the fight. Yeah,
look, and typically, some will go out there and need stroke coaches and need splits to work out what they want to do. The experience and calibre of these guys, a lot of these will just have that feel. They will just know. They will know when they get onto that pressure level, they'll be working through, and they'll just know what it feels like to be at that, maintain that same pressure all the way through, as opposed to going out really hard. Game plan, we go out really hard and just hold on. Tanya Nishibata, of course, very much an exponent of that. She's been very successful over many years, and we'll just we'll just do that over and over and over again. We saw that yesterday in their quad scull, the interstate quad scull. They just held it. We were as New South Wales came back at them, but we left ourselves a lot of work to do, because they were just so consistent. Then when you get down to the sprint at the end, they're still able to. They've got a really good feel for how they feel, so they're going to sprint and they're going to have that in them, and so it's a very well controlled race. And certainly these 2 crews out here now just kicking it up a little bit, just to. Who's going to go across the line? You love it. They cruise all the way down and race the last 100 metres, but it was a good win. Very similar time, 4:14 over that first heat. So it's going to be, it augurs well for a very, very good final in that event. Alveston coming across in third, A&A in fourth. So Alveston a little bit out of it there at 12 seconds behind, but I'm sure they'll come out firing in the final. So, on to now the men's Masters F double scull. Heat 1, progression first 3 to the final. We have in lane 2, Swan River's Michael Fisher and Anthony Battaglia. In lane 3, Perth's Richard Burnell and Glenn Walter. In lane 4, Corio Bay's Richard Axe and Peter Eberl. In lane 5, Torrens' Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard. In lane 6, Bunbury's Chris Lloyd and Alex Park, coached by Chris Idale. And in lane 7, Gary Foster and Gabriel Haythornthwaite from Drummoyne Rowing Club.
So yeah, basically a full field here in the Men's Masters F double heats. Just having a look here because I know we've got a little bit of a break coming up. So we got these races, and then we've got a break till 1:45. Then we've got a 2-hour block of racing, and then after that we've got the Champion of Champions. So some quick turnarounds there for the women's and men's, women's A and the men's B. So. Yes, last couple of races to enjoy before a break-in. What a surprise. Torrens out in front, Kevin Tankard and Rob Ellis. We know how strong these two are.
Oh,
they are terrific rowers, Rob and Kevin. So they've put themselves in a great position. This, I reckon, it's shaping up beautifully, isn't it? Because we've got Drummoyne out there, just right at the bottom of your screen. They're probably in third. Second place would be Corio Bay, and then Bunbury are just on the cusp. I always have to do a double take because they're very similar to the Newcastle Zudi.
They're very similar to Newcastle, and there's certainly any of these crews are up for this final. But this Tankard Ellis combination, and we thought this would be how they'd approach this race. They'd get out in front and try to take it away and just stamp their authority nice and early. It does look like the Corio Bay now have decided that their best bet is to try to stay with that Torrens crew, and as they come down to the 500 metre mark, they are probably safely in second, although we can just see the bow of the Drummoyne boat coming into play there. So as we get across the line, we'll get a better idea. And there was nothing in it, so unfortunately we just got Drummoyne off the screen there, but they're only 0.62 seconds behind the Corio Bay. We've got a little bit of skew on the camera here, and it just throws us out at times, and probably go just to a slightly wider angle, and we'll pick up that Drummoyne crew. And look, it does now look like they've got a bit of a jump on the Bunbury crew, so they've made a bit of a move at that 500. Figured that was the time they were going to need to go if they were going to pull away from Bunbury and try to close up on Corio Bay. Corio Bay coming back to the Torrens crew, but I don't think the Torrens crew are stretched at this point.
No, I would install. I'm trying to work out whether they would have won this last year. I'm having a little look at results from last year. I'll try to do it as quickly as I can, but sometimes the events aren't at the same time, so I might have to do a bit more of a deep dive. But I reckon these two, if they weren't racing this event last year, then they would have been right up there in the reckoning, because here we go, I am able to find it. So the winners of the F double, it was Ellis and Tankard, 3:36.13 from Turner and Whitaker, who are actually in the second heat, from Shoalhaven, and then Wendouree, Ballarat, Essendon in third, and I don't reckon those two are here this time around, from what I can see. So,
what we saw from looking at Tankard and Ellis is the setup in the boat. Their angles at the catch, their angles at the finish, very, very similar. Their movement in the boat, their hands away, everything's moving in unison, and that's always going to be the starting point for getting speed out of these boats. So look at that. They look really casual. They look really, really quite relaxed in that boat, just having a bit of a look around, think, they're getting a bit close. What do we do now? Oh, Kev, let's kick it up another point or two. And they'll bring it down to the line, and they'll have a good win in this event. The Drummoyne crew have managed to pull away from the Bunbury crew now, and so it will be crossing first will be Torrens. It will be followed by Corio Bay with a great row there. Drummoyne coming across in third, making their way to the final. It will be coming across now is the...
I reckon there's an issue, isn't there?
Yeah, Bunbury, it looked like, came across in fourth. A little bit further back will be the Perth and Swan River crews.
So, Drummoyne last year, they finished 5th place in the final, Foster and Haythornthwaite.
Okay,
so yeah, there's a few sharp crews. You reckon, I reckon Bill Nat and David McLeod are in this next heat as well from Adelaide Uni. A couple of names that jump off the page. Turner and Whitaker, we know they're going to be sharp as well, having a really tight one last year. There was only 3.81 between the top 3 last year and then a big gap back to the rest. But this time around, it might be a bit tighter.
Yeah, this Hawthorn combination of Campbell and O'Connor Smith have been extremely strong as well. So it's going to be interesting race between, or the interesting race overall. And we can see that Bill Nat, David McLeod combination. They have flown out of the blocks, as have Chris Turner and Mark Whittaker. And I think the others will be turning their heads and wondering what just happened there, because they have flown out.
So this is the interesting aspect of it, is that we've got the crews that we know are sharp, but then you've got, as we said before, the WA crews can be somewhat of an unknown quantity. And you can see here, Swan River, Arnott and Rivers, they're putting themselves there in second place. And I'm just having a look, was there a WA crew entered last year in this event? There was one, Huxtable and Tang from Perth. And Bo Tang is actually in this heat in lane number 5. They're a little bit further back in this one. So this is why it is so interesting. This is why it's great to have Aussie Masters across the country, because you get opportunities here. Swan River Rowing Club on their home course. Look at them move here. They are moving really well, because they are opening up a bit of a gap back, and they're going to have to get a move on Curtin University, who are out there in 4th place. They obviously know them well, having raced against each other here in the WA State Masters Regatta just a few weeks ago. So Curtin Uni, they're slipping off the pace now, and they're going to have to get moving if they want to get in those top 3 spots.
Yeah, and I just looking at Turner and Whittaker, and I think they're going to be a bit surprised about what's happened here. You know, certainly the Nat and McLeod have just cleared out, and we'll get down to the 500. It's probably come back to the field a little bit. So this pressure from Swan River now has pushed the Shoalhaven crew up there as well. And we're coming down to the 500 metre mark, and we'll get the splits as we come through. And there goes Adelaide 153. 2 seconds Shoalhaven. Whoa, they've had a big moment out in the Adelaide University boat. That stopped them for a little bit there. They're just crossed the lane. They've caught a bit of a crab on their left-hand side and turned the boat around, and they've just slowed right up there. So I'm not quite sure what's happened. They've dropped their rating substantially, haven't they?
They have that. Yeah, you can see. I don't know whether they've had an issue with the rudder, because they were right on the buoy line. And I can tell you, yesterday we would in the A quad yesterday, we were against the buoy line. We were putting all our power on bow side, and it was not moving.
Yeah.
And we didn't have a rudder. And it's just something, I don't know, if you get caught on the buoys, it's almost like you get sucked into a vortex sometimes.
Yeah, we've seen
it's hard to get out of.
We have seen that over and over again, and crews getting on the buoys and being able to get off them. But they've brought it right down here. I'm not quite sure whether that's just a plan now, but they certainly had a problem there. Maybe just say, let's just bring it down, just regain our things. We're still in front. We've still got to lead. We've got to look over the rest of the crews. Still holding it down there well now, and got their pace back up. Swan River, no, they have come through, but Curtin have going for the big revival here, and certainly have wound it up there. Whittaker and Turner over here from Shoalhaven, they've got a bit of work to do if they're going to get into this final now, because Curtin have certainly gone for the big drive over in lane 2, and are really bringing it home hard. Whittaker and Turner just slipping a little bit behind Swan River. These two from Adelaide University, Nat and McLeod, though, they look like they've regained it all now, and they haven't lost any more ground, and certainly got the rating right down. I'd say probably about 26 at the moment. But look at Curtin coming home. They are coming home hard. Shoalhaven have gone on their big lift, and they've got back in front of the Swan River crew. It's going to go right down to the wire here. It's going to be very close. Curtin were a mile behind there only 300 metres ago, and have really turned it on, and are coming back at the Adelaide University. It will go down right down to the wire. It's going to be the Adelaide University, Shoalhaven.
How did they do that? That was incredible from Curtin. if they've beaten Swan River, they were boat lengths behind.
They were boat lengths behind.
When you were saying Curtin are getting close, I was thinking, oh, Rob's trying to just build. You know, up here we try and build the drama. But I tell you what,
No, but
they came.
They just built on it and built on it, built on it. I can only think that Swan have used all their bickies just getting back to get in front of Shoalhaven. Shoalhaven had the big sprint. When Shoalhaven went and they couldn't go with them, it sort of probably just knocked their enthusiasm a little bit and allowed that Curtin University to come from lengths behind to come through and claim that third place into the final.
We'll get confirmation, because I reckon they're going to have a look at the photo there. But yeah, if you're having a stab, I reckon Curtin might have just got there. Do you reckon, Rob?
Well, I think so too. They were coming. They had the boat speed coming onto the line, so that's always going to be the winner. The boats do tend to surge when they're going the same speed, one in front of the other, one in front of the other, but they had real boat speed coming through to the line. So I'm pretty sure they've carried that through, but we'll just watch out to see if there's any further confirmation of that result, but I think that's pretty much how it is.
Look at Curtin, they're rowing it round. They're still they're still feeling pretty good about themselves after that. That was a remarkable turn of events, because you just look, if you have a look back at that replay, they're going to enjoy watching that fight back. But with 150 to go, I'm sort of looking back going, there's a lot of work to do. And then Swan River really just lost all power. It was like a bit of a power outage in their boat. They'd used up a lot of energy early on, and maybe they knew that Curtin University have a really strong finish. I thought, we've got to get in front, and in the end, just couldn't quite hold them off.
Well, now we've got a bit of a break here, so I think we're going to go over and back to some sponsors' message. So we'll get back to you at about 1:44 odd and get on with the afternoon's racing leading up to the Champion of Champions this afternoon.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Kenoth feeling.
We are on Whadjuk Noongar country. Armidale is an outer metro, so there was a lot of transient foot traffic historically. A lot of our people and our ancestors walked through this space. The city has always supported the Champion Centre and the Aboriginal Development Team. Any sort of cultural thing that we can do, whether it is circus, whether it is theatre, language, dance, we'll try and push that for these kids to make sure that they have access to their knowledge base. I think it's quite exciting to watch people stand there and look at all the art and then want to ask questions.
Everywhere you look, you see art or something beautiful. We're forgetting that we have all this here in Armidale. It makes people calm and happy. Lots of artists now open their studio like I do. People come to my studio all the time. All us artists have met. The Open Studio Trail is amazing. It's a bit of a forgotten area.
It's an interpretation of our community, our culture, and who we are as a people, as in City of Armidale residents.
Hey boss, Kenoth sorted it. All good?
Kenoth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Kenoth feeling.
Coming out to the hills of Armidale, it lets you experience nature and lets you experience that harmony in a different way. Being surrounded by the really old eucalypts, the jarrah, the marri, really vivid leaves and the chirping of the birds, it's very serene, very tranquil.
Armidale's beautiful hills are the perfect place to escape the loudness of the city. The hills are the perfect place to find some peace and quiet on the weekend, and it's a great place to find some nice local produce. Naked Apple is predominantly an outdoor venue. It's a beautiful area to sit out in nature. We also have a lot of natural places around as well. So we've got Stinton Cascades, Rolly Pools in the immediate area. Araluen Botanic Park just down the road. Coming into spring, everything is super green, lots of flowers. We've also got a lot of hiking areas out towards Mount Dale.
The nature of Armidale Hills offer a place of tranquility, which really makes it special to reconnect with yourself. To escape the hustle and bustle of the city, the Armidale Hills is a beautiful place to relax.
It used to be a choice. Design or luxury, technology or space, performance or price. It used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
I love exploring and getting off the beaten track, especially in Armidale. There's so many hidden gems and great trails to discover. You've got hiking, mountain biking, trail running. You can go to Champion Lakes and explore some beautiful waterways there and do some rowing or kayaking. It is really a great place to go to explore the outdoors. It's only half an hour from the city and you've got a world of adventures right at your feet. I love discovering the hidden gems in Bungendore Park and Wollongong Regional Park. They have to be two of my favourite places in the whole of the Darling Range. One of my favourite family-friendly places in Armidale is Wollongong Dam. There are loads of picnic areas and fantastic views, and it's really great for people of all ages. The City of Armidale have done a fantastic job in building a trail network which is inclusive for families and animals, with lots of dog-friendly trails available in the area. The great thing is they've put a lot of thought and effort into the environmental impact, with lots of dieback cleaning stations throughout the whole regional network. There are so many awesome things to do in the outdoors right here in the City of Armidale.
Looking good, eh?
Oh, Keno. What do you think, Nonna? Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling. Keno.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
Yep. Ready, Trav? 5, 4, 3, 2.
And welcome back to Champion Lakes. We're here on the banks of the lakes, and it's all fun and games as we're just winding towards the last few races of the afternoon. I've just been walking along, and you never know who you're going to bump into around here. We've got the Kelly brothers who are having a chat to start, and now they're just telling me a few stories about how many races they've won and how many times they're going to win national medals. But I'll just start with Damo Kelly here. He turned 50 yesterday, and by gee, look how fresh he looks. He's obviously had another early night. He turned 50, but more importantly, that big win yesterday in the 8 for Western Australia. Congratulations on that firstly. How did you sleep last night?
Very, very well. A few beers on the belt, but no, it was a good day. It was a great way to start the day.
You were the talk of the town yesterday as you came into that crew and all the hard work. When did you start to get an idea that you were going to maybe make that West Australian team?
Seat racing time, I guess. So when that was coming up, so yeah, right up until late. So yeah, no, it was good. So it was all kept us on our toes till pretty late in the piece.
In terms of your rowing journey, where did it all begin? Where did you start rowing, and how did you keep that passion alive? Where did the fire come from? I know probably your wife and family, but where did that passion come from?
Well, the wife and family kept it going, but it was before that. Yeah, sort of rowing at school, which was that was the original sort of passion and got it going. Then a bit after school as well, rowing a lot of the same boys that were rowing with, either rowed with or against the same guys who were in the crew over the years, in the state crew there. And then also got into surf boats, rowing my brother in surf boats, and also Dave Porsick, who was in the crew with us as well, and Damon as well yesterday. So yeah, no, it was good. So the surf boats kept alive for us well for a while, and then back to the river as well. It's good.
And as his brother there, Kells, you must have been pretty happy to see him pull that gold medal around his neck yesterday. What was the final few words of encouragement you gave him before he went to the start line?
I love you, brother. Yeah. No, I just said. I didn't say anything. I didn't even see him. So, but
good luck, I think.
Yeah. I did send a text through. So yeah. Good luck, and yeah.
You, Nick, you're a part of the Swan River Rowing Club. You've been coming down here. This is almost your home away from home. How's it been welcoming all these interstate visitors down to Champion Lakes this week?
Oh, really exciting. You know, we're very lucky in Perth to have a still water course like this. Some good planning from people who have been involved in rowing in Western Australia for many, many years and decades. And there's a lot of history in the sport here, going back to, early Olympic representation, King's Cup crews. Ben Ross is here as president of Rowing WA, and his father and his grandfather have been very involved in the sport. And many of their friends had a big hand in getting this course ready. And, it's just great coming down and catching up with blokes we've rowed with or against at school or down in the clubs over the years. Some of us have got back into the sport. Some of us have got sons or daughters or both rowing, so we try and keep up with them or come down and, get a bit of advice from them on what we should be doing. So a lot of fun.
And it really is a family affair. I'll just wander over here. For yourself, you've got a couple of kids who have taken up rowing. Is that based on your pushing them along, or have they just taken it up because they want to just be like Dad?
Look, in our house, it's either you're going to be sweep or sculling, and the girls have known from a very early age that they'd be rowing, that might be watching. We've really enjoyed seeing them develop over the years. The program at PLC has been fantastic for them. And our new coach, John Gearing, is champion, so we're really looking forward to seeing how they go. I'll tell you the one thing though, there's a lot happening in the boat, and all the things that we've told the girls over the years, I've now tried to do myself, and it's amazing just how hard it is to remember all the tips. So it's been great. We've only just got back into it, first time off the blocks in 32 years, so it's been fantastic. Really love it.
And for yourself, how was your experience out there on the water this championships?
Yeah, I had a ball. I've got a little bit of bling with Corbs, and it's been good fun. I think we were at the Head of the River dinner last year. My brother also rows at PLC, and after a few whiskies, talking about rowing together, and it's come together. So we're really happy, and the club, Perth Rowing Club, has been really great, really welcoming, and a lot of fun.
And we've been talking about it in commentary, where a lot of these Eastern States clubs, they don't know what to expect with the West Australians. We don't travel all that often over to the big regattas over on the East Coast, so it is nice for them to come over to the West every now and again and just be hit with a bit of that West Australian talent.
Yeah, I mean, it's serious talent at Masters level in WA. You saw what the men's did, and the women's did a great performance as well. So we're in a really strong position, and hopefully keep going future years.
Well, Rob, back up there in the commentary position. We're going to continue to tell a few furfies and also tell a few good stories this afternoon. We've got the bar up there. We can see the patrons up there enjoying the nice gauge roads. The proud sponsor here with McHenry Honan. They're up there. They might just even give us a bit of a wave if they can up there on the bar. Good afternoon, everyone up there. Yep, full of fun and frivolity up there. So very enthusiastic patrons. So we might just go up there and do a bit of damage in the next half an hour or so. It's back up to you, Rob.
And welcome back, and thanks, Travis, for that cross. I was standing about 10 metres away from you when you crossed to me. So, yeah, I've got put the running shoes on. The plexi is working absolutely beautifully, I can confirm.
You sound like you've just done a race, Rob.
It does sound like I've done a race, doesn't it?
Sprinting up the stairs.
Yeah.
It's a workout. That's actually why it's a good idea not to race and commentate, I reckon, because the fatigue that you get from walking up the stairs to the commentary box, I reckon you do that 5 times, that's worth one race.
Oh, I've done a few then today. Yeah, so we're just getting back online now. While I was out there, just standing next to Travis, before the big cross, just getting a few spots of rain out there, but had a look at the wind forecast for this afternoon. It looks pretty good. Gusting up, it's come up. We can certainly tell it's come up. It's a bit up and down, but what I did see on the radar, off the coast, coming down towards Perth at the moment, will cross across is this big rain squall, and it is significant. So I would suggest that you just want to take that into account, and anybody who's got boats they could load now and don't want to put them up in the rain, I would suggest that you get to that. Doesn't look like we're going to have any major wind influence. I guess when that front comes through, it may get a bit blustery. It should settle down again after that, but we are going to get plenty of rain. So just prepare yourselves for that, and we will just monitor it as best we can throughout the afternoon.
That's foreboding. Yeah, hopefully it's not too bad, but you can just see the rain coming through. It doesn't look too heavy, famous last words, but I'm just having a look at the radar. I think everyone here probably checks the radar pretty regularly. Anytime being a rower, you're always sort of checking the wind and rain. But if you have a look, it does look lighter. So, and as we know, sometimes when it does rain, the water does flatten off. So that can be a pleasant surprise. But sometimes it cannot. So you never quite know what's
Yeah, we seek
what's
the
going to happen.
benefits and we seek the positives in all these weather events, don't we?
But to be fair, like we know sometimes here at Champion Lakes it can get a bit blustery. We know at Nationals a few years ago, the back end of the week was affected by the wind, but it's been a really decent week weather-wise, hasn't it? We haven't had any real white caps. It was a bit windy on the first day on Wednesday, but outside of that, it's been pretty good, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I think that we've had, if I think back, only probably a couple of hours over the whole regatta so far, where the wind has been a little bit stronger from the northeast or the southwest, that has caused a little bit of angst at the start, but largely that has been out of play, and it's been the conditions like we're seeing now, which is, I'm sure there'll be people claim that they could turn that on, but they'll, if that's the case, they'll certainly need to be getting involved in that over the next hour. But it still looks okay out here, touch wood. Wind has now dropped right back out to just about zero, so the conditions are looking great for the resumption of racing in about 4 or 5 minutes.
So, sorry, Rob.
No, you go.
I was just going to say that the first event, J Double, John Hardy and Phil Titterton from Mossman won this last year. They're actually in this one again this year in lane 3. And just having a look at the other crews, I don't think John McDonald, Gary Betts, can't see them. Wern and May, they weren't in it last year, so I reckon they're the only crew that was in the race last year.
Were May and, by chance, were May and Struick in it last year?
No, there was no...
John May wasn't in it.
John May wasn't in it last year. So last year, John Hardy, Phil Titterton won. Mills and McDonald from Willumbar, from Queensland. It's a tough place for... Sorry, I've got somebody.
Willumbar?
From Willumbar, yeah. We're not seeing as many Queensland crews because we know it's a long journey. A lot of them came to the New South Wales Masters. Morrison and Bridgeford from Melbourne Uni came 3rd, Smith and Gunson from Riverside in 4th, and Nix and Beaton in 5th.
And you're saying McDonald from Willumbar was in the places last year? He was 2nd, and he's got Gary Betts on board, and Gary Betts had a great row in the single. He cleared out. I think it was in the lightweight single from memory. Would that be right?
Yes, sorry. Yes, I've missed that. Yes, so Willumbar. So McDonald and Mills last year, Betts with McDonald this year. So
he certainly has not lost out in the swap over in positions. I think we saw earlier, and I can't think, it might have been the pair, Wern and May and Hardy and Titterton. And I think the Wern-May combination may well have got up over them. So a little bit of a grudge match. They've been combining in quads and fours over the last couple of days. So
won a medal with a couple of our rowers in the mixed, I reckon it was a mixed 4 mixed squad with the Kemps, Sue and Peter. They'd never won a national Masters title. They won that with Graham Wern. So that was... and Lindy Nisbet from Endeavour, they were pretty excited about that the other day. So you can see all those crews. I reckon they're all attached to the finger as it stands right now. And we've still got the drone flying about, which is fantastic. So hopefully the wind stays down. We can keep that up for you because the shots have been pretty spectacular of the beautiful light blue water here at Champion Lakes. Can be something really special. It was actually reminding me last year, Rob, at Banyoles, I went to the World Masters there. The colour of the water is very similar to the colour you're getting from the drone shots here at Champion Lakes this week. It's so much nicer to look at than some of the the dirty colours you get at Cirque.
I know. And I was talking through this, and I was getting some text back going, what about this, the artistic shots and the calls from the tower about the colour of the water? And I was taken back, and I'd say the contrast that we see, particularly when it's very smooth water, when we get that drone shot coming off that start there, just spectacular, as you can see the Ultras. Just before they get underway, I just put a call out for Dragons Rowing Club. They're from Queensland, and they're obviously about to set out home on the very big trip home, are missing a set of Concept 2 sweep oars. They have the Dragons colours on the blade. but they also have a blue handle. So if anybody has found them, they're getting a little bit desperate about these. No doubt if they'll be found about 5 minutes after they leave the track. But if anybody just has a look around, sees these oars, think they look like they shouldn't be where they are, if they can contact the Dragons, they will be much appreciated. We're away in this J2 pair, so J2 double, sorry, and it's Mossman's John Hardy, Philip Titterton in lane 2, Mossman, Composite and Drummoyne, Graham Wern and John May, Murwillumbah's McDonald and Betts, Melbourne University's Morrison and Wood, and that combination of Wern and May off to a very quick start, as are the Murwillumbah crews. I think they will be trying to turn it on for that first 500 metres here, just to try to establish this. It's a straight-out final. This is going to be a very good race. You can see, surprisingly, the Philip Titterton Hardy combination is just a little bit off the pace here. I would have expected they would have been a lot closer than that. So I'm not sure, whether they're just pacing themselves or what's going on. But
that's a real surprise, isn't it?
That is a real surprise, and certainly these two crews out in front there for the race. Murwillumbah look like the one with the boat speed at the moment. So the Drummoyne, Mossman, Composite of May and Wern have gone out very hard. But here come the combination of McDonald and Betts. And as I said, we saw John Betts in the, or Gary Betts, sorry, in the lightweight, I think J or G single the other day, and he certainly streeted that field. He had a great row. But they have moved over onto the buoy line. And as we keep mentioning here,
it's a vortex.
Yeah, it's a vortex. Ben says it's a vortex. He's
Stay off the buoy line.
Yeah, and so they've chosen probably the wise move here. They've crossed it. Probably wise not to cross back until you're feeling really good about it. They're now rowing very straight, so as long as they don't get those oars tangled up in the buoys, they're still in pretty good stead, I would suggest.
Yeah, and I know it is very difficult once you're on it to get off it, and you can see there they are in first place, and it's a great point you make, Rob. They don't really want to try and readjust because they're in a good position there. And that's going to lose them a bit of boat speed, but they have got a bit of ground there between themselves. Graham Wern and John May, Hardy and Titterton back in 4th place, the defending champions in this event. They did a 4:19 last year to win it, and they are going past the 500. I reckon it might be a little bit of a slower time this year with the breeze about. So 3rd place is that Melbourne University crew, but you can see out in front Murwillumbah, McDonald and Betts. McDonald with a silver medal last year in this event that went down to the boys from Mossman, so it looks good. Gary Betts jumping into that boat. It was Mills who was in the boat last year with John McDonald. So into the last 250 metres, gold, silver and bronze. It looks to be a gap between each of them, and there'd have to be a rapid turn of events if that is to change now.
Yeah, absolutely. And this crew does look like they're well and truly in control. Coming down about 250 metres to go. They really have this race. They've taken it by the scruff. They've moved back into the centre of their lane. They took their time, though. And the thing we've been saying over the last couple of days, if you get caught up on the buoys, just pick your time and take your time. Don't try to do the big turn, the big change in direction, because that's when it all goes wrong. Just seeing that happen, actually, as we say that, from the Mossman and Drummoyne crew, but they've got back onto the straight and narrow now, and as they wake their way down to the line, we've got about 150 metres to go for this Betts and McDonald combination. Looking very good. You see the very big proud Murwillumbah up the side of their Sykes double scull there, and they're going to do Murwillumbah proud here this afternoon. Coming down in it, so for about 4 minutes gone so far, we can see the John May, Graham Wern combination, and then back to the Morrison and Wood combination over here on the lane 6. And they holding down 3rd place, and quite surprisingly ahead of the John Hardy, Philip Titterton combination. So just something may not quite be right in that crew, because they've certainly been racing really well up at this point in the regatta. And there they go, they're across the line, takes out their championship J double scull for Australia, a Murwillumbah combination of John McDonald and Gary Betts. It will be the combination of Graham Wern and John May from Mossman and Drummoyne coming across in second, followed by Melbourne University's Jim Morrison and Tom Wood, and fourth across the line will be the Hardy-Titterton combination from Mosman Rowing Club.
Okay, so the women's A single is going to be the next race on the water. Now, this one's a little bit of a tricky one to do your research on because it was actually on day 1 last year, not on day 4, so I have to do a little bit of a quick flick of the tabs. So Brianna Murray from ANU actually won this race last year in a 4:02. Eben Waldner, who you can see over there in lane 2, she came second. And then Seidel from Murray Bridge in 3rd place. So cross the course, Eben Waldner from Yarra Yarra in 2, Sarah Martin from Swan River in 3, Holly Hanley from Newcastle in 4, Nikki Lepresti in 5, Victoria Seidel from Murray Bridge in 6, Kelly Lewis from Murray Bridge in lane 7. And at the moment, it is Holly Hanley who is leading out towards the first quarter of this race.
Yeah, and absolutely, she's got off to a flyer, and we thought the pace might be up a little bit more in this final. We saw Nicola Presti have a great row in that heat out in front there, but certainly having trouble keeping up with these guys now. And Holly Handley out there, she's really trying to stamp her authority, and probably you'd have a bit of insight into what the race plan was here, Ben?
I think it's just go out hard at the 500 and try and hang on. And Holly, of course, coming back into rowing the last couple of years. We've tried to get her back rowing at Newcastle because Jack Handley moved up to Newcastle a couple of years ago to take on the rowing job at Newcastle Grammar. And yeah, we've been trying to coax Holly back into the boat because she's had sort of issues with her back. She was, of course, national schoolgirl champion about 14 years ago, I reckon, at Adelaide there. So she's got some pedigree, and she's been just getting back into a little bit more training the last month or so because she was rowing sort of December, January, but then had a little bit of a hiccup with the back. So she's back into it and ready to go. But this is going to be the big test because I know she's going to go out to that 500 hard. And you can see over there in lane 2, Eben Waldner is sitting there in the silver medal position. Eben Waldner, as I mentioned, winning the silver medal last time around in Sydney. Now, Holly won this event at the State Masters. Had a good win there. She got out early and got herself in front. So here we go, back end of the race. This is a big test of the fitness, isn't it? The last 500.
And we've seen Ebony Ebenwalder time and time again, slower over the first 500. Real fitness there, and she will bring it home. And we're seeing that at the moment. She's got the pace on at the moment, and overhauling Holly. Holly's going to really need to start her sprint a little bit earlier, and this really will be a test of fitness. Victoria Seidel over here in lane 6 from Murray Bridge, also having a really good row, probably holding down third position at the moment. Nikki Lepresti from Mosman coming up and pressing Seidel, but here comes Seidel now coming back up onto Holly Handy. So Holly will need to really get up. Eben Waldner moving away, just absolutely moving away in this. She was second last year, as we said, in this event. Some great sculling being displayed by Ebony Ebenwalder there from Yarra Yarra, and haven't they been, had a great club outing at these national championships?
Yeah, she's having a she's come through terrifically in this last 500. You can see out in front, very powerful, and Seidel is coming up, and not just sidling, she's absolutely flying up on the left-hand side. You can see there Holly Hanley just having a little bit of a look, and it looks as though she's just hanging on to that silver medal. Here's the sprint here from Holly Hanley. So with about 100 metres to go, she's trying. She's very, very competitive. I know that much. She's absolutely going for it here in the last 100 metres, taking on Eben Waldner. I'll tell you what, it's going to come right down to the line here. The top three, they're all coming together here in the Women's Masters A single, and I reckon it's just going to be Eben Waldner who gets there. And Holly Hanley from Newcastle in second, third place Seidel from Murray Bridge. What a great race that was in the Women's Masters A single. And Well, the only silver lining I can see from that, Rob, is that I reckon Newcastle Rowing Club, now we've overtaken Melbourne for the most silver medals at this regatta.
You got to take the wins where you can get them, don't you? All the seconds, as it were. And, yeah, what a great finish. And what a very well-judged row by Ebony Waldner. She certainly has timed that to perfection, but gee, you would have thought it was an easy win coming up, but did it close in on that last 150 odd metres. We now move over to race 267, the lightweight women's Masters A single scull. We've got the two competitors in this event. We have ADF's Sarah Leon in lane 4 and Leichhardt's Wendy Miller in lane 5. So it's it's a two-horse race here. They're right on each other as they set off probably about only about 100 odd metres into the race. Yeah, just a bit of an advantage being set up here by Sarah Leon. She has certainly moved right up probably about a length's advantage over Leichhardt's Wendy Miller at the moment, and Wendy Miller normally doesn't mind a bit of rate, but probably underrating the ADF sculler here by a couple of points as they...
Leon's just flying, isn't she?
Isn't she? She's just really got some intent there, hasn't she? She's decided that her best bet, and I think I mentioned it the other day, that race plan, the very simple race plan, get in front and improve on your position. And we can see that that's exactly what she's trying to do now. She's trying to get in front and then just ram it home, ram that advantage home. So she can get out to another couple of boat lengths, even if she tires a bit in that second half of the race. It's unlikely that she's going to tire, 10 seconds or so. But I think that's her race plan, and certainly she's carrying that out to perfection at the moment. But they're only got about 450 metres into the race, so it's still a fair way to go.
Yeah, good margin there, isn't there? You just see the rain falling on that drone shot. So 2:03.09, and I'm just interested. We saw the margin in the last race. At the 500 was, we don't have those splits actually through. I was going to try and have a look at that. But it was a good margin that Eben Waldner pulled back. So I just wonder whether there is a little bit of a change in conditions around that area of the course, whether it may a little bit more difficult, just making the race a little bit longer, because it's clear that there's a bit of a cross/headwind. There's no doubt about that. And maybe just rewarding competitors who don't blow a gasket in the first 500, and you can see that Leon, it was a substantial margin, but I reckon Miller is just clawing back a little bit of margin.
Yeah,
would you think?
Yeah, she does look to be clawing back that margin, and as we said, whether the Leon has got enough of a lead that she's put enough of a buffer to stop the charge of Miller. We'll just have to wait and see. But still out there at about 3 lengths advantage there. But she seems to be still moving the boat very well, Leon. And I would suggest that with 250 metres to go, she probably will be starting to get a little bit confident, starting to think of those post-race photos with the gold medal, and that would be certainly spurring her on here. So she's going into the red buoys now. You see the change of buoys. That means she's into about 150 odd metres to go. Still looking very strong there. Nice clean style, getting lots of nice clean exit out of the water, and certainly...
well, this time... Have a look at this time. So the race before, the winning time was 4:10. So I wonder whether the wind has changed or it's just dropped off or something like that. But you usually expect the open event to be at least the gold medal position to be somewhat faster than the lightweight.
Yeah,
they're just coming into the line. It probably is now, but I thought they're coming in that was going to be a similar kind of...
Well, it is a similar time. It's only 1 second slower than, or 2 seconds slower than the race before it. So it's a great time, but a great row by Sarah Leon. She's really just that well. She's gone out hard. She had a race plan. Obviously, that was to try to blow the Leichhardt sculler out of the water over that first 500 metres and then just hang on. She's done that. And maybe just...
It's pretty much the same. Yeah, the Eben Waldner did about 4:10. So Leon does 4:12. Yeah, you wonder whether conditions have just eased off a bit.
Yeah, I did see the wind a little bit stronger in that race coming in from the north. So probably just that little bit of a tailwind, headwind, sorry, probably 4 or 5 seconds. So yeah, but a good time nonetheless for Leon at 4:12 or 4:11.98. Okay, then we move to race 268, the men's Masters A pair. And they're actually underway here. We've got 3 competitors. Lindisfarne Composite has pulled out. I think Tommy Wilcox has chosen not to do his 48th race in this event. So Karam, Drew Holman and Stuart Gilbert in lane 3. Adelaide University Torrens Composite, Thomas Lubinas and Alistair Walsh. And in the Curtin University crew of Kerr and Loftus in lane 6. And what do we have? A very, very close field at the moment.
I'm surprised here. Lubinas and Walsh, I thought that they would be, they'd be up there. Lubinas winning the gold medal in the A double, really sharp with in that race with Tom Sullivan, who's actually racing the B single a little bit later on, about 20 minutes time. So they're sitting there in silver, remembering that it is only a gold and a silver for this one. Even with the scratching, there will only be a gold and a silver handed out. And right now, Curtin have gone out sharply, but I reckon there's a little bit of a problem for them because their steering is taking them onto the buoy line. Not that that's a massive issue because they've got a spare lane there. If they want to move into lane 5, they can do that. But it is going to slow them down if they hit a couple of those buoys along the way. And you can just see that Adelaide University Torrens crew, they're moving into their work here, and I reckon Karam are too. So Curtin, they've got a fight on their hands.
Yeah, indeed. And as we mentioned before, even if it's not causing them any physical movement in the boat, those being on the buoy line, what it does do, you just become conscious of it. You start worrying about where you're sitting. You're watching those buoys go past and thinking, oh my God, I've got to clean it up. I've got to. So you're distracted from what you're trying to do, which is get to the end of the race. And that has allowed this combination from Adelaide University Torrens to just maybe creep up and take a slight lead here. And dragging them along is along with them is the Karam crew, but they've probably just broken away a little bit, the Torrens and Adelaide University crew. You can see they've just put on they've started their sprint. They've started their sprint very early. So this is going to be an absolute drag race to the line there, Ben.
And they've moved across now to their bow side, this Curtin University crew. So they're like a bowling ball going down with the gutters on, and you're just bouncing from one side to the other. You don't want that. They've just sort of managed to find the middle of the lane now. Now they can really get to work, but I reckon the speed here of the South Australians is probably going to be a bit much. I tell you what, if Curtin University can win this race, it will be one of the great wins of this regatta based on the challenges they've had with the steering in this one, because they are absolutely going for it here at the back end. This is going to be one of the finishes of the regatta potentially. Adelaide University and Torrens, Walsh and Lubinas in the middle of the course, going toe-to-toe with the West Australians. Can the Sandgropers, can they find a gold medal here in the men's Masters A pair? Here's the shot. They come down to the line. South Australians at the top of your screen, the West Australians at the bottom, and here we go. A couple of strokes to go. It's just going to be these South Australians, Lubinas and Walsh, edge out Kerr and Loftus. And I tell you what, that was a cracking row. I feel for the West Australians because they may be wondering, God, if we had stayed in the middle of our lane, I reckon they would have hung on there. They did a lot of extra work, and in the end, it's Lubinas and Walsh who win it.
Yeah, that 0.5 of a second advantage, and it would have easily lost that in the just going from the side to side in the lane. So they'll rue their chances there, but they've got to be happy with the row outside of that. And what a great row, because we think about, after about 500 metres, the Adelaide University crew were in third place, so they've also had a very, very good row. They've timed their run to the line very well, started their sprint very early. Probably, the Curtin University probably didn't jump onto that sprint as early as they could have. When they did, they certainly had the boat speed. They had all the boat speed. But what a great race you saw. So now we're into the women's Masters D8 final, and we saw some great heats of this earlier on. And so 269, Leichhardt Composite, Leichhardt, Glebe, North Shore, Joe Hodgkinson, Louise McCoach, Lisa Molyneux, Belindy Rowe, M. Barrick, Sue Huggett, Daniela Bourget, Jennifer Zonga, and Catherine Davis is their coxswain. In lane 2, Fremantles, Sarah Bolifo, Fiona Bell, Alexander Thornton, Gisa Rouge, Alex Lai, Carolyn Foster, Paula Fivez, Sky Windybank, and Harrison Ranger is their coxswain. In lane 3, ANA's Michelle Blake, Michelle Blake, Sophie Pilot, Lucy Dan Paulus, Mary Cameron, Elisa Mansell, Samantha Johnson, Sandra Clark, Hilary Smale, and Nadia Gardner is their coxswain. In lane 4, Melbourne University's Belinda Caillard, Ingrid Just, Annalise Drock, Catherine Button, Georgia Bell, Carolyn Carr, Georgina Costello, Kate Barnett, and Eliza Fidus is their coxswain. Adelaide University, Adelaide Torrens, Melbourne combination, Tanya Nishibata, Natasha Vassos, Belinda Nyankowiak, Simone Ellis, Mika Webb, Christina Bursell, Susie Ross, Angie Franku, and Bonnie White is their coxswain. University of WA, Liz Warren, Marion Amato, Liz Carson, Orla Flecker, Sue Peacock, Megan Bagworth, Tamsin Keevil, Melissa Hartman, Charlie Newman is their coxswain, coached by Ava Myler, and the Dragons, Tuong, Noosa and Sunshine Coast. Combination of Heather Anderson, Fernanda Carrera, Christy Nash, Joanne Taylor, Daniela Anderson, Catherine Dermody, Claire Farley, and Sisha Cruikshank. Jennifer Pollock is their coxswain. And they are just getting the line. A few alignment issues up there with the Dragons composite just a bit skewy in their lane at the moment. So I hope it wasn't for this boat they were looking for that set of oars, but just a reminder about that set of missing oars from Dragon Rowing Club with the light blue handle sweep oars. So if you happen to see them around your boat housing there, boat on the racks, and they don't look like they should be there, could you please just do the right thing and wander them back over to Dragons. But this is a bit of a who's who of D rowing here, and I'm just looking through these names in these boats. Many of them been down the course already a number of times today. I'm just looking at Nishibata, Simone Ellis, Franku. So certainly some of the Hodgkinson, Louise McCoach from some of these other crews. There's been a lot of racing by these crews, and they're away. And isn't it great to see a 7-lane final here? And it's off to a very, very quick start. And certainly that Adelaide University composite crew has got away, and they've really got some traction here off the start there, Ben.
This is great to watch, isn't it? 7 boats down the course here, basically filling out the course here at Champion Lakes. And the crew from Melbourne, Adelaide University Composite. So Nishibata was part of the winning crew in this one last year. Holland, Ross, Franku, Malcolm, Bursell, Boland, Tong, Nishibata, and White, who's the cox of that crew. They were the national champions last year in the Women's Masters D8. So there's only a few members of that crew. Bursell, I think, is still part of it. Franku might be as well. Yes, I think. I reckon there's only 3 and the Cox that's part of that crew who won it last year in that main boat in lane 5. But I tell you what, it's not having too many issues. They're sitting there in second place at the moment. Actually, I reckon they're actually sitting out there in front. It's hard to. It's not often we've had a lane 1, so you're usually always thinking lane 2 is the widest lane. But no, they are sitting there in first place. It's Adelaide University, Adelaide, Torrens, Melbourne. So 3 members and the cox of the crew that won this 8 last year. They're sitting out there in the gold medal position. Currently in second place, that's Melbourne University. So they would win the fastest club if they maintain their position, and then Uni of WA they're a shot as well for that prize. They're sitting in third place right now, but you can see there the composite crew out in front and leading the way in this Women's D Masters 8 final.
Yeah, look, we've certainly seen this front end of this boat, the combination from Adelaide Uni, Bursell, Ross and Franku, and they are setting a very good rhythm, and boated a number of boats with them in the 6, 7 and 8 seats. So just showing there that, that good foundation coming from the front, sending that back through the crew, is always going to put you in good stead. The Melbourne University crew, they are valiantly trying to track them down. They can't go with the pace at the moment, but they have got the pace to stay in front of the Leichhardt and Fremantle crews. Fremantle certainly had some great results. Over on the other side, University of WA. So we've got those two Western Australian crews, Fremantle and University of WA, who are certainly vying for that third position at the moment with the Leichhardt Composite crew. It does look like the University of Western Australia crew in lane 6 has that advantage at the moment, so it's going to be interesting to see. They don't look that strained, this crew, from where we sit. They look very comfortable in that very bright blue Hudson, almost as bright as your shorts there, Ben.
They're a bit lighter, aren't they?
Yeah, they are a bit. They're not quite as in your face as your shorts there, but they look really quite comfortable there, don't they? They've backed off the rating there. This is a super comfortable effort. They're coming down 100 metres to go. The race, though, is on at the moment for that third place, and it does look like the University of WA have just cleared out from the pack over the other side, the Fremantle and the Leichhardt Composite crew, and they have probably been fighting amongst themselves here, while the University of WA crew has just got on with the job here, and they're coming back over the top of Melbourne University, but they're not going to get there. Adelaide University Composite over in first place. It will be the Melbourne University crew coming across in second, and University of Western Australia in third. The Fremantle crew just getting over the Leichhardt Composite. And then a little bit further back now to the Dragons crew over here in lane 7, and then A&A rounding out the field.
Well, good on you, Melbourne University, the fastest club crew over the line there. Full 8 there from Melbourne Uni of WA, second in that one. The Composite crew winning, Adelaide University, probably favourites going to that one. They had a red-hot crew there, plenty of quality rowers, so a good win for them. Okie doke. Men's D quad, here we go. We're going to get a lot of composites in this one. This could really fire me up here, Rob. It's a composite-a-thon in the men's D quad.
So we'll just do a quick call, because I think we've heard their names 1,000 times, but the Adelaide Uni Sydney Composite, that is in lane 2. Western Australian Rowing Club Fremantle Composite in lane 3. Lindisfarne North-Esk Ulverstone Composite in lane 4. St George North Shore Mosman Composite in lane 5. Yarra Yarra Melbourne and Hawthorn Composite in lane 6. And the Dragons Composite in with Murmullenbar and Toowong in lane 7. And how are they doing there, Ben?
Well, there's a composite crew winning, I think. So let's let's try and see who that's going to be. That looks like that's Doige's crew out in front, the St George Composite. So that's the New South Wales state team, I reckon. Now that'd be a performance and a half. As I said, I reckon that Adelaide Uni Composite, I reckon Tankard's in that boat. So that's slightly different to the South Australian state crew. And that's got Nat, McLeod, Morgan and Deleek. And we saw Tankard in the double, so I reckon that's why he's not in this one.
What we have seen from them is they're extremely fast finishing. And now Damien Deleek, you can see it up there. Once again, we say that he's not afraid of a bit of rate, Damien.
No, the Frenchman.
The Frenchman, and he's certainly showing us how that works now. So it's a really kind of a tight race out the front there.
Yeah, and you've got the pretty much the Victorian state team. They have made a change as well in that one. Negri out, O'Connor Smith comes in. So they're currently sitting in the silver medal position. But as you would probably expect, the New South Wales crew have got the full state crew. Those other two boats, South Australia and Victoria, just with a slight change. So you would anticipate they should be the favourites going into this one, and they should be the crew that wins it. But I tell you what, South Australia, they want to say, well, hang on a second, we've made a change to our state crew and we've still beaten you. So here we go. This is going to be one for the bragging rights in the last 500 metres. So it's Adelaide Uni. They're only 0.79 off the pace. And they got Chris Morgan in the middle of that boat, Olympic bronze medalist. He took out the A single, and here they go, Rob. They are winding it up over there in lane 2. The New South Wales state crew there. Doidge, Rogers, Robertson and Simpson, they were in the gold medal position at the halfway point. They're maybe just dropping back into silver. It's going to be a cracking race to the line here.
And here come the Lindisfarne composite crew as well. They're coming through extremely fast, coming out with that big finish, as are the Yarra Yarra composite on this side. So it's going to get down to the line here. I think the Adelaide composite, the Uni composite crew, has now got the jump on them. You wonder at 36, 38 where you go with rate, and I think Damien's about to show us. And look at the intent there. They are after this win, absolutely after this win. The St George Composite New South Wales crew trying to go with them. You can see the strain on their faces, but there's nothing they can do here. There is absolutely nothing they can do here to match this lightning speed over the last 500 metres of the Adelaide University Composite crew. This is an absolutely outstanding performance for this crew. And, even with the change in their crew, they are going over the line to take the win in this event from the St George Composite. It will be the Yarra Yarra Composite coming in third, followed by Lindisfarne. And there are some very, very tired bods out there.
Yeah, they've had some big weeks of racing, these guys. In demand rowers. So Adelaide Uni, I tell you what, South Australia's domination in especially the men's side of Masters rowing continues here. Men's D quad goes their way. Make a little change in that crew and still they're able to get the job done. So, well done. Lots of composites out there, Rob. I like to see the full club in action.
Yeah, I know. We've been through that bit. Let's just not harp on that.
Let's go down
I think we're getting nowhere.
G quad.
And in lane, we got the Women's Masters G Quad. In the lane 2, we've got Curtin University's Alison White, Ronnie Cooper, Pam Nichols and Sharon Ann Jones. In lane 3, Bunbury's Laurel Klump, Jennifer Coote, Nola Chikulev, Pina Barbera and coach Chris Iredale. In lane 4, the Melbourne Exeter Composite, Julia Wood, Irina Benjamin, Jen Kilby and Louise Phillips. In lane 5, the Fremantle University of Western Australia Perth Composite of Dev Barry, Carolyn Finelli, Evelyn Bowen and Michaela Main. And in lane 6 we have Perth's Vanessa Grant, Adele Chapman, Catherine Kennedy and Celia Cornwall. And in lane 7 the Riverway St George Cambridge Commercial Composite of Barbara Hall, Martha DeLong, Christine McCready and Jacqueline de Jong. Now I suggested that crew was rowing well under pace in the heat, and we know that Jacqueline de Jong is right up there on the medal list. Christine McCready also up there very high in the individual medal list. Still off the back just a little bit. I think they're going to be particularly strong over that second 500. A great race here though, developed between Bunbury, Melbourne Composite and Fremantle Composite. Who are actually in a straight line out the front of the field here. Probably the ever so slightest advantages with the Fremantle Composite at the moment over Melbourne and then back to Bunbury. A bit of work to do for this Riverway Composite to pull back up with them, but I think they've got a bit of move on now. So, I just hope they haven't, Jacqueline hasn't snuck all the medals into this boat, and it might be weighing it down a little bit heavy.
Well, there is no boat weighing it at Aussie Masters. So
I don't think you want to be loading weight into a boat though, Ben.
And that crew in lane 4, the Melbourne Exeter Composite, we mentioned that that Zamet was in that crew last year, but Irina Benjamin has come in, so that's the only change there. They finished in the silver medal position last year, and Jacqueline de Jong, she won bronze in the crew last year in that Riverway Composite, but it was a fairly different looking crew. I reckon she's the only one remaining from that. So hard to get a full read on this one, and then you throw in the Fremantle crew here in lane 5, who are throwing up something special here. Fremantle, Uni of WA, and Perth. And I was just having a look. So last year in the G Quad there was no WA crew based on my little quick glance there. So they've got their opportunity here. Aussie Masters on home water. Are they going to make the most of it and claim an Aussie title here, this Fremantle Uni of WA Perth crew?
Yeah, we can see the move coming from Riverway, but also Fremantle are now just pushing out again. They're trying to establish a little bit more of a lead there. They look well in control there. We see them in the double. Julia Wood earlier in the doubles, I've got the wrong ones there. Michaela Main in the doubles earlier, and I think she took out the win in the G double, and so she's certainly stroking this boat to good effect. Jacqueline de Jong just looking over there now, and she's saying, if we want this medal, we're going to have to go now. They're currently got a bit of speed on coming down. They are the boat that is moving at the moment, but just countering in that Melbourne Composite crew. So they have now taken the lead back from Fremantle Composite as they come down with about 150 odd metres to go. So I don't know if the Riverway Composite is going to have enough time now to get back and get onto this. So we're looking at the Melbourne Composite now just opening up the slightest of advantage over the Fremantle Composite. So Fremantle now really need to actually go for their sprint now, because they haven't got very much space left at all. Still coming home very hard of the Riverway Composite over on this side, getting a surprising amount of speed as they come down towards the line. Once again, they may well have left their runner just a little bit late, but it is the Melbourne Composite crew who are just holding about a half-length advantage at the moment. Coming down to the line, it looks like they will have done enough and get across this line to take out the win in the Women's Masters G4 Championship of Australia, followed by Fremantle. Great row there. Coming home fast with the Riverway crew over here in lane 7, followed by Bunbury. And back to Perth and Curtin University, just coming across the line. But gee, there's no back around here. We're already underway.
So men's masters G pair, and this is Hora Whenua Composite with Aramo Whanganui. So Bruce Tate from Aramoho Wanganui there from New Zealand. Kevin Horan from Hora Whenua. And then you've got Glebe, Mark Teachin and Kenneth Major in lane 4. Gus Bergen and Kerry Dombrowski from Clifton in 5. Tim Bland and Tony Stanley from Newcastle in 6. Yara Stuart Critchell and Jack Chatziyakumis in lane 7. That's a great last name
that is great
to say for a commentator. So you can see it is the Glebe pair. That's a strong combination, Teachin and Major. But the Kiwis, they are right on their tail, and we are just nearing the timing hut here at the 500. It's anyone's race at the moment.
Yeah, now what we have seen from Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan repeatedly over the last couple of days is an extremely strong second 500. So I expect that only 0.2 seconds behind going through that 500, they are going to really challenge the Glebe crew as they come down. We can see the move already. We just it was probably a good pull. Maybe they heard me. They've just put on the pace here now. Just stepped it up. Just built up the power. Haven't done much with rating, so they've just stepped up their leg drive a little bit. Probably gone for a effort on those legs, and that's really paying dividends for them, isn't it, Ben?
Oh, they have just moved themselves in front of the Glebe crew. And last year, this was won by Luck and Walsh from North Shore, from Toowong's O'Dwyer and Kylie. So there's going to be a new winner in the men's Masters G pair. That was 3:46 that time last year. So it's the Kiwis. It's a long trip from the land of the long white cloud to Perth. That's a massive trip. So have they got the energy here at the back end of a big week of travel as well? Because Glebe is certainly not going anywhere. They're putting in the sprint for the line. And then you've got just across the other Kiwi crew from Clifton, Bergen and Dombrowski. They are sitting in the bronze medal position. Yarra back in 4th. Newcastle also out of it in 5th place. But maybe the New Zealanders, they've just managed to find a chink in the armour of the boys from Glebe, because that lead they have just given themselves maybe even just a slight little bit more of an advantage as they head now down towards the line. Glebe are going after it now, and you can see all of a sudden the sprint has been put on here by Ken Major and Mark Teachin, but I reckon they've just got enough, the Kiwis, to combat anything these two Glebe sweep rowers can throw at them. They are going all the way down to the line in this men's Masters G pair. Can they hang on here, Tate and Horan? There's only a number of strokes to go, 50 metres to travel here for the Masters national title, and it will be going to New Zealand. Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan by 1.45 seconds. Back to Glebe, and then Clifton, Bergen and Dombrowski, also from New Zealand, in the bronze medal position. Yarra Yarra in 4th, and Newcastle will finish in 5th.
Yeah, and a well-judged row by the Horowhenua and Wanganui rowers there, sweep rowers there, Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan. And we had seen that over the last couple of days, a very, very strong second 500. And they were able to bring it home and take out the championship. Now we've got the Women's Masters B Coxless 4, race 273. We have Riverside's Laria Pangani, Erin Sterling, Samantha Jersman and Melanie Innes. And from Carrum, Angelique Everett, Jess Fishman, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Jackie Deeble, and their coach is Drew Holman. So they're on the start, on the ready, sitting up there on the start. You can see the conditions a little bit wavering. We've got that headwind just coming in a little bit more, and that will be just causing a little bit of probably a little bit of unsteadiness on the water, but not worrying so much these crews as they get going. Just Carrum starting off just with a little bit of a turn there, but straightening up now, and now Riverside have decided to try the same thing. So they're just a little bit skewy in their lane. But certainly the rate on in this Carrum crew. They are trying to establish a lead early. Not quite up with them is the other Riverside crew, but they're going to have to do a bit of work over this next 100 metres because they really don't want to lose contact. And the intent certainly there in that Carrum crew. They are off to a very, very smooth and fast start.
Well, they're looking good to go back-to-back because they won this last year. So Jess Fishman was in that crew. James, Angelique Everett was also in that crew, and so too Jackie Deeble. So James, Kelly James it is, and she's actually been substituted out of this crew, not for the new row. She was actually initially in for Angelique Everett, but Everett's come back in. Anya Lloyd-Smith is the only difference now in that crew from the one that claimed the title last year in the Women's Masters B4. So they are sitting out there in front of Riverside Rowing Club from South Australia, and they've got a number of boat lengths advantage. So at this stage, barring a disaster, Carrum, they should make it back-to-back wins in the Women's Masters B Coxless 4.
Yeah, and both these crews are usually bowside stroke. We tend to see a lot more in Masters rowing traditionally stroke-side stroke boats, so always nice to see as a lifetime bowsider.
Yeah, what do you reckon, Rob? What are you thinking there if you're switching it around?
Yeah, look, they wanted the number one. You'd be after the stroke. You're basing it around. I would think basing it around your stroke side. They may have a bit of bias in so they might have wanted to move the stroke side a bit further forward just to get that little bit of mechanical advantage over the rest of the boat. You also have the option, of course, of going to a tandem rig boat to offset a little bit of that. So I'd say it's they've decided their stroke is the one we want in the stroke seat. She's going to give us the best rhythm, and they've based it around that. And it's quite often, and this also comes into play, if you've got a stroke steered boat. Quite often, a lot of people just cannot steer boats. It's just not their thing. It is just not their thing.
That is blunt, but it's probably true.
It is absolutely true, and we see so much of that in rowing, and so that may come into play as well. And you'd hope it doesn't. It's just a bit difficult to change the steering around to other feet, but it can be done. But if you're changing it between races, that's certainly going to be not that easy. And we see this Carrum crew now. Just the water conditions out there now, Ben, just showing it. We're not seeing it from the drone shot, but certainly when we get to that one from the bank, we can actually see how much that conditions on the water there have just got that little bit more bouncy and a little bit more messy.
Just talk us through as well, because even more important in conditions where you're getting a cross breeze, steering a boat, especially a coxless boat, that a pair as well, but a coxless 4, it can be quite challenging. What are the keys?
Well, the thing is you've got to anticipate it. And as I've said before, it changes as it goes around, because if the wind gets more side onto the boat, it'll push the stern of the boat around. So it actually pushes you back up into the breeze. When it's coming more from the front of the boat, it will actually tend to push the bow around. So it can be very variable as well. The key is to use the rudder as little as you can. Once the wind gets to a certain point, you've got to switch back over to just getting that unevenness in the oars, getting one side to pull harder than the other. The reason is the rudder is a bucket. As soon as you get that on hard bent, that's not where you want to be. It just takes speed, hand over fist out of a boat, and so you certainly don't want to overuse that rudder coming down the course. So it really is an art there, and we just see that Carrum crew coming across to take an absolute fantastic win in that race. Will be followed in by Riverside, but so it is a real test, and those cross-side winds. We can live with a headwind. We can live with a tailwind. We prefer a tailwind than a headwind, of course.
Well, depends, doesn't it? Depends what kind of rower you are.
Well, it depends. That's right.
Yeah, if you're a heavyweight racing against a good lightweight, you probably
big
wouldn't mind the headwind.
A huge headwind. And then vice versa. The lighting down to heavyweight, they want that tailwind, so they can really get the rating up and just get that lightness on the oar. Well, we've just seen Carrum come down and take out the Cox's 4, and we see them front up again, and they are in lane 4, the Carrum crew of Sally Shepperson, Catherine Carr, Sally Glenn, Sarah Haywood, Sam Lincoln is their coxswain, and Drew Holman is their coach. In lane 3, we have the ADF Mosman composite of Zoe Martin, Sorrel Woodward, Judith Oos, and Holly Kilmartin. Their coxswain is Rachel Cope. And in lane 2, Western Australian Rowing Club's Marisha Burnside, Catherine Holland, Jodie Wickham, Hannah Moore, and Joanna Craig is their coxswain. And it's a very, very even start by these crews. We can see that these are all backloaders. The coxswains all sitting in the back of the boat. Now, just to point out something in this boat, you can see in that middle boat, the ADF composite crew, you can see the coxswain. I'm suggesting probably hasn't spent a lot of time there, and you can see that their body is going back and forwards with the movement of the boat. That is not good. You look at the coxswains either side there, they're crouched forward, they're holding onto the sides of the boat, and they're steering lanes. So they're not actually moving backwards and forwards in the boat. That actually causes a slowing down of the boat as the coxswain's body weight goes backwards as they're trying to come forward. So
it's a great pickup.
Something you want to be really aware of. They're getting out. They're still out in front here, but I really do think that they would be probably finding it a little bit better if their coxswain would just come forward, lean forward, grab onto the side of the boats, steer with their fingers, and they would find that a lot more comfortable in speed there as we go.
You can really see from the side, and you can see the ADF Cox here.
Yep.
You can see those, and it's the same thing, isn't it? When you're rowing, and this is why we talk about when you're at the finish, you really want to get those hands. what I've been trying to work on in the boat as well, but trying to get those hands away first and not going forward with your body, because it really does upset the boat. It's heavy. It's heavy. Your upper body, your head, and if you're the cox as well. Same story here, the way it's shuffling around there.
Well, so the thing is that as they come out of the water, the boat is boat accelerates for a little while, then it starts to slow down. The coxswain's weight, though, is still going backwards. Now, they're not going to be big, and it's not a lot of weight, but it is enough. It's probably 20 kilos of that weight still going backwards while you're trying to arrest the deceleration in the boat. So it just doesn't help it. It's just another effort, but just it's a learning thing and a good thing to watch out for in your coxswains. But I think the Carrum crew now over on lane 4 have decided that now's the time to go, and they've spotted some opportunity there. We can see Sam Lincoln there sitting in the coxswain seat, sitting low there. I think he's feeling the cold a little bit, but he's certainly urging them on, and a bit of bouncing up and down in that boat. It's they're themselves. Sam was taking a lot of big looks over at the ADF crew, and maybe have taken his mind off the steering there, and certainly shouting out the instructions, and they've got enough room here. They could do it if they get onto it. But there you go. They clash with that. They got caught around that buoy. Then you saw that bend. A lot of dirty water. That will be upsetting the rhythm in that boat. ADF continuing on their way. What they are doing well is going straight down the middle of their lane.
Yes, and ADF, as you said, even with the challenge, maybe the Cox just rocking and rolling a little bit in that seat. They are managing to really fight for this victory. Now, last year, ADF, they finished second. They were about 13 seconds off the Leichhardt crew who won this event. Could they upgrade? They're definitely going to get themselves a medal. There's no doubt about that, because WA Rowing Club, they're back in third. They will not get a medal. So right down to the line here, there's about 100 metres to travel. Both Coxes are going to be urging their crew on. So will it be the Australian Defence Force Mossman Composite crew who claim the victory, or will it be the Victorians from Carrum Rowing Club who'd make it back-to-back wins in this regatta in the Coxless B4 and the Coxed B4. Here they go, down to the line, about 20 metres left to go. The ADF maybe just in front. Carrum trying to claw them back on the line.
Carrum's got them.
And Carrum are just in front. I reckon the Victorians have got there.
The Victorians have got there.
They have. Wow.
What a finish. You know, that was an absolutely sensational finish. You know, they were out on the boys, you know, just out from the 300 metres out. They've recovered well. See Sam Lincoln in there. He was
locked and loaded, wasn't he?
He was locked and loaded, wasn't he? Pouring out the wise advice. And well, it worked for them. And there they are. They've taken away the win in that event. And just as we do that, we can see the umbrellas popping up and that rain coming in.
And the men's B single. Now, I'm pretty excited about this next race. As we see Carrum celebrating back-to-back wins, that's maybe name it after Carrum, the women's Coxed and Coxless 4, because they've absolutely dominated there. But men's Masters B single, just having a look across the board here, is there anyone that raced in this last year that is in it this year? I don't reckon there is. So you don't often see that. It is a totally new field. So Vorster from Curtin University in 1, Oliver Saar from WA Rowing Club in 2. He's really dropped back. Tom Sullivan from Torrens in 3, won the A double. He is a big, strong lad. Greg Soroka from Bunbury in 4, coached by Chris Iredale. Jack Hanley from Newcastle in 5. Luke Ryan from Lower Clarets in 6, and Tavis Harling from WA Rowing Club in 7. I can tell you the race plan for Jack Hanley is just go out hard. And he knows that Tom Sullivan, he is well and truly a heavyweight. He is a big, strong boy. I reckon him and Labinas, I was hearing around the boat park, do a 1K erg in about 2:53. So this is the challenge here. This is the power to weight, isn't it? You get in the boat, he's light up, but he knows that that Sullivan is really big and strong. So this is going to be the challenge. Silver medalist in the A single, beaten by Chris Morgan, and right now sitting in the silver medal position. Vorster over here in lane 1, going pretty well, but I reckon I raced him in the A single as well. He was quick to the 500, but just at the back end, just lost a bit of boat speed. So right now it is Torrens from Newcastle, from Curtin University, sitting in the bronze medal position in this B singles. They head towards the halfway point.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we're noticing, so much these days, we're saying Tom Sullivan is a big sculler. What we're noticing is they're getting their gearing set so they can rate. We're seeing a lot higher ratings than we probably would have seen in the past, and that's certainly, I think that's all the way around in world rowing, that certainly trying to get as many strokes in that thing. So they probably lightened off his gearing just a little bit, although if he's pulling a 250-something 1,000-metre erg, he probably doesn't need it lightened off too much, but that just allows him to just a bit lighter on the handle and allows him to rate just that bit higher. Well,
this is going to be interesting, because I was chatting to Jack about this before. He was hoping that if he could not, if Sullivan doesn't put too much time into him in that first 500, that maybe you could run him down, because that was sort of what happened in the double the other day. They went out pretty fast, Torrens, and got the jump on us, and we were just trying to think, all right, can we have the fitness to row them down? We just couldn't quite do it. So that's going to be the challenge here. It is a big margin with about 250 metres to travel. Vorster as well is going very well over there in lane 1. Looks as though he's secured himself a medal from Curtin University. So Jack Handley's just up the rating, but Sullivan looks as though he's got enough room to move here that he can just try and manage things from this point forward. And you can see Handley, he's still trying to lift it up, but I reckon Sullivan, he's still able to work out a way to manage any move at the moment, and it's been one of those weeks for Newcastle. I reckon this is going to be the 9th or 10th silver medal for Newcastle Rowing Club this week. And Torrens, they're in the top 3 in the medal tally, so they're continuing their dominant week. This would be gold medal number 10.5 for Torrens Rowing Club out of South Australia, so that would push them, or stay in 4th place. They'd only need another half a medal and they'd go into the top 3. So here we go. Tom Sullivan from Torrens Rowing Club. Really strong race in the B single. So it is Torrens who win the B single. Newcastle with another silver medal this week, into double digits for Newcastle Rowing Club. And then in 3rd place, it will be Jarrett Vorster over there from Curtin University.
Yeah, well, certainly, we've just got Greg Soroka crossing the line now to take out 4th place. It will be followed across the line by, looks like, the West Australian Rowing Club's Oliver Saar, and a little bit further back to Lower Clarence West Australia Rowing Club, Travis Harling, and the Lower Clarence Luke Ryan coming across the line now. Yeah, so it was a bold tactic from Sullivan. He went out very, very hard, but he just put enough gap in there. You saw that at the end there, Jack Handley was the big mover. He went past Forster, but it made some ground, but it was just too big a deal. And I think probably there's that little bit of a headwind, as you say, Jack being the lighter of the crews, that Sullivan probably also helped him. So
he's sharp. He is very, as we said, Sullivan, Labinas, like 253 on the erg. They are powerful rowers from Torrens. The South Australian Masters are absolute demons. So here's a little bit of a duel between 2 club mates. So Andre Fernandez Martins from A&A, James McGrath from A&A. Well, we know this one's going to stay in WA.
I was just looking at this. They're looking at each other here. They're taking a look across. They must be rating at about 24 strokes a minute now, which is very lightweight. So I think they've wonder if they've come up with a plan that will go to the 500 metre mark. We're not going to get into it too much. We'll get to the 500 metre mark and really bash it on home. And look, they've decided now that they might even go over and try to share lanes. This is a real A&A affair out here, and I think they're...
Are they going for a dead heat?
Oh, well, they could be going for a dead heat. I think Andre Fernandez Martins, though, I think he's just got a little bit toey here, and he's saying, you know what, actually, I know I agreed on this at the start, but no, this is not it.
Or if they capped it, have they gone, we're capping this at a 24 rating.
Well,
and then they get the stroke coach at the end and say, well, hang on. You don't get the medals decided until you get the stroke coach confirming that you stuck to the rate plan.
No, certainly it's not what we expect to see the in a B single the rating down quite this low, and I think that probably they've done a lot of training together, and James McGrath's thinking, well, I'm struggling a bit in training against him. Perhaps not. It's the other way around. Andre Fernandez Martins thinking, well, I can. There's a win in this for me, and so they're coming down to the 500 metres mark. Let's just see what if there's a dramatic change in 0.94 between them going through the 500 metre mark.
What do you think the rating is?
I reckon it's about 24. I think I'd have to say James McGrath's probably even lower. I think he's going down about 22 strokes a minute at the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see if at some point here they step back into race. So they've gone through that halfway in 2:14. We'd expect them to go through at about maximum 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's a fairly cruisy pace. I'm just wondering if they think they're disguising it well. That's, perhaps
I'm wondering are they going for trying to go for the slowest time or so? We've got to find out what the plan is here, because there's definitely a plan. There's a truce.
Anybody from A&A want to fill us in on what's going on here? But certainly it's not a race as we would know it, but they're certainly having a good time out there, and I think that's important. They get and plenty of time to take in the surroundings, take in the course. There you go. I think Andre said, no, enough of this now. This is that's it, and we've gone up about 4 points in a couple of strokes here, and is now starting to move away from James McGrath, and and I think he's finding it hard to contain the smile on his face.
I reckon they must have rating capped this. That's the only thing I can think. I reckon they've said, we're capping this rating and we're just going to try. You know how you do that obviously in training. You say, all right, 5 minutes at 22.
The whole paddle battles, and or battle paddle, whichever way you like to call it. No, I think we've gone sub 20 now with James McGrath. So look, he said, I can't take this pace anymore, Andre. I'm out. You go to the line, mate. It's yours.
I'll stick that medal in the clubhouse, hopefully, and put it
that'll
up
be
there.
a talking point for years to come. This is we're out to 4:23 now, 4:25. It just gets longer and longer, 4:30. We had our G scullers going over a lot quicker than this. So certainly a little bit obvious, but nonetheless, a gold medal to Andre Fernandez Martins. Came across in first place. It is James McGrath in second place in a time of lightning quick time of 4:35 and 10 seconds. Yeah, so
I'm telling you, if I was racing a one-on-one race with Jack Handley and I came up with that plan, he would sprint and just blow the plan out of the water inside the first 10 seconds. So, you know what? If there was a plan there, I credit them both for
holding it right to the end.
To it.
Okay, we go to race 277, the Women's Masters E-Double Scull Final. So we saw some very hotly contested heats earlier in this. In lane 2, we have Ulverston, Sandra Wilson and Gina Anderson. In lane 3, the Newcastle University Phoenix combination of Tony Milne and Jules Bosco. In lane 4, Melbourne Composites, Leanne Martin and Tanya Nishibata. In lane 5, Drummoyne's Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipmar. In lane 6, Ulverston Torrens Composite of Simone Ellis and Alison Kirkwood. And in lane 7, Leichhardt's Lisa Molyneux and Carmel Taylor, coached by David Ross.
All right, Rob, you're a little bit nervous. You're not showing it.
No, I can't do much about it now. But we know where the competition is. The competition certainly is from that Melbourne Composite crew and the crew on the other side, Simone Ellis and Alison Kirkwood. Certainly that's where the competition's going to come from in this race. Hextall and Ipmar, I think they were second in this race last year. I think it was Nishibata and were in front of them, Tanya and another crew in front of them. But we know this crew, Simone Ellis, very, very strong. The Torrens rower in the stroke seat of that boat there really has this ability to work it over that second 500. We see at the moment the Windaree Ballarat Melbourne combination. Both of these women out of the state quad that won yesterday. They are now just moving out to probably about a half-length lead, but still nothing in it. And here come the Ulverston Composite.
Yeah, finally got last year's results up. I was having a quick scramble. So Kirkwood and Reed won it last year. Kirkwood in lane 6 with Simone Ellis from Torrens, and they're currently in third place at the moment. And you can see that Melbourne Composite. That's a very strong crew, isn't it? Nishibata and Leanne Martin, one of the favourites for this event. Drummoyne, as you said, Rob, silver medalist in this one last year, and only it was 0.88 the difference between those two. Do you expect them to come home strong in this last 500?
Yeah, look, the game plan was we knew that we were going to have to come out fast. We knew we had to be up there with these crews. the plan is they're going to have to sprint from a lot further out than they would have otherwise wanted to. So, whether they can go with this Melbourne crew is yet to be seen. What they've got to do is hold off that combination over there of the Torrens and Ulverston composite there, and they've just stepped on the rating there. So Drummoyne need to react now. The Melbourne Lake Windaree or Windaree Ballarat combination just holding out, but we can see the crew over this side, the Ulverston composite, coming back at the Drummoyne composite. If it was me, I'd hope that they would probably bounce the rating up another point or two. They really can't be sitting there waiting for this crew to come back at them, so they've got to actually lift now and drive away. We've had a bit of sickness with Renata over the last couple of weeks, and certainly blacked out at the New South Wales State Championship, so just hoping that doesn't come back into play. But now they're starting to lift, so now they've now got onto their race plan and looking to finish. But look at this Melbourne crew go. They've just stepped on it as well. That's a well-drilled crew, and they've spent a bit of time together, these two. Tanya Nishabata, always a weapon in a boat.
Yeah,
And,
very good.
We've seen that every time, every boat she gets in. She's one of the those go-to rowers when you want to improve the performance of your crew, and they have showing that now in space. They're going away with this race, and it will be Nishabata and Leanne Martin from Windaree, Ballarat and Melbourne. They're coming down to the line. Not a lot in it in the end there, was there, Ben?
I tell you what, if they went a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I think they came back to it a bit. But look, I think they'll be pretty happy with that result, considering the competition in this event. And, well done to all crews out there. And once again, a great row by that combination, Leanne Martin and Tanya Nishabata. Ulverston just coming across the line for fourth, a little bit further back to the Newcastle Phoenix composite of Milne and Bosco. And then we have the Lysarts, Mullinoe and Taylor coming in sixth place.
Yeah, it's very easy to say, lift a bit earlier when you're up here, isn't it? Because when you're out there and you're absolutely gassed, you're absolutely trying to give it your all.
Yeah,
I definitely can appreciate that for sure.
The biggest concern was going to be the conditions were going to be up and blowy. So I'm just glad they got through their race, and we can that'll be the discussion later on tonight. So we go on to race 278, the men's Masters E4. Once again, this is a hotly contested field. We've got the Western Australia and University of Western Australia rowing clubs, Steve Parks, Simon Wall, Thomas Warner and Daryl Salisbury. They'll no doubt be in the Daryl Salisbury boat over there on the other side of the field. Manning Rivers, Glenn Herbert, Paul Hawke, Rhett Patterson and Nick Johnson. Melbourne's Angus Reynolds, Dave McPherson, Roger Tobler and Matthew Harrison. Riverdale's Brian Glawson, Anthony Lee, Greg Walters and Ewan Dombrowski in lane 5. In lane 6, Old Collegians, WA, Todd Melville, Julian Mathias, Alex Hatch and Lachlan Roberts.
Now, Melbourne Rowing Club, so you can see they're out in front. Roger Tobler. I'm trying to see which seat he is in. Big Rog, he actually rode for Newcastle for a little period, maybe about 5-6 years ago when he was working in Newcastle. Rode at the 96 and 2000 Olympics for South Africa. He's an absolute legend of a bloke. Good to see them out there, but I've also got a soft spot for Manning, who are sitting there probably in the bronze medal position at the moment. Glenn Herbert, Paul Hawke, Rhett Patterson, Nick Johnson. Rhett and Nick did the driving of our boats over on the Hunter Valley Grammar trailer. So they had the big trip across the Nullarbor. So they've had a big week of travel, trying to finish it off here with a medal in the Men's Masters E4. So last year it was Melbourne who won this. Reynolds, McPherson, Tobler and Harrison. So exactly the same crew that's out in front. They won it from Sydney. And Riverside in third, Glawson, Dombrowski, Walters and Lee, and that is exactly the same crew as well. So they're at the moment upgrading to a silver medal, and I can tell you Rhett Patterson, he's the only member of that Manning crew who raced in this one last year. He was fourth with the boys from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, so he's in the bronze medal position right now with this Manning boat.
Yeah, and can I just say, we looked down that course then, largely all those crews dead set in the middle of their lane. So
experience.
Experience. There it is there. We see them going over, and just that the Riverside crew just wanting a little bit now, but up until that point, and you see the trail from that drone shot about the steering of this boat. This Melbourne crew, a quality crew. We've seen them come out in the heats. We've seen them come out in other events, and they certainly are out there. And that's why they're right up on the top of the medal count. I think they got, what did you say? Are they the ones full of silver medals? Are they?
Well, they're full of everything. They've got their stockings full of gold, silver, and bronze, but they couldn't quite catch us, I recken, for the silvers. But so right now, they're looking for another gold too. I think they've got 18 gold medals for this regatta, and that's like 7 or 8 clear of anyone else. So I reckon they're going to extend that lead. There's Roger there in 3-seat. He is absolutely powering there in the middle of that boat, and it's going to be back-to-back titles in the Men's Masters E4 for Melbourne Rowing Club. I tell you what, it's a battle for bronze. The locals are looking to get themselves onto the podium. Second place is the crew out here from Riverside, upgrade from bronze to silver, and good on the boys from Manning.
Just creeping home in third place.
Yes, good finish there with the WA Rowing Club composite crew.
Yeah, it's a great performance there by the Melbourne combination, and well-deserved back-to-back victories in this event, and I think they'll go away very happy. And
I'll have a look at that medal tally, because it wouldn't have updated, I don't reckon, yet. So Melbourne, 19.25 gold, so I reckon they're probably up to 20.25. Adelaide Uni, 11.25. Let me have a look at last year. So the winning club last year was North Shore, and they won 17.37. Melbourne won 16. Wow. So that shows you the dominance here of Melbourne. They have streaked to victory on the medal tally.
And here they are again in the Men's Masters E Coxed 4. Just the three entrants in this event. We have Perth's Richard Burnell, Gary March, Joe Ireland, Chris Corbett, and Ashley Gurr as their Cox in lane 3. And in lane 4, North Esk, Ulverston Composite, Wrigley, Wilson, Oada, Patrick Bird, Claire Gregg is their coxswain, coached by Trevor Barrett. And in lane 5, Melbourne Rowing Clubs, Craig Smith, Stephen Reynolds, Brian Nuttall, Gregor O'Nions, and Justin Rhodes their coxswain. So that is a strong crew. But the North Esk Ulverston Composite, not afraid to get away quickly, and that's what they've done. They know they've got to go out hard if they're going to stay in front of these other two crews, particularly the Melbourne crew. And we can see Melbourne now just getting into their stride as well. This crew, though, from North Esk Composite, they're trying to actually build on that lead. So they've just made that little bit of a gain, but I think they're now that's been arrested largely by the Melbourne crew. And Melbourne now just settling into their nice rhythm there as they come over about the 250 metre mark. But it does look like that North Esk has just sat back there for a little bit, and they've gone again. So they're now actually, we've got the stroke at the bow ball of the Melbourne boat. So they've probably made just up another second or two. They're probably about 2.5, 3 seconds in front at the moment. So they're trying to drive home this advantage, this early advantage they made. I still think I can see Melbourne coming back at it. We've got Gregor O'Nions in there. I think we were informed the other day that sometime in the last 12 months or so, he might have broken the 1 hour record for his age group.
What was it, 1 hour, 1:43 did he hold for an hour,
yeah,
is that right?
1:43 or something like that for an hour. So
try and hold that. Try and hold 1:43. Just get on the egg. Try and hold 1:43 for 5 minutes.
It is is a battle. So obviously the power in this boat. So they've just once again arrested this crew pulling away from them, but certainly that Ulverston North Esk crew are not letting up. So it's really going to come down to this charge now. So who's going to be brave enough to start the sprint? Melbourne going to start this sprint this far out. Will they come back now, push really hard now, and put a lot of pressure back on that Ulverston crew? Might cause them to crack. That's all they've really got now, because they're a bit too far behind to think they're just going to swing past them with sheer boat speed. So it is a very, the talk that would be going on in that boat now.
Yeah, and this North Esk, I was having a look at it on paper, and I know the Melbourne Rowing Club crew looks strong, especially with O'Nions in there, but I looked at that North Esk crew and I thought Bird and Wrigley
And Wilson, yeah.
Wilson, yeah, you don't want to ride off a crew with them, and they're very smart. The Tasmanians, and we know how well they've performed in the Penrith Cup in years gone by, caused some upsets there, and they're moving very, very well. So this Melbourne crew, they actually won silver last year, 2.72 they were edged out, and the only change to the crew is Negri was in the crew last year, and Nuttall has come in. So that's the only change there. It was actually St George that got them last year, Granger, Ramos, Jones, Olivier and Robertson. But this time around, it looks as though it's the Tasmanians who have made a long trip here to Western Australia and are going to drop Melbourne, I should say, back into the silver medal position.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just took a look down that track there, and once again, those very straight lines these coxswains are steering. We just had some shots from the northwest, and we could see Claire Gregg, and she was shouting out the instructions. She was, I think it was beyond encouragement. I think it was a demand that they were going to get there. The line is in sight. There's literally about 50 metres to go. They are sitting tall in this boat now, and they are just powering away. And it will be a great victory by the from start to finish from the northwest combination of Wrigley, Wilson, Oada, Bird and Gregg, and they go across to take first. Melbourne in second, and it will be the Perth Rowing Club crew of Burnell, March Island and Corbett and Gurr coming across in third place.
So there's another silver for Melbourne. There's another medal for Melbourne. So
I'm just hoping at this point in time I'm not on the same flight as they are on the way back across. Thankfully they're going to Melbourne.
Jetstar
I'm going to Sydney. We might not get off the ground.
I thought you were thinking about Jetstar because they love to get out the scales, don't they? You know, don't you love that when you're about to get on a flight and then they pull out the scales and you think, oh, please. And then you try and shove your laptop down your pants to try to get a bit of weight out of that carry-on.
What's that jingling in your pockets? That's just
my medals.
My 10 medals I just picked up at the Australian Championships. Yeah, so it's certainly it's been a big weekend for that Melbourne Rowing Club, and have they performed so well?
38. That's 38 medals, so there's obviously a lot more that'll be going in, but 38 full wins for them, for the or full medals, yeah, for them. So 19.25 gold, 8.125 silver, 10.625 bronze. All right, let's get to the next one.
Race 280, the Women's Masters H. Well, it is the H scale, the H8. They are all age groups. We've got Corio Bay Composite, Corio and Newcastle, Diane Pearce, Elaine White, Susan Kemp, Joe Jones, Mandy McRae, Tracy Holding, Pam Westendorf, Chris McGlade and Caitlin Murphy is their cocks. In lane 4, the Manning River Mosman Endeavour Composite of Gay Pullen, Kay Smythe, Kay Pullen, Sue Edwards, Katrina Whiteley, Lindy Nisbet, Anne Taylor, Amanda Cavill and Jessica Laban is their coxswain. And in lane 5, Perth, Mosman, Derwent, Mercantile Collegiate, Canberra Composite, Judy Walsh, Deb Cook, Kath Wellman, Leslie Ciccarelli, Nikki Cato, Eve Beecroft, Margaret Small, Vanessa Grant and Kathy Wright is their coxswain. And they are away. A little bit of trouble at the getting a line there for the Perth Composite crew, but all look to be sorted and away now. So once again, all composite crews. No fastest medal to the closest club crew, but this Corio Bay crew, once again, we're seeing some quality rowers in there. Pam Westendorf, ex-Australian representative, probably a few more in there, and they certainly have bounced out of that first 120 odd 150 metres, haven't they?
Oh, how good's that? Look at Kempy there. There's Sue Kemp. She is sitting in 3 seat there from Newcastle. She never won an Aussie Masters medal coming into this regatta, and they won one in the mixed quad a little bit earlier in the week. So this would be amazing.
Hasn't
for
she
Sue.
picked up a good ride here? You know, this is all Corio Bay except for.
How good a composite cruiser, Rob? They're fantastic.
They're fantastic. Haven't you changed your tune a little bit there, Ben? So that's great. They should all be composite, Ben says. Sue's crew certainly, that's sometimes the case. You can just see Sue there now. She hasn't rode as much with this crew, so she's just slightly out of whack, but not enough to cause any issues in the boat here. But that's just simply because she's just stepped into this boat. Hasn't rode with them.
I actually don't know how it came about. I'll have to find out off Peter and Sue.
A bit of a different combination that she's used to, a different rhythm, different movement in the boat. And but she's further she goes down the track, the more she'll get into that. She'll get more into the swing of that, and certainly contribute just that extra bit more to the movement of the boat. But they have really jumped out here now. The Manning River Mosman Endeavour Composite. Once again, that's still a quality crew there as well. This is a really interstate battle here with the Victorian, New South Wales and Western Australian combinations, but they just keep on going on with this. Corio Bay Composite are just going on with it.
Yeah, it's a really strong result. I'm just trying to have a look. Corio Bay on the medal tally, they would. I tell you what, they would move up almost into the top. I actually think they would be 10th on the medal tally with this.
Yeah.
So it would move them into the top 10. Newcastle, that'd take Newcastle to 1 full gold, so that would take them inside the top 50. So big movement on the medal tally here for Corio Bay. That'd be an amazing result for Corio Bay if they can get themselves inside the top 10.
Oh, absolutely.
Of this Masters in Western Australia as well. Long way to travel, and they have been really impressive this week.
Yeah, and certainly not another club that doesn't have a lot of members out here competing. So it even highlights more the result they've been able to get over the weekend. And here we are. They're needing to get a fill in for an 8. So that probably gives you an idea of where they're sitting. Sue there will be just thinking, what have I done right to end up in this situation? But, just own it, Sue, all the way to the line. This is going to be a great win. You've got about 200 odd metres to go, and it looks like it will be a very. I think Sue might actually be a stroke sider too, by the look of how she's sitting in that boat at the moment. So she might be. It might even be a more impressive effort on her part, sitting in that 3-seat with a bow side oar. But they've gone for the sprint there just to show they can, and they're coming down. They've got about into the red buoys now, well into the red buoys, holding about a length and a half advantage over the Manning River Mosman Endeavour Composite, and then just a little bit further back to the Perth Mosman Derwent Mercantile Collegiate Canberra Composite as they come down with only literally about 60 or 70 metres to go for this Corio Bay. This is going to be a great win for them. As we said, they're just going so well in the competition to date, and only a little bit left in the afternoon. So they will be very, very pleased, and coming down and crossing the line now to take out first place. Well-deserved win there from the Corio Bay Composite crew. They're pretty happy. There's hands in the air. There's lots of handshaking and fist pumps, and as there should be. That was a really, really good row from that crew.
So we now move to the Men's Masters H quad. So just have a look here. What we had last year, we had the ANU Banks. So this was the crew, Stewart, Lowe, McCartney, Dollison composite crew that claimed the gold medal. Just having a look, they're in lane 2, but it's an all Melbourne crew. So Terry Phillips, Michael Dakich, Rod Stewart, Peter McCartney. So those two, half of the crew that won it last year, they're at the top of your screen. Toowong, Powerhouse, Newcastle, Carrum. So Peter Kemp actually is in this boat. So we had Sue Kemp in the last one. Peter Kemp's in this one, but his crew a little bit off the pace to start this one. Mercy, Canning Bridge, Sandy Bay, Buckingham Composite. So that's, I should say, the Toowong Composite. Rafter from Carrum, Kemp from Newcastle, Mersel from Powerhouse, Gunningham from Toowong. The Mercy Composite in 4, Ott from Buckingham, Potter from Sandy Bay, Kenneth Price from Canning Bridge, Nell from Mercy. Then in lane 5, it's Manning River Glebe Composite, Nix, McCallum, Halliday from Manning, Glebes, Mark Teachin. And then in lane 6, Essendon, Mossman, Melbourne. So just for wits, Dollison, Williams and Nugent in that boat. And they're the crew who are leading the way here early days. So just having a look how they went last year, and I cannot find them in this race. So,
This is probably how we thought this might pan out. We knew this crew of Joseph Witz, Dollison, Williams and Nugent would be strong. And we've seen I think Mark Williams was rowing out of Melbourne for a little while, so we'll be familiar with one of these clubs down there, and he's in the 3-seat, the Mosman rower in the 3-seat of this boat. Certainly a very handy sculler. I think he won the the F or G single, I think, earlier on in the event, so he's had a very good regatta as well. The always strong as this Manning River combination. They brought in Mark Tejan. He was with them at the New South Wales States, where they I think they won their event at the New South Wales States too. So they've had a bit of rowing together.
And at World Masters last year,
World
Mark
Masters
Tejan was there as well with the Manning boys.
Yeah,
So.
and over there on the other side, Terry Phillips, Dakic, Stewart and McCartney, they have also featured highly in the results. And I was just looking there before, Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney well up there in the standings for gold medals at this regatta. So, with that in mind, it's a quality field. But this crew, Essendon Composite crew, that's a very good composite crew that have now put probably about a length on the other two crews. So the race really on for that second and third place between the Manning River Composite and the Melbourne Rowing Club crew over on the other side. Now, what we can say is that Melbourne hold their position here. Well, they can fit any position really. They are going to be the fastest club. They're going to be the fastest club into the in this thing, and they'll also pick up their medal. But nothing stopping Essendon Composite now. They are really just powering away. They're in control. Look at them in the boat there. There's no fuss. There's absolutely nothing. They know that they're got this as long as they keep doing what they've been doing all the way down. And gee, the fellow in John Dollison, he's a big unit there in the 2-seat there. Ben, I'd be liking to have him powering a boat along for me, I tell you. And certainly he's helping this boat just push away. The thing about Manning River crews is they will always fight to the line, and we're seeing that. And they probably arrested the lead that they had over Melbourne a little while ago, but have now just fought back and look like they may well have levelled that up again now. So they're going to be in a bit of a run to the line. We're just looking out the window as we can see these crews coming down there, and certainly it is the Essendon Composite crew with about 7 or 8 strokes to go. They will cross the line. It is the Manning River coming back at them slightly over the last 200 or 300 metres. They will come across in second place. It will be the Melbourne crew over in lane 2 in third place. And a good time there, 4 minutes just into this headwind, although said that, and all the flags have gone, so we're using those as our markers. But the two crews coming across the line, our Mersey Composite and Toowong Composite. Wow.
I'm trying to look for a flag somewhere, but can't really see.
So I hope that's not in anticipation of some wind coming in, but
Women's C quad now on the course, and this is going to be a very competitive field. It was Melbourne Composite with Essendon, Richmond, the one this last year. Now Nishi Bada, I don't think she's in it this year because we just saw her on the water. It was Camilla Dybel, Pierce, Nishi Bada who won it last year. So ADF Composite, they're out of it at this stage with Shoalhaven, Ambrose, Owens, Haywood, Kilmartin, Corio Bay in lane 3, probably sitting in second now. Wild, Tonna Joyce, Hall Sullivan and Kelly. St George, Shoalhaven, Glebe Composite in 4, Rowe, Harris, Davis and Coos. WA Rowing Club in 5, Herring, Lydekker, Mather and Bignell. And in lane 6, Sandy Bay, Goolwa, Murray Bridge Composite, Seidel, Tebniff, Birch and Richardson. There'll be some tied bodies there. Seidel with bronze in the single probably about an hour ago now, or less than an hour ago. So she's moving very nicely in about 2-seat, I reckon, there, as they sit in the gold medal position, just ahead of Corio Bay, who we were we were waxing lyrical about them a little bit earlier, and they are continuing their strong performances here at the Aussie Masters Rowing Championships of 2026.
Yeah, the ADF crew, they've got something going on there. They're wandering all over the course, but certainly Cryo Bay look like they're in stride now. The crew over here, the Sandy
They're moving well, aren't they?
They are moving well. And I'd say that just looking at them at the moment, they look like to be, even though they're in second place, they look like the crew that's moving the best. Just a few looks over there from the Sandy Bay bow and looking across and just checking how their progress. And look at the colour of that water.
Beautiful.
Isn't it beautiful? And Corio
Walking
Bay,
on a dream, I think they say, don't they?
dream. Yeah, that is exactly it. And Corio Bay, they're actually rowing on a dream here. They're coming back extremely fast, and they look like they go. They've got all the boat speed at the moment. Sandy Bay now looking across and reacting to it, and they're saying, well, what are we got to do here? We've only got 250 metres to go, and they are coming home. Look at this crew, Cryo Bay, Fiona Wild, Justine Tonner-Joyce, Nisha Hall-Sullivan and Phoebe Kelly. They are pushing it all the way to the line. Another look over in the Sandy Bay crew. Tebnev looking over there and just checking what they are, but Cryo Bay have moved right up on them, and they are neck and neck coming down to the line. What can Sandy Bay do? Can they react? I don't know if they can. This crew is absolutely flying over there in lane 6. In lane 3, the Cryo Bay crew. There go Sandy Bay. They are pushing back now, but Cryo Bay have gone again. They've gone for another charge to the line. It's about 100 metres out to go. They're really the strains on their faces. They've got the intent. They've probably pulled out. It looks like they might have got a metre or so in front. We won't know till we get to the line. Sandy Bay pushing back. Once again, another look. No use looking left. All the action's to your right, so you've got to keep it going. Cryo Bay, they've absolutely got this, the focus on this finish, and they are going, it's going to be close, but Cryo Bay have had an absolute blinder of a row there. And I think they have got to be very pleased with that result. That was just something else, Ben, wasn't it?
That is unbelievable. That is, we spoke about it a little bit earlier. I'm trying to remember which race it was. There was a comeback like that. Might have been in one of the heats actually, but that was one of the races, one of the best races of the regatta from a crew. You think about the way that how far behind they were, and you know we probably saw them at the 500, and we looked at each other and went, my God, they are moving really well, Corio Baby. You thought it's a big gap they're going to have to pull back, but they were just so well in unison and in sync.
They were, and I think that we've talked about that earlier. So you've got the crew coming back, as you can see there, and they looked really good. Sandy Bay are looking over and going, oh my, we just can't shake them. We just can't get them off, and they start to get a little bit anxious in the boat, a little bit of unsteadiness in the boat, and Corio Bay coming through with an absolute flyer, and what a great win. But we go straight over to 283, where it's the men's Master C8. We've only got the two competitors, which is quite unusual for a C8. It's normally a well-contested field, but we've got ADF Rowing Composite in Canberra with Chris Austin, David Newman, Jeffrey Squire, Daniel Watson, Rod Kaplik, David Visser, Joel Collins, Brent Solomon, and Catherine Kessler is their coxswain. And in lane 5, Torrance Composite, Nick Inglis, Tom Wilcox, James Cowley, Christopher Morgan, Damien Derleek, Jock Thompson, Alistair Walsh, Tom Lubinas, and Bonnie White is their coxswain. Is this a stitch up? This has got to be the crew of. This is a.
Put your glasses down.
Put your glasses down. I'm just reading the names, and the further I got through it, the more I was thinking, the quality in this crew, and this is a real licorice all sorts. Torrens, Adelaide University, Commercial, Sydney, Lindisfarne, Yarra. It's not often you'll get 6 clubs in a composite.
Is it? No, let's not go there. We won't go back there to the composite chat again.
But
I will say, I want to get into I liked the line you went about the C8, because this, we actually raced this at the last Aussies as Newcastle, and we had 7 in that race, and it was Lindisfarne composite. So Cowley was in that boat. There was a number. It was actually a lot of those guys that we just saw in the Northwest crew. Bird, Wilson from Ulverston. So a lot of those guys that we just saw win the what was it, the Cox 4, maybe Cox 4. So it's unfortunate. I reckon maybe it's just because it's late on the last day. maybe it's difficult when it's a big trip across the Nullarbor to have a big contingent of crews, because last year it was Mossman had a boat, Newcastle, Old Collegians from Queensland, North Shore also had a crew. So a lot of it was New South Wales clubs just making up those numbers in Sydney.
Yeah, and we look at, just go back to, and we'll get a look at the run in that boat, and you can see the clearance between the bow oar and the 7 puddle, and the bow puddle, sorry, and the 7 oar. You know, they're clearing about a metre and a half at the moment. They're probably sticking on about a rate of 30 odd, just getting really good clearance. And that's what you're going to get from a quality crew. They're going to be able to move that boat, get as much run out of that boat as they possibly can, which ultimately makes your life a whole lot easier, and you don't need to work as hard. And look at them coming down to the line now, crossing the line to take that first. The time was a little bit slow, but
Well, do you want me to compare it? So let's say conditions aren't dead flat, which I'd say they probably were in Sydney last year, but the crew that came last in that one did a 3:20. In Sydney, the crew that came 7th. So it just shows you how much the speed increases. And we know that crew, they're not a 3:30 crew, but when you're that far in front, you can just turn down the volume a bit and cruise on through.
Yeah, and as you get this time in the afternoon, well, that doesn't look good. But as you get this time in the afternoon in the racing, isn't it nice that they can come out and have one of those sort of rows? You know, just that,
I would have loved one of them, Rob.
Yeah, I know. You know, get the mates together, jump in an 8, and
it is fun, isn't
it?
It is fun.
There's nothing more fun than just getting an 8 and just feeling just taking the ride down the course. Now, something going on up here at the moment. Looks that Jacqueline de Jong might have something happening with her oar. Otherwise, they're going to be in a spot of bother. Now, I'd suggest
jammed under the pontoon or something.
I don't know. They're very skewed to the direction they're supposed to be going. The boat holder and umpire up there just trying to work it out. They're somehow wrapped around the boat holder's platform there. So the other rowers looking very, very patient. I just wonder if they'd caught something on their oar there, and they're just trying to get them to get it off. But now they look to be free now, and they'll back it back up and hopefully turn around.
It's an experienced crew as well, so they'll.
Yeah, there's got to be some
good boat handlers.
So they're holding it now just to help them get around. So I'm not sure that they might have just slipped up coming in there and just got a bit caught up and couldn't free themselves from the pontoon and skewered around and faced the wrong way. But coming back around now, that'll certainly get their heart rate up. I'm sure they would have to be one of the favourites in this race. This is going to be a great race. The women's F pair, and it's race 284. In lane 1, we have Canning Bridges, Melissa Harpley and Linda Pepal, coached by Vanessa Grant. In lane 2, ANU's Elaine Bissica and Sue Donoghue. In lane 3, North Shore, Cromwell composite of Maud O'Connell and Louise McCoach. In lane 4, we have Leichhardt, Susan Huggett and Em Barrack, coached by David Ross. In lane 5, Perth's Susan March and Kathy Ride. In lane 6, Dragons composite, Julianne Kelly and CSR Cruikshank. And in lane 7, St George Riverway composite of Jacqueline de Jong and Christine McCready. And away we go. They seem to have got themselves sorted out now and now pushing on in this race. So looks to be a fairly clean start all the way around.
So Huggett and Barrack, silver medalists last year. It was McBride and Blackwell from North Shore who won gold last time around. So just wondering, I'm getting a few voices in my head, Rob.
Yeah, they got the microphones on. So.
We might try and get that sorted. So they're currently just a little skew-if at the moment. Yeah, Leichhardt just going off course. They're the crew sitting there in lane. Oh, they've gone all the way across here. I reckon they started in lane 4. This is there's a little bit of so you got Canning Bridge over there in 1, ANU in 2, North Shore in 3. Leichhardt have almost moved across 2 lanes.
And a crab there.
Oh,
in the...
it's chaos here.
It's
all happening.
It's all chaos. And I'm sure that we've said it earlier today. I'm sure Leichhardt took a look across and thought, gee, this crew over here, the Dragons Composite's got a very fast lane. We'll give that a go. And that hasn't worked out so well for either crew at the moment. Dragons have fared best out of it. They're back into the centre of their lane. Leichhardt have covered a lot of ground and continue to make big adjustments in their boat there. And we can see, from up here, it's... very obvious.
Big problems.
Look at it.
It's almost as if the rudder, and this is what we're talking about. Oh my goodness gracious. This is called being sucked into the vortex, because this is what was happening yesterday. I remember in our quad, it was just all power on bow side, and it was still going the other way. So this is the issue they're having now. Now, I can't remember the start. They were in lane 4 to start, so they're currently in lane 6 now. I'm pretty sure they did start in lane 4. I wasn't sure, because the Perth crew in lane 5 did not. They were scratching. The Dragons Composite crew we can see out in front. That's Julian Kelly and Crookshank. They're currently in first place, and the crew in lane 7, De Jong and McCready, who had some issues at the pontoon at the start. They're sort of rowing in lane 7.5, 8. Right on the buoy line there as this Leichhardt crew gets the boat straight. If they could claim a bronze medal here, I reckon that'd be some kind of performance based on what they've gone through. But the North Shore Composite are moving up now into 3rd.
Yeah, and something we've certainly noticed over the few days is the steering in these pairs, and they've wandered a lot in a lot of pair races. They're you've just got to get home how important it is to stay in your lane, stay as straight as you can. The difficulty is, because of that big advantage of the bow over the stroke, you've really got to balance the application of the power. They've caught a major crab there, haven't they? They've just stopped. They've absolutely just stopped now, and I'm not sure what's going on that Leichhardt crew. One stopped, then the other.
I think they're going to row off the course here.
Yeah,
Do you reckon the steering's potentially busted here?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they just can't. Yeah, they look like they've decided that it's no point in continuing on. So they've done the right thing, got off the course. The umpire's just escorting them there now. The other umpire over on the western side of the course will just come in behind the crews. But,
that's a frustrating one. Silver medalist from last year, and they just could not get that boat to right itself.
They couldn't. And but certainly the Dragons Composite crew, the Dragons and Sunshine Coast combination of Searsha Crookshank and Julianne Kelly look to have just absolutely pulled away from the field. They're just watching. They're sitting on that and just watching all that carnage happen behind them. They did have some steering issues. Probably thought, well, we better get back on our game now. We'll just get back into that middle of that thing, take our time, settle it back down again, and go straight down the middle of the course. Always the fastest way from A to B is that straight line. So getting right back on it. So they're coming down with about 250 metres to go. The De Jong McCready combination now look to have moved up in front of the North Shore Maud O'Connell Louise McCoach combination. A little bit further back to the Bissaka Donahue and Harpley Pepple combinations over there in lanes 1 and 2. So these guys looking pretty confident now, but looking a little bit tired. Got the oars running along the water. They may have decided that may be a better way to approach this than potentially bounce off the water and
it's looking a bit messy now,
yeah,
the water, isn't it?
A bit messier than what it has done, and certainly from up here we're not seeing this. Now here are two Tide ladies. They have done a lot of racing. I was just talking to Chris McCready before she came up here, and she was telling me how many races she'd done, and she said Jacqueline De Jong's done about 4 or 5 more than she has. So it's just a phenomenal effort on their part. But these guys, the Dragon Composite here, will be very, very pleased to get across this line to take our first position in the Championship Women's F pair. It will be the De Jong, McCready, St George Riverway combination coming across in second, followed by the North Shore and Cromwell combination of Maud O'Connell and Louise McCoach. just a little bit of a gap back now, but we are underway in the next race.
Well, this is going to be an absolute ripper of a race. The Men's Masters F double, so Macaulay and Real from Curtin over there in lane 2, they stole a spot in this final with that fight back. We're talking about Axon Aberl from Corio Bay in 3. Then it's the middle lanes. This is where you just can't take your eyes off. Nat and McLeod from Adelaide Uni, Ellis and Tankard from Torrens Rowing Club, Shoalhaven's Turner and Whitaker. They're in lane 6, and then Foster and Haythornthwaite sitting there in lane 7. They came 5th last year, but they're out of it at this point. So it was Ellis and Tankard who won it last year from Turner and Whitaker, but the thing was, Nat and McLeod did not row in this event last year, and we know how strong they are. So they're currently just edging out their fellow South Australians, and we knew that these two would be neck and neck in this one. So last year, Ellis and Tankard beat Turner and Whitaker by 2.77. So they're tightly matched crews, and they're trying to hold them off for the silver medal. But right now, it's Adelaide University, Nat and McLeod. They've got about a boat length and more here with about 400 metres remaining.
Yeah, and certainly they've come out with purpose, haven't they? This Adelaide University composite, they are absolutely driving this advantage home, and I would not have thought they would have had that sort of advantage over the Ellis Tankard combination, and so that's a very surprising thing. But looking very comfortable there, up there in their Felipe double scull, and looking all the part winners at the moment. Here come Torrens. They've now just decided that they've given them enough space, probably left their run a little bit late, but they are bringing it home. Trying to go with them is the Shoalhaven combination there of Chris Turner and Mark Whitaker, and they're just unable to just bridge that gap, just bring it back. We've got then back to the Corio Bay crew of Axe and Aberl, and Drummoyne over on the lane 7, Foster and Haythornthwaite. If they do a bit more work, they might be able to get back up into 4th, but these guys don't look too troubled at all, do they, Ben?
No, and the battle for bragging rights between Adelaide Uni and Torrens, that is going down to the wire, but this could well have broken the back maybe, because Adelaide Uni have got 11.75 golds, Torrens have got 10.5, so this is going to push them out by a couple of gold medals and change, so that's going to put them ahead in this little South Australian battle. It's the Victorians and South Australians. They are showing their domination in Masters rowing at the moment. Melbourne, Yarra Yarra, Adelaide Uni and Torrens all sitting inside the top 4. And there is another win for the South Australians. Adelaide University, gold medalists in the Men's Masters F double, the defending champions dethroned. They get silver, and last year's silver medalists get bronze. The boys from Shoalhaven. 4th place will be Corio Bay. 5th place, that goes the way of Drummoyne. That's exactly the same result for them as they achieved last year. And then Curtin University will finish in 6th. Now, the Men's Masters I4, unfortunately, this isn't going to be the most exciting race for us to call, because there's only one in it, and it's Melbourne University, and it is, I reckon it's a different crew than the one that won it last year. There's two rowers that were in the crew last year, Mike Kerrin and Greg Longden. They won it last year with Parker and Morrison. This time Paul Ferguson and Tom Wood have jumped in the boat. It'll be a row over, but it'll be a national title for the men from Melbourne University once they cross the line in the Men's Masters I Coxless 4. Then we've got the Men's Masters I Coxed 4, another crew from Victoria, so Melbourne Composite. They are going to win that one because there's only one boat in that. Then we've got the Women's Masters Parasingle, the Men's Masters Parasingle, and then you do not want to go anywhere because we have got the Champion of Champions races. So we've got the mixed lightweight event coming up, and we've actually got the start list for that, so we might go through that in a moment. So effectively how the lightweight works, and George Zouris is in the lightweight event this year, so he's not in the men's single as we saw him win it last year. So that basically if you win one of the lightweight events, you can nominate, and if the say if you're a male and the female also nominates, they put you together in the boat and you race in that age category. So yeah, it's good good racing, very exciting stuff. Just been brought in the last few years, I think. The women's event, we've got 5 entrants at the moment: Lepresti, Davis, Nishibata, Kirkwood and Taylor. And then in the men's, we have Chris Morgan. I tell you what, this is going to be good stuff. I can't wait for this, because we've got Chris Morgan in it, and I reckon the A sculler, I know he's not an A sculler, but he won the A, so that means he's off 1 minute and 8 seconds. And he's trying to track down Price from Canning Bridge. Rod Stewart's off 16, Negri's off 49, Hawkins off 60. So we've got 6 in that one, so that's going to be on at 4:10.
Now, just an announcement too. They're car parked in the currently in the boat park. It's a hire car. It's a grey SUV with the number plate 1IUN725. You need to move that car immediately. Trailers can't exit the car park. So if that is your car, can you please return to it? It's a hire car, 1IUN725. And I think it might be a Cherry or something like that SUV. So if you could please return to that immediately and move it, that would be much appreciated by all of those wanting to get home.
Now, did we find those sweep oars as well, the Dragons?
No, so we need to be another call out. We'll find out how that ended up, but certainly those sweep oars, if they were around the park, because I know the Dragons we're looking to try to get their boat packed and get back out on the Nullarbor as quickly as they can. So just to be mindful, if you're finding some equipment around, that you alert somebody before you leave here, or just bring it down to the end of the boat park. So I'm sure there'll be a pile of bits and pieces, as is always the case at the end of these regattas. But look, yeah, we've got this Melbourne University crew now coming down, about 250 metres to go. I'm not sure if, and we're looking up there, and the Melbourne Composite is setting off in the I Coxed 4 up at the start. I'm just wondering why they might not have combined them and just judged them differently. But anyway, that's the decision. So this Melbourne Uni crew, an I crew, I Cox's 4, Paul Ferguson, Tom Wood, Mike Kerrin and Greg Longdon, coming down with about 10 odd strokes to go. Yeah, looking pretty good as they come towards the line, and just giving it a little bit of a kick along. This is very good. This is an I crew, and look at the line they've steered down that course. They've certainly really well balanced in this boat, and they'll go across the line in 4 minutes and 45 seconds to take out the men's Masters I Coxless 4.
And this is that Melbourne Composite with Lindisfarne in the I Coxed 4. So Stephen Mollard from Melbourne, Jonathan Mollard from Melbourne, Sam Mollard from Lindisfarne, family affair, John Dollison from Melbourne, and Zena Marzi is the Cox of that particular crew. So
and what's going to happen there? Melbourne's going to go further in front on that medal count.
They are. They've had a great week, and I just wanted to say as well, we might forget. I know that sometimes can happen at the end of the broadcast, but I want to thank all the volunteers who have done an outstanding job this week. I know it's tough as well to get time off during the week, Wednesday to Friday, off work and come and help out at these events. But yeah, we thank all the volunteers, especially the ones who have come from the East Coast as well, doing a bit of rowing, a bit of volunteering, and especially to all the broadcast crew as well, Rob, yourself, and Travis Jenkins as well. You guys, you've put on an absolute mighty shift. I've just come here at the back end, just take the glory at the back end, but you guys did all the heavy lifting, I tell you what.
I think I came here expecting to get about an hour a day. It didn't quite pan out like that for me, did it? And I'm just looking down also at as the crew get along and pull the West Australian government banners off the railings down there, and a big call out there to Stacey and Lara, who have been a great help for us over the couple of days, as has the rest of the crew from Rowing Western Australia, and we certainly certainly appreciate the welcome we've had over here, and I think that would go across to everybody there. And just a reminder, which is I had to do about an hour and a half ago, which I've failed dismally in, to remind you that the bar is open. It's been open from 12 o'clock. I see that some people up there have already got to it. I know boat loading is important. Get through the boat loading, get up there, get into that gauge and that McHenry wine and McHenry Hone and Wine. And there's even got a imported Prosecco up there, which I must say I had a little bit of a sipple on yesterday afternoon. Now, just a reminder too, at the Gage Road Brewery back in Fremantle, there is an Australian Masters Rowing Championship party on tonight. Ooh. I know that the Ulverston guys are going there. That might be a good reason to avoid it, but I think there will be a lot of fun happening at the Gage Roads party in Fremantle tonight. So get along there. They've been a great sponsor, as have all our sponsors. Perth Care Partners, Bont Rowing, Gage Rowing, McHenry Honan. We've got a list of plenty there. Sorry, I'm just grabbing at the charts now. Kennard's Hire, Zeka Perth. Those Zeka cars are something else. If you haven't had a look at those, get down and have a look at it. City of Armidale, certainly the Western Australian Government. So we've just got a great band of sponsors that have helped get this event across the line, and I think as we come down to the close of it, it's always a little bit sad as we see it all getting folded up and wound down, but what we have got, we can look forward to this event again next year, wherever that may be. If anybody from Rowing Australia is prepared to give us a little bit of a tip on that one, I'm sure a lot of the competitors would be very, very happy to...
So I was very interested. I sort of texted someone in the know and said, do you know where it might be? That person might be listening right now, so I'm not going to mention them by name, but... They said, no, not sure as of this stage. I'm pretty sure 2028 is in the calendar as being at Lake Barrington at this stage. So, or if it's not, that was strongly suggested. But next year, not sure. I don't know. I heard a few rumours: South Australia, Sydney, Canberra, Victoria, maybe. So there's a few options. But South Australia, it's been a while. I've never rowed at South Australia, so I wouldn't mind heading there to the Alex
Lakes.
Ramsey Regatta Centre, I think it's called, there at West Lakes.
And I've been there a few times, and once again, a bit subject to variable conditions, but
right on the coast.
The coast. But today it's a fantastic course in amongst the houses and the parks and the beach there. It's be very happy for it to be there as well. In that whole exchange there, the Melbourne Composite crew, the Mollards, take home their gold medal. So that's a great family affair there with the inclusion of John Dollison and Zena Marzi. They adopt him for the day and share those gold medals. We're up on the start now for the para single scull. Now, I'm only seeing one sculler there, and it looks to be Katrina Reynolds from Toowong Club. She should have beside her. Oh, here we go now. Sorry, it was just covered up by the graphic on the screen. And this is Stephanie Walker now coming in to take her mark. We will follow this up with the men's para, and we've got three starters there: Aaron Skinner, Glenn Walter, who we haven't seen yet, and Kevin Wall. So it'll be interesting. Stephanie Walker, just conditions getting a little bit more challenging up there on the start.
Yeah, very much so, isn't it? Yeah, and I know it's hard. I remember at Nationals down in Tasmania this year and the Aussie Rowing Championship, sometimes the drone can be deceptive. You can sort of think, oh, it doesn't look too rough, but the way the water's sort of flowing down. So yeah, it definitely is a little bit on the rough side. It's tough here for the para rowers here to get themselves attached. And from memory, Crosswind was sort of pushing across from left to right of screen this morning, so you can just see Katrina Reynolds is just tapping around there on her stroke side to try and push that bow in towards the wind, so can move well off the start. So just getting ready for a start now. So last year, so this will be a start for Katrina Reynolds off go, and then Walker will move off 5 seconds. So, women's para single last year. Mika Kelly, I believe, last year from Glebe, 5:18.60. Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne won the silver medal, and Hampton from Bendigo the bronze. Katrina Reynolds was entered but scratched last year, so racing this year for Toowong. Just struggling to get that boat pointing straight there in lane 4 is Stephanie Walker. So as I mentioned a short moment ago, we have got the Champion of Champions lightweight mixed double. That's going to get underway at 4 p.m. So Juv Fawitz from Essendon and Leon from ADF will be in that one together. Swan and Fernandez Martins from ANA Canning Bridge in 2. Johnson and McGrath from ANA in 3. Titterton and a Hextall from Mossman and Drummoyne in 4. Torrens and Uni of WA in 5. Swan River, Corio Bay, Wild and Juris, and Beecroft and Betts from Wollumbar Derwent in that one as well in the Champion of Champion women's mixed double. The Champion of Champion lightweight mixed double. Then we'll have the men's and women's singles coming down the course, 4:05 and 4:10. So only about half an hour to go in this 2026 Australian Masters Rowing Championships, and this is the 5th last race of the regatta. It's the Women's Masters Para Single, and you can see Katrina Reynolds from Toowong Rowing Club, who is out there in front, but she did have a 5-second advantage over Stephanie Walker off the start. And you could see from that drone shot, it would seem like that has increased further. So Katrina Reynolds, who didn't race this last year, was entered but scratched, looking to win the National Masters title in the Para Single. Moving that boat very powerfully down the course. Just moving up to towards the first 250 metres. Going through there in about 90 seconds. So Stephanie Walker, who came second in this event last year. Looks as though she may have to settle for a similar result unless there's a dramatic shift over the next half of this race. The 500 metre timing hut approaches. So just while we have a moment as well, I'll just mention the Women's Champion of Champions single. So Nikki Lepresti from Mossman will be off 1 minute and 2 seconds. Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven will be off 54. Nishi Barter from Melbourne off 49. Kirkwood from Ulverston off 42. And then Ann Taylor from Mossman off go. Champion of Champion men's. So Chris Morgan off 1 minute and 8 seconds. Damien Deleek from Adelaide Uni off 1 minute and 4 seconds. ANA off 60 seconds, that's Hawkins. Yarra off 49 seconds, that's Justin Negri. Rod Stewart off 16. And then Price from Canning Bridge will be off go. So you don't want to miss that one. That's getting underway at 4:10. The Women's Champion of Champions at 4:05. The Mixed Lightweight Champion of Champions will be underway at 4 p.m, which is in about 15 minutes' time. But right now, Katrina Reynolds doing it comfortably over Stephanie Walker, looking to win the national title in the Women's Masters Para Single. And Katrina Reynolds probably nearing the last 250 metres now. So following this one, we will have the men's Masters para single. So Aaron Skinner, we've seen him at the Open Nationals before. And just having a look last year, as I mentioned in this event, last year it was Walker with silver, Micah Kelly from Glebe winning the gold medal. And in the men's event last year was Aaron Skinner from Kevin Wall from Illawarra and Glenn Walter from Perth not racing in it. So interesting to see that one coming up next. But look at Katrina Reynolds moving really powerfully here down towards the line. It's been an impressive row in challenging conditions. And just to confirm the national title here for the Toowong sculler, Katrina Reynolds. Just a few strokes to go. There is Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne Rowing Club, coached by Kathleen Hexter. We saw Kathleen winning that silver medal with Renata Ibma a little bit earlier on this afternoon, doing a bit of coaching as well as Kathleen. And
she does have a little bit of input. Yeah, she does have a little bit of input into Katrina Reynolds. They certainly rose a double with Sam. His name escapes me.
Shalhoub.
No, Sam. And I keep Stennell, it's not Stennell. But anyway, certainly Sam at Drummoyne Rowing Club is a PR2, and they're both, well, Katrina's PR3, he's PR2, and Kathleen also getting involved with a bit of coaching of Katrina there, and I'm sure she's got a very good coach at Toowong Rowing Club.
Yes, so Stephanie Walker just coming into the last few strokes here. Second place last year, and will finish in second place as well in 2026, the Drummoyne Sculler. As I said, coached by Kathleen Hextall, and it's a long way down the course into this headwind.
Yeah, it's a tough gig, and we've probably lost a little bit of perspective on that since the flags have gone down. But I'm certainly just out there a minute to go and just testing it out there, and we can see just in the plants around the cars there. There's just a fairly constant, not overly strong, but constant headwind.
So just two left in the men's Masters para single. Glenn Walter has scratched. So Kevin Wall, here we go. This is a bit of a turnaround from last year. So last year it was Aaron Skinner who won in 4:38.62 from Kevin Wall 4:41.02. So there was a 1 second. So Kevin Wall last year went off 26 seconds, Skinner off 27. So there's a 1 second gap. This year it's 7 and 8. So Kevin Wall has got that advantage of a second, but you can see it's clearly more than 1 second this time around. So Nestles Rowing Club out of Victoria is where Aaron Skinner's from, coached by David Skinner, and Kevin Wall coached by Mark Partridge, the Lake Illawarra sculler, and he is stroking his way here to the national title in the men's Masters para single.
Yeah, well, and certainly as we mentioned yesterday with the Interstate Regatta, Kevin Wall, New South Wales representative, victor over Aaron yesterday. But Kevin has been lives at Wollongong, south of Sydney, or in that area, and they've started up the Lake Illawarra Rowing Club, and they have a regular event down there that's gaining popularity. It's a bit of a run around the Lake Illawarra in a single scull, and certainly Kevin is, we'll see the Lake Illawarra on his very distinctive Zudi, an Irishman and a very proud Irishman, and he is certainly his sculling has improved out of sight over the last, well, you can see from last year, but certainly he has improved out of sight over the last couple of years, and certainly just driving it home here. He's a real competitor, is our Kevin, and a great bloke to talk to, and always loves the sport. And he's going to come away with 2 gold medals from this championship, which is not too bad from 2 races.
Oh, it's absolutely awesome. And Aaron Skinner coming to the line now on that drone shot. Actually, doesn't look as far on the if you're watching, but on the drone shot, it looked like a massive margin
but it's
between those two. But it's not quite as substantial as what it would seem. So Aaron Skinner's going to come to the line, and great as well because there's not a lot of clubs sort of south of St George, if you think about it.
Yeah,
there's Shoalhaven and Lake Illawarra.
And then it's Canberra, so.
Yeah, so there might be one that I've missed there, but I do know it's sort of, it is a lot different to sort of north of Sydney where you've got CDRA, you've got the Northern Rivers Association
a whole
as well.
association, two associations in fact. And of course the Northern Rivers extending into Queensland too, so they get a lot of competition up at that end of the world. Yeah, well, here we are. 10 minutes away, 8 minutes away. We've got
How good's this? Were you with me last year for this one, Rob? For the champion of champions?
I may well have been actually. At my age, it could have been.
I can't. All I can remember is the racing, and it's something to behold. If you haven't witnessed this before, so the mixed lightweight champion of champions, that's just been brought in recently. I'm pretty sure only in sort of the last few years. But then we have the women's and men's. I was actually thinking, remember the race between Fernandez Martins and was it McGrath?
Yep.
I was wondering whether McGrath said, no, I don't want to race in this one, so you take you take the spot.
You're going to have to rate higher
and save your legs because, I actually think that maybe we were talking about potentially that being a rating cap, but maybe it was don't fatigue yourself. You need to win this race. You've got to pull back 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Maybe
So
that was their thinking.
In the absence of any other explanation about what that was all about, we're going to run with that one. I think that's a very astute thing on your part. But
because well, James McGrath, he's actually. Okay, well now it does make sense. He's rowing in. It was definitely doing a little bit of calculations on the run here, but he must have won the E single, and I wasn't up here, so I didn't notice that. So maybe that was exactly the tactic from
so
the
they
boys.
they both get a
yes. They were saving their legs for this race. I reckon that is definitely what was happening.
Here they are. They're both in this first race, the mixed lightweight champion of champions double scull. So well done, you guys. You've managed to.
We've worked it out eventually.
We've worked it out. It took us a bit, but they should be getting thumbs up for that puzzle. But yeah, look, it's this is. Something else, isn't it? 48 seconds for Josefowicz and Leon. We looking down there. Something Rob Ellis and Evelyn Bowen. So that's a combination and a half. You've got Titterton and Hextall also off 26, as are Fiona Wild and George Zuris. Now, how interesting is this? We've got these very different age group combinations. They've all come together and they've come out as G. 3 of them have come out as a G. Who'd have thought? Because of course they're unlike the straight single scullers where you have your straight out handicap. This is a combination, and so we know Phil Titterton I think is a G or an H, and Kathleen Hextall is an E. So the combination there brings them in at no, it must be higher than that. It's probably I. We know George Zuris. His handicap, Fiona Wild, much younger at the other end of it. So they've just how it's actually worked out, and we've got these 3 crews at G. We've got a couple of E's and a C and an I. So
this is an advantage for the crews that are off the bigger handicap because they've got a lot more time to track these front runners down the headwind.
The headwind.
Yeah. So let's have a look here. So last year, Rob Ellis, he won silver in this one. I don't reckon the gold medalists are here. That was McDonald from Wollumbar, who is here racing, and Metcham from Noosa, definitely not in this one. Ellis and Wood were the winners, were the silver medalists last year, and Wood not in this one. Jace Waddell was with Wendy Miller. And Kathleen Hextall was in it as well. She rode with Ken Major. Hextall rowing with Phil Titterton this year. Leon from ADF raced as well with Marshall from Mercy, and then Gunningham and Reed, who I can't see in this one. So you sort of want a handicap in the middle, especially in this, because it doesn't look like there's massive handicaps sort of for go. Would you say Murwillumbah are favourites based on the fact that they've got a big advantage, or do you reckon potentially that crew, Ellis and Bowen. That looks like a strong one, and the handicap's not too big. It's
Yeah,
just
look,
enough,
I've got to
26
say,
seconds.
That headwind is probably a 5 or 6 second headwind at least.
Yep.
That means that deducts that the effect of that handicap. So that's going to be all well. If it was a tailwind, quite the other way, you know, that they'd be ruining the fact the handicap gets increased by the fact that the help along by the wind, the course effectively gets shortened in time. So I think the headwind here is going to be the telling factor, and we'll see how that comes into play. Look at the conditions up there now, Ben. Look how bouncy it is up there.
Yeah, probably as tough as we've had probably since the opening day, probably the opening morning on Wednesday. So
but I'd have to say, to get this far through this regatta, and this being, we're here now, we're into the last 3 races of the day. We've got every race has happened. There hasn't been a disruption all the way through. We had a couple of rain squalls come through. We couldn't have asked for better, really.
Well, can we also give a big round of applause for Rowing Australia for their decision to bring today forward as well?
Yes,
because we know conditions have got worse as the day has gone on. And I know they cop some heat at times, so they've got to get some credit as well, because it's so tough. And we know what a great job Alice did at the Aussie Rowing Champs as well with Chris Grummett. They had a lot to deal with moving parts and races and wind and everything.
And blackouts and
blackouts. It was all happening there.
It was all happening there.
They've done a great job, moving today forward and making sure that we can get these races in without the impact from the weather.
And just another reminder about that the party on tonight at the Gage Road Brewery in Freo, and suggest that if you're at a loose end, and I'm sure there will be a few, probably just enough time after the end of these races to go home, get your glad rags on, and head over there. I can see the bar at the top of the.
It's packed, isn't it?
It is packed.
I've seen a few people come in and out of that a few times over the last few days. I'm not going to mention any names.
No. I don't think that's a. But look, I think it's important to support the sponsors of the event, Ben. That's one of my.
That's right.
That is a key goal of mine, and I think that's a good thing. And here we got the lights are on. We're ready to go, and so we've got in Lane 1, Josefowitz and Leon from the ADF Essendon Composite. The ANA Canning Bridge Composite of Pauline Swan and Andre Fernandez Martins. In lane 3, it's got ANA Samantha Johnson and James McGrath. In lane 4, Drummoyne Composites Philip Titterton and Kathleen Hextall. In lane 5, Torrens Composite, Evelyn Bowen and Rob Ellis from Torrens. In lane 6, Swan River Composite, Corio Bay, Fiona Wild and George Zuris. In lane 7, Mawillaba Composites, Eve Beecroft and Gary Betts. And we see at the ready.
So last year, it was the crew off Go who won the gold medal. And then it was the crew off 52 seconds who claimed silver, and then the crew off a minute 10 who claimed bronze. So it gives you an indication across the board. It really depends on how these combinations shake out, and additionally, how well you can get this boat to move. We hear about this discussed a lot at elite level rowing. You know, when you're trying to qualify yourself for teams, trying to work out different combinations, you've got to basically get in that boat, whether it be a double, a four, a quad, whatever, and try and just get it to move as fast as possible, as quickly as possible. And this is what these scullers have to do here. They have to try and get their boats moving despite not having rowed with each other much. Outside of ANA, I reckon that could be an interesting one. Johnson and McGrath, I wonder how often they've rowed together.
Yeah.
Considering they're both from the same club, as we see that crew off Go, Beecroft and Betts. So they've got about 26 seconds lead back to Wild and Zuris. Zuris won the men's champion of champions last year, so he's in the lightweight event this time around. And here we go. So those 3G crews. We were saying before, Ellis and Bowen, crew to keep an eye out for. But Zuris, he is mightily strong as well.
Oh, absolutely. And, I think I'm just saying to these single scullers that he was lucky he wasn't in that open single scull because he has got such a big handicap. It moves the boat so well. We can actually see how that's panning out already. So the combination of Titterton and Hextall probably just falling behind these at the moment. The Zurus Fiona Wild combination from Swan River certainly have just pulled a little bit of an advantage over the others. And here come the rest. And look at the movement out of that Josefowicz and Leon. They have almost caught up that 8 seconds that the Pauline Swan, Andre Fernandez Martins double had in front of them. So they've come right back at it. But here's the big move now happening out. But Rob Ellis and Evelyn Bowen, they are really on the move now. They haven't made a great inroad into that 26 seconds, though, Ben.
No, they haven't. But this is the crew I was talking about. The crew third from the right. This is the ANA crew, Johnson and McGrath. Now McGrath, he's definitely moving a lot quicker than we saw in the single. They're the crew for me. If they've rowed together, this is going to be a huge advantage for them. And you look at their timing here. Look at the way they're rowing together. I reckon they are a huge chance here at getting themselves definitely on the podium, but potentially maybe a silver medal. I reckon the crew out in front, it looks like a big gap on the drone, but as you look down the course, I reckon it's not like that large.
Yeah, and you're right. This the Ellis and Bowen combination certainly pushing through there, but look at the ANA's Johnson and McGrath coming through the field now. They're passing the Mosman and Drummoyne combination of Hextall and Titterton.
So that's 14 seconds.
That's 14 seconds. They've already pulled back, and they are on the chase. And the Beecroft and Betts just holding on there at the moment. They've gone through the 500 metres. 10 seconds back to Torrens, 4 seconds back to Swan River, 6 seconds back to ANA. So they've really reduced this this deficit by, what are we at, 26 seconds, by only 10 seconds left. They've already made up 16 seconds. So we know that the Torrens outfit is going to catch them. It's what can happen with the ANA composite. But look over in lane 1, the ADF Josefowicz Leon combination 2. They have really got it wound up now. Remember, they were 22 seconds off behind the Torrens composite crew as we come down into the last 300 or 400 metres, and they are really closing fast. The race is on between them and the ANA. So ANA are going to get overtaken by this ADF combination of Josefowicz and Leon by the look of it here. And there we're looking now at the Murwillumbah and Derwent Mercantile Collegiates crew there in lane 7, and they're still holding on to the ever so slight advantage. Josefowicz and Leon over there in lane 1, now moving up onto the level pegging with the ANA combination.
Well, they've just lost a bit of power, that ANA crew. All of a sudden, they've just lost a bit of power, and this is the hard thing about pulling back a handicap. How do you go about it? Do you burn your bickies early, or do you try to build into the race? And I reckon the ANA crew have maybe just burned a little bit too early, and now it's getting very, very difficult. But you can see there that ADF crew are moving, but these top 3, I reckon it's going to be hard to pull them back. The question is, though, will it be Ellis and Bowen, that crew we did mention before? Will they pull back the 26 seconds to win it?
Oh, look, they look like they've got the finish line in sight, and they've stepped up their rating here. They're looking very, very confident as they come down. But look at the effort out of this Murwillumbah Derwent Mercantile Collegiate crew. They're holding on for this place. It's going to be very close between the Swan River crew and, the Torrens and the crew over there from the ADF. But there they go. It was the Bowen-Ellis combination. They're across in first. A great row from Eve Beecroft and Gary Betts from Murwillumbah composite in second. It will be the Swan River Corio Bay composite through in third, just ahead of ADF and Essendon. And just a little way back now, we've got the Drummoyne composite. ANA have come through now. Drummoyne composite coming over the line. They will take out 6th, and then it will be back to the ANA composite Canning Bridge combination of Swan and Fernandez Martins, who have come through in 6th place. Now, we must say 7th place. We must say that probably that tactic didn't work so well for the those two ANA scullers in the end.
No.
They seemed to run out of steam in that race. So, but nice try. But what a great race. And here we go now. The Women's Champion of Champions.
Well, this was a great race last year because there was only 8 seconds first to last in this one. And I can tell you, it was Katrina Davis who won it last year. She had to pull back. It wasn't that big a margin. She was off 12 seconds on De Jong, who was an F sculler. But this time around, it's more interesting because it's a massive, massive margin because Anne Taylor is an I sculler. Last year we had Crouch from Noosa who was I, but she scratched, so we didn't get that big handicap, whereas this time around it is substantial. So Lepresti has got 62 seconds to pull back. Katrina Davis has 54, Nishibata 49, Alison Kirkwood 42. So I'm actually, if I'm going to put a prediction in here, because what do you say? I said Ellis and Bowen favourites for the last one, so I'll claim that one, Rob. But this time I'm actually going to put my favouritism with Anne Taylor because I think she's got such a big handicap.
And
I reckon,
she has been rowing well over the course of this regatta. So, that's a hell of a margin to have to pull back. It's going to be interesting watching the dynamics in that group there, that 42 through to 62 seconds. I can see a lot of gamesmanship there as they come down the track, and it's going to be a cracker of a race.
How would you attack it? Because I spoke to, so last year Jack Hanley won bronze, and he said to me basically, I just built throughout the race. I didn't go out too hard too early because I felt like I'd blow up. Would that be the approach you reckon?
I'd actually think that. What we're finding out, there's the other one is that you just go out and try to beat in as much into that margin as you can. But what the front handicappers, they don't slow down. So they hit their terminal speed and they'll just keep it going at that. So if you come back fast, all of a sudden, as we saw in some of the races today, where crews that were probably 3 age groups lesser were getting through and able to hold them off as they came down to the line. All the margin was eaten up, but by the time they got there, they just had nothing. They couldn't sprint, and they couldn't do that sprint. So just a little bit in reserve. Just try to work it way back into it, and see how that pans out. But 42 seconds, whatever it is, that's away. And away goes Anne Taylor, and off to a good start there. Now, the conditions up there looking okay, as we said.
Do you think they've eased off a bit, the wind?
It looks like it has, and I'm just looking at the trees in front of the very fancy Zika cars down here, and that does look like it's dropped right off. So we could be lucky here in getting a much fairer application of these handicaps. But Anne Taylor, making it look like it's flat water, whether it is or not, she's certainly a little bit of a wobbly stroke there, but certainly has got off to a really good start.
This is like a bad dream, isn't it?
You're
thinking about 42 seconds here, and then they're all just going to hunt you down. You don't want to hit the quicksand.
Yeah. So, and what do? Do you concentrate on your race, or you concentrate on watching them?
Yeah.
And we're just watching the Cryo Bay sculler come off, the Alverson sculler, Alison Kirkwood, come off the line a little bit crooked there. So she just straightening up now. And then Tanya Nishibata, only 7 seconds in arrears there. We've now got Katrina Davis, and she's away. And Katrina will love these conditions. She will love beating into this wind. But look at that. look at the task ahead. And I mean, the only good thing about it is that from second, third, fourth, and fifth, you can't see whether you can't turn your head around that far to see how far ahead she is.
Well, Nishibata is moving well, and for these four here, you just want to try and get yourself on the podium, I reckon. Yes, if you catch Anne Taylor, you'd be pretty happy with that. But at this stage, you're thinking, well, there's 4 of us. There's 2 medals up for grabs if Anne Taylor goes off and we can't catch her. So let's try and get ourselves on the podium. I tell you what, look at this. Katrina Davis, absolutely moving now. We know how strong she is in the single. So D was her qualification. Nikki Lepresti, the B qualifier. Nishibata, the E qualifier. But I tell you what, Davis is eating into this margin, and now Kirkwood is just dropping back a little bit. So Anne Taylor, there's the perspective. Have a little look at perspective. I tell you what.
They've pulled back a lot of ground, haven't they?
I reckon Anne Taylor, if the naked eye is any judge, I reckon that the Mossman sculler here may well get pulled back. So last year, as I said, De Jong went off go and finished 4th. I think there's some problems here for the leader.
And you think Katrina Davis, she was off 5 seconds after Tanya Nishibata, and she's sort of hasn't made that. She got a bit of ground back, but Tanya Nishibata now moving away. We're looking at that now. It looks like she's got about a length and a half, which would be about that 5 seconds. So hasn't made a lot of grip. But they're closing in on Ann Taylor very quickly. That was a 42-second, well, in fact, in Nishibata's case, it was a 49-second advantage. She is going to be not far off catching Ann Taylor at the halfway mark. This is going to be a phenomenal effort. I don't think we've seen this kind of performance in this race before, catching them that early. And Ann Taylor really can do nothing about this onslaught from Nishibata, Davis, and here comes Lopresti. Now, Lopresti was 8 seconds behind. She was 8 seconds behind Katrina Davis. Doesn't look like she's made any inroads there. So
that's going to be tough, isn't it?
That is going to be tough. Yeah. I think the race is going to be now between Nishibata and Katrina Davis. We know Katrina Davis has a absolute flying finish, so she will be fighting all the way to the line here. But I think Nishibata may well have pulled out another second or two on her, and she has her eyes set on this win.
Yeah, so that gap, that handicap has pretty much remained the same based on those 500 splits. So Davis 6.2, Nishibata 1.2, so that's pretty much remained the same. Lopresti, she's a real shot here at the podium, which would be a terrific performance for the B qualifier. She's just got to pull back on Kirkwood and Ann Taylor, and Kirkwood is slowly but surely pulling back here on Ann Taylor, and there's plenty of track here remaining for Lopresti to try and get herself on the podium off 62 seconds. So she would have pulled back 20 on Kirkwood and then 62 on Ann Taylor. But here she comes, Lopresti, but it's Nishibata. Comfortable lead, you'd say, at the moment, but now here comes the finish from Katrina Davis. She's winding it up here.
Yeah, and they've both had a lot of races over the last 4 days, and we know Katrina Davis has a monster finish in her, and she's coming back at Nishibata. They've got about 200 odd metres to go. It's going to be a lot closer than it was looking there. Nishibata responding and giving it everything she's got. The last race she's got to do this whole weekend. She's had a lot of success over this weekend, trying to make it one more. Here comes Davis. She's got that back to about 3.5 seconds now. So she's closed up that 5 second gap that she had, and she's coming back fast. About 100 odd metres to go. They're into the red buoys. It is nothing between it as they come to the line. Nishibata got the look over Katrina Davis. Katrina Davis going for that one last drive towards the line. Lopresti has now overtaken Kirkwood and Taylor to take third place, and I can't see Nishibata being beaten from here. She is Tanya Nishibata. This has been a row for the ages here. She is coming down to the line, looking as cool as a cucumber there. I'm sure that's not how she's feeling inside, but she will be extremely happy about this win, a great win. Katrina Davis, the winner from last year, coming in second place. She'll be disappointed, but I don't think too disappointed to have missed out to Tanya Nishibata. It will be Nikki Lopresti coming across in third place. And then a little bit back there, it is the Ulverson Sculler, Kirkwood, followed by Ann Taylor.
Well, so there you go, Nishibata. So again, that middle period of the race, the middle handicap is very beneficial, very beneficial. So Nishibata in that category. Okay, so here come the men, and we're underway. So Chris Morgan from Sydney's in lane 2. He's off 68 seconds. Why don't we just go from the other side? We'll go Kenneth Price, who's just off from Canning Bridge. He's off go. Rod Stewart now off 16 seconds from Melbourne. Justin Negri from Yarra Yarra will be next off 49 seconds. Then it's Dale Hawkins from ANA off 60 seconds. Damien DeLeek off 64 from Adelaide Uni. Sydney's Chris Morgan off 68. Now the benefit here is last year it was George Zouris who was K category. So the A sculler, as I mentioned before, was Jack Hanley. He was off 1 minute and 24. So this is a little bit closer. He pulled back and got the bronze medal, but I can tell you the A sculler has never won this event. If there's anyone that can achieve it, it's Chris Morgan. So last year to win that race, I reckon that that Jack Hanley would have had to do, here we go, he would have had to do something like a 3:15 to win it.
That's right.
In a single. But That was off a minute 24. I reckon Chris Morgan here, I reckon he's in with a shot. We saw in the single, he did about a 3:30.
Yep.
So he's probably going to have to push it a little bit harder here.
Yeah.
But because the handicap isn't as great, if there's anyone that can win it as the A sculler, it could well be him.
And how about this this challenge? This Chris Morgan and Damien Derleek, the stroke and 3 out of the South Australian Interstate 8. As if there won't be a match race happening over there. Dale Hawkins also very very handy performance in the D scull. So it's going to be on. So
there goes Chris Morgan. So he's in the yellow. There, the M packer.
But look at that, 4 seconds he had. And Damien Derleek, we saw him go off in his single scull.
He goes out fast.
And
he definitely went out fast in this event last year, and he probably blew up maybe 500 or so. So don't be surprised here if Derleek would just wonder, is he even, he's been outstanding this regatta. I wonder whether he's fitter this year than he was last year.
Look, as I said, in his single scull, I think he rated about 36 over the whole course and then took it up at the end. So fitness, I don't think, is an issue for him. We're looking up the front here, and we see that Rod Stewart now has gone past Kenneth Price. Rod Stewart is going to be a hard one to beat as well. He's moving that boat really nicely. Just looking down on it, we're watching that match right there between Derleek and Dale Hawkins at the moment as they're trying to track down Justin Negri. Justin Negri's a mile in front of you guys. Don't worry about you two. Get up there and get onto him. Justin Negri coming back at Melbourne's Rod Stewart. They're just coming down the 500-metre mark, and it was Rod Stewart going through 7-second advantage over Negri. Now, they took off with a 33-second advantage. So he has absolutely shot that to pieces, Justin Negri. And looks like he's the one going to be one to beat. But there we see Derleek going through the 500 metres mark as well. And let's see what's happened to his thing. So it's about, 27 seconds. So he's about half that handicap as well. Problem he's got is he's not making the inroads on Negri that he needs to. And Negri now coming down, Rod Stewart in his sights. This is a great race here, isn't it?
Well, so Rod Stewart was the silver medalist in this event last year. As you said, Zurus winning the gold medal, but he had that massive advantage on the handicap. This time it's not as great. So Negri only has 33 seconds to pull back on Rod Stewart, and we know what an outstanding regatta that Justin Negri has had, and I reckon that there's enough track here for him to move up. So once again, it's sort of that middle range handicap. So Nishibata was 49 seconds, wasn't it? It was the magic 49 seconds.
Magic 49. Let's
Maybe
go on
it could be 49 again here. So Chris Morgan up against his fellow state team member in Damien Derleek. He's looking to get himself into maybe a bronze medal position, but Dale Hawkins from ANA.
Hanging on, isn't he?
He's doing a terrific job just to sort of sit there maybe in fourth, but I reckon the bronze medal is still with the Frenchman in Damien Derleek. So out in front, Justin Negri. He's just overtaken Rod Stewart inside the last 150 metres. So it will be the Victorians who are duelling it out here for the gold and silver medalist in the men's champion of champions. It will be Justin Negri, though. That magic 49 seconds. It worked for Nishibata. It's going to work for the Yarra Yarra Sculler as well. So Rod Stewart, for the second year in a row, he's going to have to settle for the silver medal. And Damien Derleek, who was 5th in this event last year, I reckon he is going to get himself onto the podium. He's going to hold off Chris Morgan. He's going to hold off Dale Hawkins as well from ANA at the back end. So there is your podium in the men's champion of champions.
Yeah, what a great race, a great event. And as we just wait for Kenneth Price to come across the line, we're just going to head down for a closing thing. We'll pick up with a little bit later down on the pontoon. And thank you so much this afternoon, Ben Homer, for coming out and helping out, giving Travis a bit of a rest. But once again, that reminder that the big event down on the big event at the Gage Road Breweries this afternoon. We're going to head around the back and just do finalise the regatta and say hellos. Thank you again to everybody that's been contributed from my part, and I'll be speaking to you soon.
Test. Tanya, are you happy just for a quick interview before you head back? That's okay. Yeah, just. We'll wait for it to be confirmed. Well, we'll be here right on the moment when it is.
I just don't want it to get wet.
Yeah, sure.
Test.
Yep. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Thank you very much, Rob Glendenning and Ben Homer. Terrific call this afternoon. And the action is just getting started down here. We're still just waiting for the official confirmation. But as we saw across the line, it was Tanya Nishibata who was able to come across the line in first place. We've got Tanya here. We've just wandered out the back to catch up with Tanya. 9 gold medals. Here it is, the medal presentation ceremony as well as the interview. It is official. We can confirm it is official. We've got the thumbs up. 9 gold medals. Have you ordered excess baggage for the trip home?
Not at all. No, didn't plan for it.
It's been a big 4 days, hasn't it? In terms of the highlights, how does this compare to some of those other races you've had this week?
Oh, listen, this is just a privilege. It's an honour to be with everybody who's won their event. So it's it's nothing like doing your own single race or the Vic Quad. This one here, it's just about fun, and it's about just thinking your own race and just being happy you're in this position to do Champions of Champions. So it's such a privilege.
So when you're sitting in the blocks there and just waiting for your time to go, what's going through your mind? It must feel like an eternity when you're down there.
Please count faster. A little bit faster would be nice. It's always a challenge with that handicap, but I keep thinking that Nikki was worse than I was. So she's got to wait a lot longer than I did. And Katrina's got to wait 5 seconds longer than me. It is something, it's just your own game you have to play, and it's a long time, but it's fun.
I can also confirm you will be the champion woman of the meet too, with the 9 gold medals. That is leading the all-comers too for female athletes. So congratulations, a fantastic championships. How do you celebrate?
What can I say? With a nice Jameson. Neat is how I'm going to celebrate. Maybe a couple more.
Congratulations. Have a good trip home, and thanks for coming out to WA, and congratulations on your great performances.
Thank you. Thanks for everyone.
And Nishibata, very proud with her gold medal and 9 gold medals. I think she might be thrown into the water. We've also got the gold medalist from the men's champion of champions. Here he is in the Yarra Yarra colours. Congratulations. How are the conditions out there this afternoon?
Absolutely terrible. I think it's a testament to everybody that they just keep persevering out here. And can I just say, I'd like to thank all the people who've been helping out. They've done a great job. The boat holders, the lady driving the bus, thanks very much. She's been really fantastic. It's been a great meet. That's certainly a way to finish it off. Amongst some of these guys, Damien, unbelievable performance throughout the meet. I'm very lucky to be here. These guys with their gold tallies are just astounding. So I take my hat off to all of them. It's just unfortunate that they're handicapped out of the race. But great race.
In terms for you now, do you go back home and just hang all the medals up and relax, or is it straight back to training when you get back to Melbourne?
Well, I can't give away too many secrets. I think that for all of us, you've just got to keep going. The bottom line is there's no point stopping and trying to start again. I think everybody needs just to keep ticking things over as you get older. That seems to be the key to actually improving your performance year on year, is just continuing throughout the winter months. So for everybody out there who maybe has finished fourth, hasn't got a medal, don't be upset about it. The fact that you're here is a success in itself, and just keep persevering. Give yourself a bit more time and train throughout the winter. You'll come back next year, it'll be silver, bronze, gold. So keep going.
Beautifully said, well put together. Congratulations on being the Champion of Champions 2026, and we look forward to seeing you back here again next year.
Thank you very much. I didn't know we were back in WA, but I'm happy to come back next year.
Well, I'm putting out the first tip to come back to WA. I don't think it's official, and I don't know where it's going to be actually, but maybe WA.
Thanks everyone over in Rowing WA as well. Once again, a great meet. If I just ask for one thing, maybe more toilets next time would be great.
Well, feedback, we're always welcome to that here in the West. Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the year. And while we're here, we've got Damien de Leek here as well. He's got the bronze on this occasion in the Champion of Champions, but the Frenchman has had a great championships, 11 gold medals. I think you'll be on top of the leaderboard, the most number of golds here at this regatta, and that will make you the champion of champions at Champions Lakes. So congratulations, Damien. Fantastic. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thanks for all the competitors and volunteers and organizers and my better half and my two kids. Thanks very much.
How long have you been rowing for, out of interest?
39 years.
And it's part of your blood. You obviously just love the challenge and love the physicality of it.
Keeps me sane. Yeah.
And how does a Frenchman celebrate a big weekend of rowing?
Australian way, beer all the way, yeah.
And congratulations, Damien.
Thank you very much.
Damien de Leek there, who has had a fantastic regatta. He will lead the all-comers with the most number of golds at these championships. He's done tremendously well. As I welcome back in our fellow commentator, Rob Glendenning. You finally got the Rowing WA hat. They've got to you eventually.
I've got it back on, and I'm going to have a bit of trouble getting back into New South Wales with this on, so it'll only last to the airport. But I've got to say, we've had an absolute sensational time here. We've seen great racing, and Travis, sharing that commentary with you, and it's been an absolute pleasure.
It's been fantastic. Big thank you to Ben Homer. He didn't want to come down on camera because his shorts wouldn't pass the camera test today, that's for sure. Bawby Webster yesterday, she was in commentary. She did a fantastic job, so big thanks to Bawby Webster, to Kelvin Haar and Richard up there pushing the buttons. Adrian on the camera there, he's done a great job. To all the Rowing WA staff and Rowing Australia staff, you've done fantastically well. It takes a lot to put this competition together. All of the volunteers who have come out over the last 4 days, we take our hats off to you in doing a fantastic performance. And Rob, I must say, I've thoroughly enjoyed learning a lot more about rowing. Sitting alongside you has been absolutely fantastic. I really thank you for your time and tuition over the last 4 days.
It's been great to impart a bit of knowledge, but I've just got to say thank you to the weather gods. We lucked it today. We had this threat of this rain squall coming in, and it's held off, and we've got every race in. And yeah, tough conditions out there, but a great regatta all the way around. I can't say anything else. And thank you again, for your support through the 4 days.
My pleasure. It's been a fantastic 4 days of rowing action here at Champion Lakes. It's been great to have your company too at home. We've had plenty of viewership over the last 4 days. It's been great to see you all tuning in. Your comments have been very well received. It's great to have the participation of everyone watching on the live stream. And that will put a full stop on the 2026 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Thank you very much, everybody. It's been great having your company. We look forward to seeing you again at the next big Rowing Australia competition. Until then, it's bye from WA. Well done, Rob. Great job.
What a shout out, huh? What a shout out.
Shout out.